thing. I forgot to fix that. I'm so sorry, chat. I will have to do it tomorrow. I will figure that out tomorrow. Why is it doing that, chat? I wonder what the hell is going on. But like, I'm sparkling. It's so interesting. I don't know what's going on there. What's up, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Hopefully everyone is having a good day so far. Hi. How you doing? How you doing, everyone? I'm opening up the guest box on StreamYard as soon as I can, actually, in the comment section. I'm gonna type it in the comment section on the live right now because I'll only be able to get debates over on YouTube today. Guest request. There we are. Boom. Oh, oops. I'll have to do it again. Guest request. Wow, I can't type. There we are. What's good? Everyone, what's up, everyone joining in? If you here, let me put on should I put something on TikTok that here, let me add more text. Let me see if I can add more text. Plus text. Let's see if we can add more text and tell people we're guest box on YouTube. Parker Gage. Okay. Let me set it that way. Boom. People can see that. There we are. That's good. Or we'll put it on this side. All right, there we are, everyone. We're gonna start getting some debates up here in a second. What's up, everyone joining in on YouTube? How's everybody doing? Hopefully, everyone's having a good day so far. I tried to set it up with Instagram so far. I couldn't get Instagram working quite yet. I will figure that one out. I will figure that one out soon. We're gonna get some debates up very soon, everybody. You can join the guest box by going in over onto YouTube on a StreamYard. Is it lagging here on YouTube at all? What's Marge's account? It's Parker got a GF. If you want to debate me, make sure to go up over on YouTube. Everyone, actually don't have the ability to debate anyone here on TikTok, so funneling people over. Hopefully, we can get some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I don't see any lag. All right, perfect. What's good, everyone joining in? Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Guest request is over on here. Maybe I need to bold this. That'll make it easier to see. There we are. Alrighty. Give it a second for everyone to join in. Give it a few minutes, everybody. We have no guest request currently. I think I have a thing I can try to work around it. I think later today I get my third account back. Give it a second, everyone. I think there's one person here in the guest box. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
Okay. Banned immediately. Disgusting. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, wait for people to join up. Why is Parker glittery? Okay, so I have to fix that too. That's another issue that's happening with I think it's my camera, where like it just looks like staticky kind of. If anyone knows how to fix that on the camera, let me know, because it just like randomly started like overnight. Orange drink today? No, it's guava. It's guava. Do give it a second. Are you a vampire, Parker? Lol? Technically I am. It's under the bags under my eyes are what prove it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
Hello? Can you hear me?
What's your birth year?
2007.
2007. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I cannot vote in this election now.
Okay. If you could go back and you did have the ability to vote, would you do so for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Yes.
Why?
I like what he's doing with the bill. I like the big, beautiful bill. I think it's a good bill.
Okay. Name one thing in the bill that you like.
I really like what he's doing with the SNAP Reduction Act. I like that.
Uh, okay. So you like reducing SNAP? You like reducing food stamps?
Yeah, I believe it's going to increase the workforce in America, like get more people to get jobs.
If you want to increase the workforce in America, then you're clearly in support of more immigration, correct?
You could say that if you would like. I'm not like anti-immigrant, no.
So you want to make the legal pathways significantly quicker and safer. And for anyone who's in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, you'd love to get them a pathway to citizenship, right? Without them having to leave the country.
Yeah, I'd only like to deport the people who have committed like bad crimes.
Yeah, that sounds like a democratic position.
Yeah, I can agree to a democratic position on that
Okay, so like
specific topic.
what? Okay, what positions do you have in support of Donald Trump?
Um, like I said, most of the bill, I've read a decent bit of it, not too much. I
Tell me
typically,
anything in the bill, because like you wanting to like cut funding for like that feeds children is kind of ridiculous.
well, no one that has children is getting their snaps cut.
If it is the case that they have children that are above the age of 14, they can get it cut.
Yeah, above the age of 14 or claimed as dependent on their taxes or independent on their
No,
taxes.
claim they will be able to be claimed as a dependent as long as they are under the age of 14. They're over the age of 14. Well, then
Yeah, they're
you
automatically
would
claimed
lose it.
independent. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
would lose it.
Yeah, but
Well, I don't know
so
why
that
you
was
picked 14. That's kind of diabolical.
yeah, I guess if you say so. But I also like how Medicare fraud is kind of going away with this. You know, allowing.
Nowhere in the bill does it reference fraud.
Okay, well, that's essentially the point of it is to get illegal immigrants to stop using government assisted Medicare.
Okay, so you're saying it just relates to immigrants? Can you tell me which part of it just relates to immigrants?
Which part of the bill or which part of
Hmm.
the bill? Well, you can look at section 71201 of the bill that goes over no that if you're a US citizen or you have
Did you
legal
just make
citizen.
that? Did you make that number up?
No, you can look at section 71201 as the parameters for who gets their Medicaid cut and who doesn't.
Yeah, okay. And in that, does it say specifically people who are immigrants, right? Who are in the country undocumented? Is that what it's saying?
It says if you have legal citizenship in the United States, then you are entitled to re-enroll for Medicaid.
That was already like a requirement.
Yeah, but there's still illegal immigrants using Medicaid, and that's what
But
it's getting
but
rid of.
wait. Where in the bill does it say this? What does it say
Se-
specifically?
Section 71201, it states the parameters for being entitled to re-enrollment of Medicaid.
You said 712 what?
I believe it's 71201. I might have like a number to I'm pretty like that's what I'm most confident with saying. 71201. I believe I saw it a couple days ago. It's again, correct me if I'm wrong because this is I'm pretty sure 71201 should be right.
71201.
Yeah, it should be on I believe congress.gov.
71201. Limiting Medicare coverage on certain individuals. Dude, it's giving me an ad, bro. Are you kidding me? I can't even get past it. Oh my god, bro. Where's this at? Wait. So you said 71201. There we are.
Yeah, section 71201 should be the
All right.
parameters of getting your
And
Medicaid cut or not.
yeah, and which part does it say specifically? Or is it trying to? Which part are you saying you agree with? Which aspect of it? A
Um
1, 2, 3, 4. B 1, 2, or or the A and B portion after that?
I think just the first A portion where it says anyone. I believe it's the first A portion again. I'm not like I'm trying not to like flip back and forth between screens here, but like it says if you're a U.S. citizen, like the gist of it is if you're a U.S. citizen or you have
Yeah.
legal citizenship in the United States, then you will not get your Medicaid cut, or you are entitled to
Yeah,
re-enrollment.
it's essentially saying anyone who's been in the country legally under their prescription should be granted Medicare coverage. I'm sorry, this is already true, right? It's already true that people who are citizens and or legally in the country were the ones to get Medicare coverage. I'm confused how Medicare coverage was granted anyone else.
That's what I was confused about too, like how these illegal immigrants got the Medicare coverage, or sorry, these undocumented immigrants.
Where did they get Medicare coverage?
Again, I don't know. That's why it's been such a problem. Nobody knows how they're getting it, but they're still getting Medicaid coverage. And that's what I think a lot of people get wrong
Wait,
is
is it
like
Medicare or Medicaid?
Medic I want to say Medicaid. I've used those two
Because
terms
this
kind
is
of so.
Medicare, right? This is
Oh,
Medicare
then
coverage.
it must be Medicare. You're right. I'm probably wrong on that. I just kind of
So you
used
have an
them.
issue with people above the age of 65 getting access to Medicare?
No, not at all.
You
I
think there's a
believe.
lot of undocumented immigrants coming to the country who are 65 plus just to live off Medicare?
I mean, it's probably a good way to get free Medicare.
Okay,
It's
that's
very
related to
illegal though.
healthcare.
It's very illegal though.
So if it's already illegal, what is this specifically doing?
It's making sure that they don't commit that crime.
Is this for emergency?
Not that I know of. It's just for the standard Medicare coverage.
Are you saying, but no, but does this take away people's access to the emergency rooms? No, right?
Uh, yeah, no, not that I know of. No.
Okay, so that's what people have access to, like anyone in the country. I
Yeah,
would love to see. I'd
but
love to
is Medicare
see.
not health insurance?
Is Medicare not health insurance? Medicare is health insurance. Yes, they provide health
But yeah,
insurance.
so then they would have to. So instead of these illegal immigrants claiming Medicare on their emergency visits, they would have to pay out of pocket, so they don't use government funding to, pay for their. Say they get in like a car crash, they have to go through surgery or something. Like they don't. They have to pay out of pocket if they're going to be here illegally, as opposed to applying for standard citizenship and
You're talking about in like emergency situations.
yeah, emergent. Yeah.
Everyone gets it in emergency situations. That's a
Oh,
human right, right?
oh, I
Do you
didn't
agree
know
with
that.
that at least?
Yeah, I didn't know that. I'm sorry, man. I didn't.
No, but do you think that everyone, regardless, should get it in emergency circumstances?
I think it depends on the emergency, but
It depends on what do you mean?
most emergencies, yes, yeah.
What
Because
do you
like
mean? And
I could go to the
what emergencies would you restrict people from getting access to it?
like I could go to the emergency room for like a headache, but I don't think that should be covered. But I think if it's like almost, I don't want to say life threatening. I feel like that's too vague, but it's certain emergencies like you kind of stumped me on this. You stumped me on this. I'll give you that. You stumped me on this, but like I
Because
don't
you would grant this to tourists. I don't know why you wouldn't grant it to undocumented immigrants.
grant it to tourists. Yeah, again, like I guess we could go to like price of the emergency like visit. If it costs a certain amount, then it shouldn't be granted to like tourists or like illegal or undocumented immigrants who are here illegally.
Okay, so are you essentially saying that like if you're in the country undocumented, that you shouldn't be able to get access to emergency care?
Given that the emergency care is over a certain price, I would say. I don't know what price I would say, but because I feel like again, like I said, anyone can just go into the emergency room for like a headache, and it's just like a standard migraine, which
You think people are
that'll
going like en masse to the emergency room for a headache?
Well, not
trust
just
me.
that,
My mom,
Parker, but
when I was
I'm very concerned. Are you saying that people that have like a heart attack and have to pay $70,000 that all of a sudden now they should have to pay the $70,000?
if they're here illegally, yes.
But then that will then change the entire definition of what is an emergency and just like render it moot. Because what's the purpose of having a law that protects in an emergency when you can't pay during that time?
Again, if you're gonna use like, or not again, but like, I believe if you're gonna use American healthcare systems, then you should be here legally, pretty much.
But the idea of emergency Medicaid is to provide in those cases where one is in need of an actual emergency, and most true emergencies cost substantial amounts of money. Correct?
Yes, and I believe
Matt,
I
wasn't there.
believe
He's referencing Medicare.
Still, well, no, it still applies. Medicare
Okay.
and Medicaid, no undocumented migrant under current law, both prior to and now, are eligible to receive Medicare, Medicaid, any type of federal type of funding. Like that's been law for decades.
Yes, it has.
Yeah, and so all people are still entitled to emergency care, whether that's coming from Medicaid, a Medicare. That law still applies, and I don't see why making some kind of distinction based on price, how that would actually be good, because most emergencies cost substantial amounts of money.
Well, I'll ask you this, and then I'll go because I gotta get going to something. But is everybody entitled? Everyone's entitled to emergency care. Is everybody entitled to American emergency care as opposed to wherever they're
Yes.
citizen of?
You want to know why? Because we are not a cruel people. We do not leave somebody on the street who's having a heart attack there to die simply because they cannot pay, and we do not ask where they're from while they're having a heart attack.
Well, I get that. Like we treat them, and then like, or we treat them. Say they're from, I don't know. We can pick any country, China, right? Say they're from China, and they
Mhm.
come to America. They have a heart attack. Then it would go through, like, I believe it could go through Chinese healthcare, or Chinese
What are you
health
gonna do? Bill the
insurance.
Chinese government?
No, build a insurance company for the Chinese, or build a Chinese
Do you
insurance
think
company.
the American
what
government
insurance
has
company?
well, not just that though, Parker.
Just
The
any Chinese
American
insurance company,
government
for
has
example.
no jurisdiction in China. They cannot bill or bill them, just as China cannot bill us.
Why would some random company in China specifically pay that? That is not even affiliated with that person.
Oh no, I'm talking about if this person is under a China, like this is just an example, by the way.
If they
Like
don't have insurance.
But once
if they're under like
again,
if they don't have insurance, then I don't know what to tell you. Like I'm
well,
not
yeah,
saying,
but even that though, you can't mandate a private company in another country to pay for something. Like we don't have jurisdiction there. Same thing with the
yes,
Chinese. They can't mandate us to do something.
yeah, no,
Yeah, so
I totally get that. You're right.
yeah,
Like
but the whole point is though, sure, if someone goes to the uh emergency room, right, and they have a big bill and they can't pay it, or they leave the country or something, right, then yes, we just absorb that cost, mainly because we have decided as a society that it's better to allow that person to live and just take the L on the cost than allow that person to die, which I think is a good policy.
yes. Sorry, you were talking a little fast, but I think I got most of it. I I would say that I would agree with you on most of that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it really doesn't matter like what's happening here. The whole premise of the Republican bill that undocumented migrants are getting like a Medicaid or Medicare, that's based on a faulty assumption that has never existed, because they are, as of law right now, they cannot get any of that care anyway.
Okay. Yeah. No, I get what y'all are saying. Uh, I gotta hit the road. I appreciate y'all talking to me. It was great talking to you guys. I'm a big fan of you, Parker, by the way.
Appreciate you. Let's
Bye.
go on to the next person, everybody. Matt, do you see this like staticky thing? I have no clue
You're
how to
all
fix
like
this.
sparkly.
Yeah, like what? How do you know how to fix this?
I have no idea how to fix that.
I've just randomly like 2 days ago just started happening.
It has to be like a connection issue or something, because that's like static. I mean, that's
Yeah,
what
but
it
like I
is.
didn't change anything, so it's like
I have no idea, honestly. That's up my pay grade.
yeah. One thing I could check is
Also,
that.
hi YouTube. How you doing?
No, it didn't work. Okay, all right. Well, are you radioactive? I guess I am.
He is radioactive.
Radioactive radio. Okay. Yo, thank you so much, Nurse Susan. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said a headache can be a brain bleed or a stroke. Medicare does not cover undocumented only. Medicaid can be covered for emergency and pregnancy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Nurse Susan. Thank you
Very
so
true,
much. I
Newsom.
really
Yep, very
appreciate it.
true.
Thank you. Let me make sure to open it up on YouTube so I can see and look. But chat, if anyone has anything that they can tell me how to fix this, I have no fucking clue what's going on. It's kind of like crazy. Like I really don't know what's going on. We're gonna get the next person up here in a second. By the way, if you're in the guest box, you're on YouTube. Let me know in the private chat if you are MAGA, and I will bring you up. Let me know in the private chat if you're MAGA, and I'll bring you up. Alrighty, let me check the earned real quick, and then I will be able to say thank you to some people. Mush, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Based. Thank you so much. Tell Matt I said hi. Absolutely.
Hello.
Fire, thank you so much for the $6.66. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Just me, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Nova with the 2. I really appreciate, or the 3 Australian. Thank you. Burberry, thank you so much. I appreciate the, or that was from yesterday. All right, let me go on to the next person here. I support the America Party. What the fuck's the? By the way, John, I can't even bring you up.
That's Musk's new party. So he said on X today that like he's forming a new party called the America Party.
MAGA, how old are you? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
July
What day?
3rd.
Wouldn't you be 19?
Do you have bugs in your skin? Do you?
Okay.
If you're MAGA, tell me in the private chat. Tell me in the private chat. Yo, John, how old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 18, bro.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I did in the 2024 election, but I don't support him anymore.
All right, nice. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I
Actually,
just
I have a
have
few
this.
more people I have to say thank you to real quick. Amadi, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I literally just looked down. I'm sorry. Michaela, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Amadi with the $4.20 again. And Tyler, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25. Happy Saturday. Absolutely. Go ahead. Steven, why do you support Trump?
So yeah, I'm pro-life. I was actually on Dean's Live 2 days ago, but then my phone died. We were in the middle of a really good conversation, but yeah, pro-life basically.
Is that the only reason? Are you Christian?
Yeah, I am.
Is it because you're Christian?
Not solely because I'm Christian. I try to make all my arguments pretty secular as well, as because I know Christian can get murky with all the things. So it's not solely because I'm Christian, but
I
would
think I
say
remember
it's
you.
a little bit of both.
So if you weren't Christian, would you still be pro-life?
If I wasn't Christian,
If you knew
yes,
Christianity was false.
If I knew Christianity was false, which it's not, I would still, yes, be pro-life.
Okay. Why?
Well, I guess actually, I would actually say no. I probably wouldn't. If I wasn't Christian, if Christianity was in a hypothetical world false, I probably wouldn't be pro-life. But
Okay. All right.
90% of the time, it's because I'm Christian. Yes.
Mira, thank you for the $10. By the way, thank you so much. Absolutely, thank you. Happy Saturday. So it's because you're Christian then. Okay. Well, then here'd be my question then. Do you believe in separation of church and state?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, then you couldn't give religious reasons as to why you support the particular policy because you said there should be a separation of church and state. So if you agree that if you were not religious that you would not be pro-life, then why would you be pro-life when it comes to policy, given that it is the case that you believe in separation of church and state?
Okay. Well, then, as a matter of fact, now that I think of it a little more, yeah, I guess in a hypothetical world, I'd still be pro-life, even if Christianity was false. So,
And why is that?
yeah, that refines my view a little more. The reason The reason is because I believe a zygote is still a human, even scientifically. It's classified as a human species. It's the first stage of development, and I look at it because it's gonna, be born and be its own person, be its own doctor, lawyer, whatever. That's why I give it value, not just because I'm a Christian.
Okay, if a zygote existed alone by itself in a petri dish, would become a person like me and you, would it still be valuable?
I'd say because I'm a Christian, yes, and I mean even scientific,
Wait,
even
I just thought you said that there were secular reasons
right,
you could argue
right,
this.
right. I'll give both. So again, even if I wasn't Christian, yes, I'd still give that zygote value.
Here's where you disagree with a lot of pro-lifers, because you don't hold the future like ours view. You hold the view specifically that it's just about the cellular life. So if it's just about the cellular life, well then in this particular scenario, what is the reason to value it?
Well, okay, a zygote on its own, I don't think I can really entertain that because I mean, at that point, well, then it would just die and it wouldn't really be anything. But I mean, you could make that same argument about a 1-year-old, no? A 1-year-old on its own, without parental support, without any support, would also cease to exist.
Yeah, so then what's the reason why you value the zygote?
Again,
Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Check
yeah,
for
okay,
filter
I
by
can.
selecting left or right. I can't swipe because I'm on PC.
Okay, so again, yeah, I guess it does get inconsistent. Yeah, okay, let's just go ahead and say for practical reasons, fully Christian view here. It's made in the image of God.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah.
So then if you believe in separation of church and state, well then obviously you would say that that's not a good reason for why the law should be that certain way. So you can have that particular moral position, but it should be legal, right?
Well, no, not necessarily, because I think the main reason for separation between church and state is because of pragmatic reasons. I mean, it's pretty practical to be able to make abortion illegal. It's not really practical to make things such as lying illegal. I mean, you can't really. How are
Is
you
it
going to?
practical to make adultery illegal?
I mean, again, it'd be pretty difficult to actually be able to, there's so many little intricacies that we wouldn't be able to
I
tell.
mean,
I
but how
wouldn't,
is that any different than any other law like fraud?
because well, there's two sides to that story. With fraud, it can be pretty objective, such as I don't know if I misput or if I purposely, write off some taxes or not do taxes, not report taxes. That's pretty objective mathematically. With cheating, it can be pretty two-sided, and depending on witnesses, it can also
Two-sided?
be
Wait, what do you mean two-sided?
like, okay, let's say if or if I cheat on someone, let's say I cheat on my girlfriend. Well, what if for some reason the girlfriend's family really likes me, doesn't want me to separate with their daughter?
Let's say you have video evidence of someone cheating on another person.
Okay, then that could be, pretty objective. I mean, but then again, there's also other things like, oh,
Wait,
what
so
if
in that particular scenario, should someone go to prison?
not prison? I mean, I
Why
think
not?
there because, like I said,
It's against the 10 Commandments.
it is against the 10 Commandments. But just like I believe in animal rights, right? Like I don't think anyone should be able to go and shoot a cat or whatever. That's the same. It's like saying, oh, do you think then that someone that kills a fly randomly, should be prosecuted? No, I mean there's different levels of different,
Well, you'd be able to provide a reasonable distinction between a cat and a fly, right?
right, exactly. Just like you'd be able to provide, well, okay, yeah, we would be able to. But I don't think we should prosecute cheating because, again, it's compared to other laws. Number one, it doesn't even align with the Bible because God values sins differently. So that wouldn't necessarily align with the Bible.
It's one of the 10 Commandments. Why should murder be illegal, right? But this shouldn't be.
Well, because we chose separation from God a long time ago. I mean, what you're describing pretty much is a world where every sin is abolished and prosecuted to the max. That's kind of what you're
That's
describing.
actually what you're arguing for, because you argued that like church and state shouldn't be separated now, that the reason specifically why abortion should be illegal is because of your Christian faith.
No. Okay, so I think that's obfuscating. I think that you're confusing my value to life you're equating that to me thinking that church and state should not be separated. That's not what I said. I give
Well, you
value
said
to
the basis of life, the basis of the value for why it should be illegal is literally because they're made in the image of God. That's what you argued.
right, but there's a distinction. I said before that church and state should be separated for pragmatic reasons. You couldn't even do it hypothetically because it would defy the Constitution. I mean, there's many reasons, but
Well, I mean, your support
specifically,
for Trump defies the Constitution, but that's the secondary point. Again, this is like not addressing the reality that then you'd have to provide a secular argument. You didn't have a secular argument.
well, okay, I could have a secular argument. It's
Try
just
again.
okay, well, like I said, first stage of human development, scientifically, it's pretty objective that a zygote is objectively the first stage of development. Like I said, that's one of the reasons. But I mean, just like I can give in a zygote the right to life because I'm a Christian, I can
So
can
do you
have
think
that.
that doctors that discard zygotes that they don't use in the context of IVF, do you think that they should go to prison?
Not necessarily, no.
Why not? They're leading to the deaths of multiple people under your view.
Well, okay. So number one, when would a doctor actually do that? When would they just
All the
discard a
time in
zygote?
IVF, they discard embryos and
That's
zygotes all the
necessary.
time.
Yeah. It's very necessary because they have to actually get about 10 to 15 fertilized eggs and then see which one will actually become mature.
Okay, so if a zygote is not, I guess in this view, if a zygote's not compatible with egg or whatever, then it gets discarded.
No. So what they do is they always plan ahead. So they have multiple fertilized eggs, which will all, if they all are implanted, they will become like a baby, right? Like that will
Right.
happen, but you can only actually do one, and so that one is chosen, and the rest are then discarded.
Okay, so I mean, if they're discarding them and they have a decent reason, then I mean, it's a little trickier with the zygote, right? Because if they, like I said, if the doctor has pretty good reason, then I think it's okay. In that certain case, it's fine. But in
That's
most
very
cases,
interesting because that's the exact opposite view of most of the pro-life community.
well, I mean, yeah, right. But just because I don't, hold a zygote to the same value as, let's say, someone, the difference is like you're talking about prosecuting someone now, and I
Okay, if you
think
don't hold
whenever,
them to the same value, couldn't you say the same thing for you value like a sentient pregnant woman more than you value a non-sentient embryo? So it would be justified for her to get a pregnancy. It should be illegal an abortion. Illegal for her to get an abortion because you
well,
value the sentient pregnant woman so much more than you value the embryo that's non-sentient.
well, hold on. I said we're talking about prosecuting someone now. You're adding another variable in the equation. I don't think that I can have, I guess, different values for the zygote in this case than I would for the prosecution. I mean, for example, I know you and Dean like to bring up what is it the parallel between if I have an IB or an IUD, if a woman has an IUD, should a woman get prosecuted versus a guy just shooting a gun randomly? I mean, sorry, a pew pew randomly. Like I said, I was getting to that point with Dean. I don't think you should prosecute them because you're bringing the fact that that person that's getting prosecuted already has experience, which for that person matters, but not for the zygote. The zygote still has just as much right to life as that other person.
Not following. Sonny, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Not following. Would you like to try again?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I made it pretty clear. So, okay, you're talking about prosecuting someone, the doctor in this case, for discarding the
Yeah.
IBF Glennet zygote. I don't think that should be the case because, like I said, this doctor has reason. This doctor has
Sonny, thank you for
experience.
the glowing jellyfish. They have reason.
Yes, they have reason. And I see where you're going. I see where you're going with that. I see where you're going with that. Okay, so man, I'm getting inconsistent. All right,
Jellyfish, thank you
so
for $5.
sure,
Thank
let's
you so
just
much.
say,
And
sure,
Tom, thank
let's
you so
just
much for the
say,
10 pounds. Thank you.
sure, let's just say in this case where they purposely discard the zygote, let's say they do go to prison. Yes, I would say sure, prosecute them because that zygote, assuming that zygote could be used for another woman's body, then yes, they should go to prison. However,
Yeah.
that's not practically
So
applicable.
you're saying assuming that the zygote could be implanted into another person, that it is the case that you would consider that a reason to then put them in prison, like the person who discarded the zygote or the embryo?
Right. If that zygote could perfectly be capable of being implanted in a woman.
So then you're essentially here advocating for that.
Not advocating. I mean, like I said, it'd be pretty hard because I'm sure the doctors most of the time have reason. I don't think they actually just discard randomly. But
No, they do. I mean, like I'm gonna be honest with you. You don't know anything about like how like, IVF works, right? Like,
no, I don't. Yeah.
okay, so yeah. So when they go into IVF, and this happens with every woman when they go into like get an IVF procedure, they take multiple eggs and they fertilize all of those eggs, and some of them will become fertilized and be healthy, but they can only choose one because they're not going to implant 5 of them within one woman, right? And so they're only going to plant one, and all we can do is then just either like freeze them, which then they're just going to be frozen for like a long time and not go into any use, or we have to just get rid of them. So I mean, those are the 2 options. And when people try to say that's bad, they only have really only have one option, and that's to reduce the usage of IVF, which is very unpopular because people like IVF for those who can afford it.
Right. Okay. So then, I mean, yeah, I guess I would be an advocate against IVF if they're actually doing that. I mean, I wouldn't.
So then, do you think that people who are doctors who are engaging in the usage of IVF, do you think that are helping people get, kids through that, or maybe even someone who pays for that should go to prison?
No, not necessarily, because like I said, you're bringing other factors. I mean, I don't think they should end their career. I think maybe the woman should be. I don't. It's a
Do
difficult
you think
situation.
that's murder, right?
I mean, yeah, not murder. No.
No. Okay, so then they're not people.
Okay, sure, murder. Let's just call it
Okay,
murder.
well
for
then
this.
you think murderers should go to prison, right?
Right.
Okay, well then they should go to prison because they're murderers.
Again, but murder in the most applicable cases is
Dude, they're
usually
serial killers under your view. You
No,
don't
not
think do you think
necessarily,
serial
not
killers should be
necessarily.
executed?
Okay, yes, they should.
Okay.
But
So then do you
okay,
think they should be executed?
okay, but now we have to
People who
look
are
at.
working in IVF clinics that
Hold on.
discard zygotes, should they be executed under your view?
No, because the serial killer, whenever
They're a
someone
serial
is,
killer under your
hold
view.
on. Whenever someone is referred to as a serial killer in the real world, yes, I don't think they're serial killers. I think that's putting it I think that's looking at it too obtusely. For whenever someone's referred to as a serial killer in the real world, it's not only because they're killing someone. No, it's because that person has experiences. They're serving a purpose. They suffered whenever they got murdered or whatever. There's family that misses them, and not to say a zygote doesn't have life because those people did have experience. No, that doesn't take away from me thinking that the zygote has a right to live. That's just you're implementing a lot more factors whenever you talk about a real normal serial killer. Well, not
So-
normal, but
Are you saying now that a zygote does not suffer and does not have experiences?
a
And,
zygote.
and that would make it more valuable?
Yeah, and therefore it's not as valuable as someone who is like being unalived by like a serial killer?
Yeah, I mean,
Because of the suffering they have to go through?
I
So
would
then-
say in this very, different case, then I would say yes. In this particular case, I don't think we should prosecute someone because the zygote did not suffer like the person.
But it's still
who-
murder, right? Because the doctor is
Okay, so then we must not.
intentionally killing it.
Okay, so then because there's no suffering in the first trimester, abortion shouldn't be illegal either.
No, because now, like I said, you're taking away the potential to live for practically no
Isn't
reason.
that also true for the IVF scenario?
Well, yes, but
So
like I
then that's
said,
not a distinction that's morally relevant.
well, no, because that goes into how the IBFs operate in general. That doesn't
What do you mean?
necessarily. So the zygote, and the reason I think the zygote shouldn't get, aborted in the first trimester is because it's already inside the woman's body. It already shows the possibility to be birthed. But in the IVF clinic, I mean, without
Not during the
the
first trimester.
what do you mean?
Possibility to be birthed. No, a lot can go wrong.
What do you mean?
So there could be like a miscarriage. There could be a fetal abnormalities.
Right,
There
but I
could
mean,
be
okay.
there could be like a whole host of things, right? Just because it's in the first trimester and it's implanted within the uterus doesn't mean that it's going to be viable.
Right, but the evidence is that it's most likely to, and
No,
under a
actually,
normal.
no. I mean, miscarriages are unfortunately quite common, right? I mean, having these things are actually quite common, and so I would say actually no, up until like a point, then maybe you have a point, like maybe at like 18 weeks, 20 weeks, 24 weeks, maybe then yeah, but like 6 weeks, 7 weeks, 8 weeks, I mean, there's a lot that can go wrong.
Okay, well, I mean, this logic could be applied to, pretty much any child under any stage of development. I mean, that's like saying, oh
No,
yeah,
a child at the age of 2 is not going to be miscarried.
well, it's the same logic as, oh, my child at the age of 2 could die with me tomorrow in a car crash, so I'm not gonna take it. I'm not gonna take it out of the house anymore. I'm not gonna take it to school in the future.
No, one is the factor of another person, and the other one is an uncontrollable bodily process. Very different things.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's a chance I could have a heart attack tomorrow, even though I'm pretty healthy. Does that mean I should just stop caring for my life and start eating a bunch of crap for food? No.
No, actually, it means that you should go to the doctor to get checkups, but you can live the life how you want as long as you get checkups.
Right. Well, I'm
Right?
talking about I'm talking about a normal that's the same thing with the first trimester. You get checkups, whatever, and you make sure that everything's going smoothly, just like you would your body. That doesn't mean you should stop
If
caring
the
for it.
person wants to keep it within the first trimester. See, once again, you don't hinge it on that. We do, right? We have we don't have a moral foundation within the first trimester, so we allow the woman to then be able to decide what to do with the zygote. You don't, so that doesn't apply to like outside situations.
Right, but regardless, in both situations, I don't think you should base your keeping it. Yeah, I don't think you should base that based on the fact that, oh well, I could have a miscarriage, therefore who cares?
No, I didn't say
What?
that. I was going back on what you were saying because you said that a zygote has a really good chance of becoming like to be birthed, and I said no. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. That is a very unique process. It's so unique that it has kind of like no analogy outside of it, because I can't think of anything outside like a pregnancy that within that short amount of time is so dictated by biology and about things that we can say yes, that's analogous to this or that.
Right. Okay. Well, let's talk about a normal pregnancy where the zygote does, live to see. And yes, while you may say, "Oh, there's miscarriages, this and that," well, I'm talking about a normal pregnancy. I think we should treat it as a normal pregnancy. I don't think any woman should go into her pregnancy thinking, "Oh, well, it's just gonna have a miscarriage." And I think every woman should
I
go
have to
into their
disagree with
pregnancy.
you. Women should have that on their mind, which is why they should go in for checkups and go in for things and get checked. Which is one of the reasons why that I want to actually prevent miscarriages, because they happen at such a high rate. I want to actually make sure that women have more health care so that those things cannot happen. So I don't want women to just like pretend that like everything's gonna be okay.
No, I'm not saying pretend. A normal pregnancy involves checkups. I would agree. I mean, I wouldn't say that. Oh yeah, just pretend and the baby's going to come out fine.
I
No, I'm
said
saying go to the doctor normally. Act as if your baby will be birthed. I mean, don't. That doesn't mean ignore everything. That's like me saying, oh yeah, I should act like I'm going to live to 90. That doesn't mean I'm not going to take care of my body. That doesn't mean I'm not going to go to the gym. And I think the woman should apply the same principles.
Okay, so I have a question. What's morally valuable about a zygote?
So, other than the fact that I believe it's made in the image of God, again, the
It's
ability,
gonna go back into so if I were to like show you that Christianity is false, would you not believe this?
you can't show me that Christianity is false, but
I
go ahead and
can,
try
really.
if you
I
want.
can.
You go ahead and try. You
I
can
don't want to
try.
make this into a religious argument, but I can.
I mean, we can if that's the route you want to take it. You can't prove that, but okay, go ahead.
Okay. Do you think that God is perfect?
Yes, he is perfect,
Meaning he's flawless, right?
flawless.
Okay. So he can't have any flawed attributes.
No,
Okay. Is the world that we live in flawless?
no.
Okay. Is it possible for a flawless creator to create something that's not flawless? Or desire to create something that's not flawless?
So I see where you're going with this. He did create the Earth was flawless. Humans made it flawed because he decided to give us free will. Don't attribute God's mind to our mind. We humans messed it up under my worldview. We humans messed it up. Therefore, we live in a flawed world because we humans are flawed. That is not God's fault. God gave us free will.
Why did God create us flawed?
I wouldn't say giving us free will is a flaw. I think we are
I have a
flawed.
question.
Go ahead.
Is heaven flawless?
I would say heaven's flawless. Yeah.
Okay. Is there free will in heaven?
Yes. Yeah, I'd
Okay,
say so.
there can be free will and it can also be
hold on, well,
flawless. So then
actually-
please explain to me why it is the case that that's necessitated from us when it is the case that we could exist in a set of creation right from the very beginning, i.e. heaven, that was always flawless and we
Okay.
have free will.
Okay, hold on. Actually, I want to take back what I said. Everyone, when you asked, does everyone in heaven have free will? I would say, God gave us free will here on earth, and heaven is a result of what we do with that free will. So, in a sense, no, but the people who, in a sense, no, because we're worshiping God, but that's as a result.
So no free will. So then it's a better existence to not have free will. So why did God introduce free will if it makes it worse? Isn't the idea that he would then want free will actually indicating that he would not be perfect himself, as he should have preferred the set of existence in which people did not have free will and it was flawless? Because again, you're saying with free will there are flaws, without free will there are no flaws. Clearly, which one is more preferable? The one with no flaws.
Right. Okay. Well, I have to bring up the fact that the people that are in heaven, did choose to be there, and yes, they had that free will at one point. It's like if I have a son and he moves out, and I tell him, "Hey, go do whatever," and
Okay, well then I'll ask you this question: do aborted babies go to heaven?
do aborted babies go to heaven? Yes.
I'm confused. What? Say that again.
Do aborted babies go to heaven? Yes, I'd say so.
Okay, did they use their free will to get to that point, or did they just get put into that point without using their free will?
Well, I'm sure, I mean, God knows the past, present, and future, so he'd be able to know, I guess. And now you might ask,
why doesn't God do that with every person?
Well, because that's just not the reality we live in. I mean, then we wouldn't have
God
free
could
will.
have. God's all knowing, all powerful, all good. He's perfect. He could have put us in that reality. Why not?
Of course he could have, but he wanted to give us free will.
But doesn't that make the reality worse? Isn't that less desirable? Because it is the case that there are sins and there are flaws within this world in which there is free will.
No, because I think
By the way, Sid with $100 in YouTube super chat for Hi Parker in chat. Happy Saturday. Thank you so much. Really happy to see y'all. Give me some W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sid. Seriously, W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
No, because I think it is a greater form of love, and you love something more whenever you choose to love it on your own. So, me loving God, for example, I think that is more beautiful than me just me being born loving God already.
Okay, so then why doesn't God then reincarnate all of the aborted babies instead of just sending them directly to heaven?
Well, I mean, I couldn't really answer. I mean, God is mysterious in certain ways. I can't answer every single
Your view there
attribute.
logically necessitates reincarnation.
Can you explain how?
Because it is the case that if you're saying that you need to engage in soul building or free will in order to be able to get to the point of heaven, well, then the aborted baby could undergo that same type of soul building just by being reincarnated.
Or maybe if they don't have that soul building, do they go to hell?
Well, no, I wouldn't say they go to hell because the Bible's pretty clear that babies and people that didn't get to consciously make that decision to go to heaven do go
I
to
wouldn't
heaven.
say it's very clear at all. Some of the greatest theologians of all time have actually said, no, the Bible's not very clear, and all we can all we can assume is that God, within His mercy, will do what's right. But like some have even said, no, I mean it's pretty clear. Like unless you have found Jesus and like know Jesus, you're going to hell. So I mean,
Well,
like people who are way smarter than us have like come to those conclusions.
well, I mean, yeah, but people, these quote unquote great theologians, I mean, some of them have affirmed LGBTQ in churches. I mean,
Saint
when
Augustine, Saint Augustine.
And by
okay,
the
he's
way, and by the way,
he's a good example. He's a good
LGBTQ
example.
people should be affirmed.
Also, the entire Catholic
It should
Church,
be accepted.
like their entire catechism says we don't know, and all we can do is say that it's up to the mercy of God. And by the way, for the Hunt guy in chat, you can go fuck yourself.
So I would actually disagree. I think the
Lindsay,
Bible is
thank you for the
pretty
$5,
clear on that.
Lindsay.
I think maybe you're referring to something else. I'm a Calvinist, so I take church tradition pretty seriously. If you could bring me, if you could show me,
wait, you're a
hold on,
Calvinist?
hold on. Let me finish, please. Yeah, I'm a Calvinist.
Then you don't believe in free will, right?
No, that's predestination does not mean we do not believe in free will.
Most Calvinists I've talked to don't believe in free will, but that's fine.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of Christians who also think that they can do whatever. So, I mean, it gets murky waters. But under, most Calvin beliefs, John Calvin himself does still believe in free will. We do still have free will. Just not necessarily when it comes to
Is it a
how we choose.
compatibilist sense of free will or a libertarian sense of free will?
What was the first word you said?
Compatibilist sense of free will or a libertarian sense of free will?
Could you explain those? I haven't really heard those.
Like,
terms.
are essentially their choices, right, determined by them unimpeded, is essentially the distinction.
Okay, so that's kind of like saying like, oh, God knows the future, therefore He knows, like kind of like that, right?
God knows.
Um,
Do you think determinism and free will can exist simultaneously?
Determinism and free will exist. I mean, it's pretty complicated. The way I believe it is, for example, we are born sinners. We are born sinners, and God is the only one that can take us out of that state. That's what I believe. If you're trying to refer to the belief that, oh, well, God knows the future and He knows our choices, therefore that's how He determines who's saved, then I think that's what you're trying to say. But no, I don't believe that part. I believe the other, which is that.
Okay, I think you probably need to look into like the distinctions between that, and then maybe you develop a view on that in the future. Maybe you just haven't gotten to the point where you've developed a view on that, which is totally fine.
Right, I'm pretty new to Calvinism. I've just actually started researching it this year. I used to be Catholic.
Okay. So then, but like again, my critique still holds. Like we're clearly in a world that is imperfect. We logically speaking could be in a world in which is perfect, right? And actually, even if you want to reference this, God's existence prior to the point of creation wasn't a perfect existence. His existence alone, since you said He's flawless, is perfect. There was no flaw. So why would He go from the point where He exists alone prior to creation to the point in existing with creation, knowing that it would yield flaws when the existence of Him alone wouldn't yield flaws?
Well, because I think He likes to see His, I guess, creation play out. I mean, He likes to.
Why?
He likes.
But like there's flaws within that. So you could say He likes it. That doesn't mean. Wait, so are you saying He prefers it to flawlessness? That doesn't make any sense. That's contradictory.
No,
You can't say God
no.
prefers something with flaws more than He prefers something without flaws.
I don't think He prefers something with flaws. I think He prefers. Well, actually, you could argue that yes, He prefers something with flaws because then He gets this. Then that's like
What
I
is the
said.
flaw?
So humans not choosing God.
A flaw is something that's not preferable. Okay, so you can't prefer something not preferable.
I would disagree. I would say that him preferring humans that have the free will to choose him isn't a flaw as to him just because of course if he could just be by himself forever, but I think
No. Think about this: an existence of Him alone by Himself, or existence of Him plus creation. Comparing those two worlds, one world where God exists alone, and then the other one where God exists plus creation. If you make a comparison to those two worlds, which world is more desirable? One that's perfect or the other one that's imperfect? Well, clearly, perfection is more desirable than imperfection. So to say that God would move from literally position A is just incorrect. It's
I
like
would
actually just like logically speaking incorrect.
I would agree. I would think that his creation was part of his plan. I don't think he ever planned to be, I guess, by himself forever. And if that were the case, then I think that's the world we'd be in. But clearly, it's God we're talking about. So I'm not God. I don't know what every single possible, outcome. But I would think that him sharing his creation is the reason why he created creation. I would think that him sharing.
You're not understanding, man. Like seriously.
I,
What
I
is
I'm
more
under.
desirable? A maximally perfect state of God existing alone, or a state that is not maximally perfect, in which God exists plus creation?
I guess.
Obviously, a maximally great position, right, would be better than any other position on the playing board. So, like the idea that God would even move from the position he is ridiculous. Because think of it this way: the only way God would even go from a perfect state to another perfect state is if he randomly moved from one to the other, because you couldn't prefer a perfect state over a perfect state because they're both of equal value. And if they're both of equal value, then it would only be random for you to move from one to the other, right? In a typical sense. Now the idea is that if there's anything below that, you would never move to that if you're all knowing, all powerful, and all good, because it is the case that you will only stay either on the standpoint that you are, right, or you will stay in the same position.
Right. Well, I mean, maybe he saw some flaws in between what your scope of view, and that
You mean him
his
existing alone? There were flaws of him existing alone, then he's not perfect.
No, but I mean, I think he saw a desire to create his creation, therefore, and that
That
doesn't
that
necessarily
means the
make
state of his existence alone lacked something that
not
was
necess-
desirable,
not
meaning that he wasn't
necessarily,
perfect. No,
not necessarily.
think of it this way. If it is the case that there was something that lacked desirability about God's existence alone, that means God's existence alone was not perfect.
Okay, well,
Because perfection is the most desirable state. It lacks nothing. It's perfect. Okay? So to say that God existing alone lacks desirability and that there's something more desirable in the existence of God plus creation is to say that God is not perfect. That's
that
why it's contradictory.
that's
That's
well,
why
what
that's actually why the Christian worldview makes no sense and is totally incoherent.
Well, I would again disagree. I would say that number one, you're talking about a very number one, you're talking about a timeline that I can't possibly, as a human, know for sure. I mean, I have no idea if God planned for creation to be part of his plan the entire time. I have no idea. You have no idea. Number two, that doesn't necessarily mean that him alone was imperfect because he desired something else. I mean, I could have, I don't know. I can't really put an analogy into at the top of my head, but
Can you
he
respond to what I
clearly
said
saw
though?
he clearly saw a reason to create
What would
because
be that reason? If there is a reason, then it would
there's
indicate that he's not perfect. Because if there was a reason, that means that there was something that lacked desirability about God's existence alone. Meaning that there was something more desirable. There was at least one existence that was more desirable than the state of existence that existed at that time. Meaning it's not perfect. Like that's the very definition of perfection. Perfection cannot lack anything in which desire is desirable or more desirable about that state of affairs. It is
well,
the
what
most desirable state of affairs. It's the maximal point of greatness. Perfection. That's what perfection is.
okay, maximal point of greatness. Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Meaning
Well,
that there
okay.
can't be anything greater. There can't be anything more desirable. It lacks nothing in terms of desirability.
Well,
It is the most desirable state.
what if there is just two perfections and he chose to be in the other perfect one?
Well, then you would be saying that the world that we exist in right now is perfect.
No, I think him creating is perfect. We are imperfect. Goes back to the crux of our argument.
Creating us is perfect. We are imperfect. So again, created us in which are imperfect is
Yes.
literally contradictory because he's perfect. He can't do that. That's a scenario in which is less desirable. It's not perfect.
Well,
Because
not
there's a flaw
necessarily
that exists
because
within it.
he saw that creating us with free will is perfect. However, that doesn't mean that if we
Do I have flaws?
yes, everyone has flaws.
Okay, so God creating me with flaws is not possible given that he's perfect.
No,
The
no,
reason
no, no. God
is,
created you with free will. You chose to have flaws.
regardless, my choice to have flaws is meaning that I'm flawed. God
Yes.
creating a being that's flawed is not fucking possible if he's a perfect God that
Okay,
can
but
only
he did
desire
not.
things in which are flawless. Now think of it this way. Even if it was the case that the state of affairs you're talking about existed that we're in right now is perfect, it still doesn't get you to God has the intention to create, because the world that we exist in being perfect and God existing alone being perfect would mean that there's no more desirability about God moving to position 2 from position 1. And if there's no more desirability, well, then it must be random.
I would disagree. Again, I would have to seriously study because I mean you bring up a good point. I can't lie to you, but like I said, I believe that he saw, and there's two perfect scenarios. One, he could of course just stay by himself forever,
So
but
then we're in
I
a
would
perfect
say
scenario.
no, we're not, because like I
Then
said,
you're
he
contradicting
created.
yourself.
No, I'm not, because I just said that he created this world perfect. However, he chose to give us free will, which can be imperfect. Therefore, we are now in an imperfect world as a result of Adam's choices. That's why we're in an imperfect world, not because God created it this way, but he sees that the timeline between, humans choosing sin and humans coming back all to him, the people who choose God coming back to him, he sees that entire perspective as perfect, not
I have a
just.
question.
Go
Did
ahead.
God know that Adam was going to sin?
I would say, of course, yeah.
Okay. So God knew that Adam was flawed. Why did God choose to create Adam knowing that he's flawed? Wouldn't that actually be contradictory
No,
based on what we've already
because
established in this conversation?
he would hope, he knows that he's going to make that decision. Just like if I give you $100 and I tell you, hey, spend it on food because you need it or whatever, and you go and decide to spend it on some shoes, and I know you're going to spend it on some shoes, I'm still going to give you that $100 because now it gives you the scope of now you get you get to choose, which in my opinion, if you choose to listen to me and go and you get the food, and there's people that will do that, there's people that will love God, because currently is right now, him seeing
How
that.
about this? If I'm perfect at enforcing my boundaries and I have a boundary against being in a relationship with someone who's cheated on me, if I know that 100% for certain that they've cheated on me, right? Or it is the case that they're going to cheat on me, and I know that if they are going to cheat on me, I wouldn't be in a relationship with them, and I'm 100% perfect in enforcing those boundaries, I would not be in a relationship with anymore, given that I have that knowledge, right? Or I would never choose to continue going on, given that I have that knowledge, right?
I would disagree, because you're
How,
not
how,
looking
how
at
about this? Let me make this clear. You know that this person you're about to get into a relationship with, that they're going to cheat on you. You know this for certain.
right.
You have a boundary that you don't go into relationships in which with people that you know will cheat on you. If you are perfect at enforcing your boundaries, it is the case that you would never get into a relationship with that person. Do you agree?
No, I would disagree, because
What?
again, you're trying to, okay, listen, it's not that God is perfect at enforcing those boundaries. However, he did it in a different way. Whenever he told Adam that if you sin you will surely die, he he
No. Respond to my specific point. In the scenario that I specifically brought up, can you please
okay.
explain to me that if you're perfect at enforcing your boundaries in that scenario, how you'd end up in the relationship with a person that you know for certain will cheat on you?
Okay. Number one, I think there's reasons to go into that relationship still, and I don't think you're trying to parallel imperfect at enforcing boundaries. You're trying to parallel that with God enforcing.
No. Listen. If you're perfect at enforcing your boundaries, that means if someone violates this boundary, you're not going to be in a relationship with them in that scenario. That's the boundary that you've established.
Okay, when
Given
did
that you
God?
understand that they will, right, do this, which violates your boundary, you're not going to be in a relationship with someone who will violate that boundary. Given that you have that knowledge, you would not get in a relationship with that person. That's just a clear argument. That's logically follows.
Okay. Now, question: when did God say He would not create us if we sin? Because that's essentially what you're trying to say. That God shouldn't have created us because God, and for some reason, said that if we sinned, He wouldn't create us.
No, that you're misunderstanding my argument. I'm saying that if God has this boundary, he wouldn't desire things that are less desirable, right? Then that would never happen in the first place. Correct? So like
No, like
if we live in existence that is imperfect, God would never desire to generate our existence. Given it is the case that that would mean that he went from a state in which is more desirable to a state that is less desirable. Okay? That's contradictory because that would mean that he desired to move to a position in which is less desirable. I'll give you a response. I'll let you respond to this. I made it clear at this point. I think we've exhausted the point where we should have this religious dialogue anymore, and I'm probably just going to go into the next person after you respond to this.
okay, sounds good. Well, if you're just gonna go on to the next person, then I mean, we're just gonna keep going in circles. If you want to continue
I
the
would love
abortion,
just a response real quick.
okay. So I guess my final response to you would be that you're equivalating God's, state of perfectness as an excuse to not create us, which I don't think is the case. I think that He created us because
He's not going to respond to my point. Just going to go on to the next person. Miss Smiles, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. A lot of Christians disagree on that for some reason. Fire, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the bio. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Ken, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Good to see you as well. Joy with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Just a little something. I'm depressed about the big ugly bill and the opening of Alligator Alcatraz. Please continue to do what you're doing. Do what you do to keep people informed what the U.S. is turning into. Oh, it for some reason won't let me watch the whole thing. Thank you so much, though, Joy. I really appreciate it. Or read the whole thing. Diane, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me get this. Joseph, are you there? Their mic isn't connected. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Seeking, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Some people claim that. Solon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 14 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'm planning on getting elevated tonight for the first time in 10 years. I'm a bit nervous for going. Do you think? Yeah, I would do something very, very chill. Don't freak out about it. Know that you're going to be okay is the best way to do this. And then Navi said, I disagree. God created humans with free will despite knowing free will brings chaos and imperfection because he wanted humans, not angels. He wants humans to choose him, not to force to worship him. Does it make sense? But that would indicate that then he's not perfect. Because if it is the case that free will necessitates imperfection, which I don't think that even does because God is free will. But if that is the argument, well, then it necessitates a contradiction that if God were to create free will because he's perfect, he's all-knowing, all-powerful, so then it wouldn't make sense that he would, desire to create up a scenario in which is less desirable for him to create. Renee, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Diana, the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ashley with the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, mate, 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do, yeah.
What state do you live in?
Jersey.
What Jersey? What time is it?
It is 9:40. Actually,
9:40.
yeah.
For sure. What's the capital of Jersey?
I believe it's Trenton.
You believe it's what?
Trenton. You've got to look it up yourself. Absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I'm not from New
Do you know
Jersey.
why I ask?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's right, Parker.
I'm just making sure. Dude,
Okay.
hey, dude, you sound like you have a British accent, so I was just making sure because most people who
Yeah, I
come
do.
up
I
on
do
my
have an
live,
accent, but yeah.
yeah, most people who come up on my live who have British accents are trolling me. So I just clarified because
Yeah. Go on. I just want to say real quick though, about the discussion about God. There are certain things in the Bible that are left out. for
Hold up.
reasons we don't know.
Do you support? You
I
support
said
Donald
yes
Trump?
already. I said yes before you
I
asked.
understand. I understand. I just want you to give me a reason why you support Donald Trump. We just had a lot of
I
religious
just agree on
dialogue.
his. I just agree with his stance on abortion. I agree with a few of his economic policies. If you ask me to name them,
Could you name them?
no. Well, I said if you were to ask me to name them, I mean, I guess this new big bill that he's passed, like he said he would. I guess that's him fulfilling his wishes, which I think previously you had some issues with that, wondering where it was. Here it is. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty much it.
Can you tell me?
I
one
also
provision-
wouldn't say I fully agree with Trump. I would say I'm more on the conservative side, so I voted for conservatives. Plus, there was no reason to vote for the other side because there was no leader, and there still currently is no leader of that party. So I think they need to figure that out first before you can win some people.
Okay, what provision within the big beautiful bill do you like?
No tax on tips.
You know it's not no tax on tips, right?
Right, so then you just go on and explain, you work your way out and explain how it's not.
It's just a deduction.
So, a deduction in what sense?
It only deducts a certain amount from your taxable income. It's not no tax.
Right, which is what would usually be deducted from your tips, right?
We'll say it again.
That would be whatever is usually deducted in your taxes would include those tips, which is no longer going to be deducted from tips. Am I correct?
It's not zero taxes on tips, but it does reduce tax on tips by reducing your taxable income, but only by a certain
At
point.
$25,000.
Yeah.
So it is no tax on tips up to 25,000 practically is what you're saying.
But it's not no tax on
Non-permanent
tips.
too, so it's only for the years 2025.
Well,
to,
that would
2028.
make sense. What is his tenure, isn't it? I mean, that would make sense.
No,
yeah.
no.
25 to 28.
3 years. Yeah, 3 years.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. I mean, who knows what he's gonna do in 28? But
I mean,
alright.
he can't do anything because he's
So then maybe hence
term limited.
that would make sense as to why he probably let it up till then. No.
Well, but you would think that if it's such an important priority, why wouldn't he make permanent? Because he made
Yeah.
many other things.
You tell me why he wouldn't make it permanent. I mean, you just said that he can't do anything in his last year.
I can give you
so-
the answer. It's because he wants to use it as a big political issue to say, look, we
big
have to do
political issue.
something.
He's doing.
because if
Wait,
not,
hold
then
on,
you're
hold
gonna
on,
go
hold
up.
on.
Yes.
How about you hold the fuck on? Tyler, thank you for the 50 membership subscriptions
W.
on YouTube. Thank you so much, Tyler. I really appreciate that,
W,
Tyler.
Tyler.
Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Tyler in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
It's a bit rude, that, but
Cope, do you need a tissue?
Cope.
Do you do you need some Kleenexes? Silver, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
you act like you're this holy guy and whatnot. I'm sure you should go around saying some racial slurs, isn't it? You're that guy, isn't it?
What'd you say?
Didn't you used to say racial slurs specifically towards black people?
I think you're thinking of Dean specifically.
Oh, so you've never done that.
I think you're thinking of Dean specifically.
I understand that, but I'm just asking you now.
Okay, so
You might be right, but I'm just asking you now.
Jed.
Just to clear the air, have you?
Have I? When I was a conservative, when I was younger.
Why?
I have said slurs.
Wait. Why would you do that?
I have said slurs when I was young because I was a fucked up person.
No, that's not my
time because I became a better person, right? I then am able to teach people and that's a bad thing. And that's horrible.
Wait,
that you shouldn't.
Why would you
specifically do
pair?
that.
Why would you pair you being a conservative with doing that? That has nothing to do with you being a conservative.
It does. It actually really.
That is
does.
that is the stupidest logic I've ever heard in my life.
No,
it's you just being. You can just.
Let me explain why. Let me explain.
No,
why.
let me explain my point.
Stop unmuting yourself, or I will kick you from the live. Stop.
You're not letting me explain.
Yes, I am. If you.
No, you're not.
I will literally kick you from the live. Do you want to be removed? I'll remove you. I'll add you up once you can, chill out and calm down. But the point, let me describe this to you. It's very clear, right? I associate it with conservatism, all right, and when I was conservative and when I was a Trump supporter, specifically because it is the case that these types of isms, whether it be racism, whether it be homophobia, right, and ableism, right, these types of things are significantly more normalized within the context of those particular cultures, especially when you're a younger conservative male, right? When it comes to the gaming industry, right? When it comes to like the just typical like on the internet type of content, that is incredibly normalized and it's bad behavior. So what I'm saying is that because I was willing to be able to acknowledge that this is bad behavior and change myself, I am then able to go on live and express that to other people. That's actually why I do these debates in the very first place. And I have these types of conversations to educate people so that they don't have the same types of horrible positions that I used to have. Because I used to be a Trump supporter myself. So that's the very progression that we're advocating for here day in and day out. That's specifically what it is. Now, I will let you respond, right? But geez.
What do you mean, but geez, did you even let me get my full statement out before you went on your little
You
rant?
were cutting
But
me
hold
off.
on. I was, because you didn't let me finish. So you cut me off first. So let's recognize that. Anyways, my point was
That one was just for fun.
okay, yeah, well, because you probably know you're wrong, so you're having a little power trip now. I think you can or coupling yourself with being a conservative and you making a mistake as a human is absolutely sick. You need to take some self-responsibility. It has nothing to do with your community and whatnot. It has to do with you either being improperly educated on what the word meant, or you just being an imbecile, or whatever it was, whatever reason you think it's okay to go around and say words like that. Why am I stuffing food in my mouth? I'm eating. I just think it's rude of you to compare that. So I mean, it has not every conservative is racist. I think that's very dumb of you to say. You claim that you like to
You're misunderstanding my points. That's
you
not what I
can't.
said.
Okay, can I finish my point, please, before you go on? You like to claim that you like to bring at least unity to the country between political parties. But what you're doing right now is actually dividing it even more. You're putting this sort of stereotype on conservatives, which isn't true for every conservative at all. And I think that's sick for you to say that you made a mistake and you're pairing that with conservatives. And now, everyone's going to be, oh, conservatives are racist, blah, blah, blah. That's dividing them even more. So I think that's sick of you to do. So I'd like you to address that first. I'd like you first to, denounce that not every conservative is racist. It has nothing to do with that community. It has everything to do with you, just not, it's not being a properly trained human. You made a mistake, so admit it yourself. You don't have to blame it on the community that you're in or whatnot. That's being disingenuous. You need to be, if you actually did grow out of it, self-recognition is the first step to that. So you need to realize you made a mistake, not the community that you're in. Correct or incorrect?
Correct. I was acknowledging
Thank
that
you.
I
So then
made.
we can go on to.
Are you going to let me finish now? So correct. I was specifically acknowledging my actions being bad, particularly alongside acknowledging the context that I have progressed over time and that I used to be a Trump supporter and hold a lot of these particular harmful opinions that I think are harmful, that I have changed. And that's important to do. That's why I do these lives. That's what I was trying to describe to you. I don't see how that's confusing.
It's not confusing. I'm just saying you paired you making a mistake to your community, which is pretty stupid. It had nothing to do with that. If I go outside and I slap someone, that doesn't mean because I'm a conservative, that's the reason why I slap them. And all conservatives tend to slap people. That
Listen,
logic doesn't.
I'm not even making that claim. You're misunderstanding me. I just tried to clarify this to you.
All right, go on. Sorry, go on.
I'm not even making that claim. The claim that I was making was
Yeah.
that over time, right, because I have been able to acknowledge my bad behavior and
Right.
acknowledge that I should change into better actions, right?
Yeah.
I am able to then acknowledge, right, that exact same type of context when in the context of me being conservative. It's both of those things in tandem, showing that over time I have
So
progressed.
can you give
in
me
a
an
person-
example of that then? What do you mean? Like what?
What do you
Like
mean?
what have you changed in your life that you think that is so bad about conservatives that now that you're on the other side you can.
It's in terms of how I view things.
Okay,
Right?
so
The education that I have surrounding these things, the level of deconstruction that is undergone.
all right, well, I find that very hard to believe, but
Okay, why is that hard to believe?
I don't know, because I think you're
Is it
reasoning
because
at
you don't
first.
see
You're
it to be?
reasoning at first. You're
Is it
reasoning at
because you
first.
don't see it to be possible in yourself?
Huh? That has what do you mean? I
'Cause
don't
to
see
me
it to
it
be
sounds like.
possible.
Go ahead.
Try not what? I don't see it to be possible. I mean, your line of reasoning would probably, align with your line of thinking, and I think that your line of reasoning was quite stupid, to be fair. So I kind of either it was a
What
cover
line
up.
of reasoning?
I mean, there's no need to go down this rabbit trail again. We can talk about, the what the live's about. I'm just saying, I wanted you to acknowledge that. At first, you weren't, accountable of it. You were saying, oh, it was Dean. I mean, you've done it too multiple
No,
times. I'm sure.
I'm saying specifically like what you were thinking of.
No,
And
I'm pretty sure I was thinking of
and
you.
I,
I'm
and
talking.
I clarified.
Good. All right. Well, good. I just like to know as well what charities do you usually, not that you have to publicly announce this, but what charities do you usually donate to?
Repeat
with all
that.
this
I
money?
couldn't hear you.
All right, yeah, just give me a second then.
You said what?
What charities do you usually donate to with all this money that you get?
To my bank account. I'm not going to tell you all the charities I donate to. Yeah,
Okay, well, would you like to give me one?
Topic?
Sure,
like
I'll
to
debate you
talk
on the
to me about
topic.
the
Yeah, we
topic?
could talk about abortion if you like.
Do you want to give me like the economic policies, like the particular provisions you were referencing in terms of the big beautiful bill? That you
No,
support?
well, I just brought up the tax no tips. I mean, we just had a discussion about that. I'm not
Yeah,
sure if you forgot.
and again, I told you that it wasn't no tax on tips.
Right, up to 25,000.
And non-permanent.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, right,
again,
because he
that's
can't. He's
no
not
tax on tips.
able to make any changes in the last year, isn't it?
He just made changes with the whole bill.
I'm talking about his
Pre-COVID.
last year. Obviously, he just made changes with the bill. He's just signed the bill.
Last
That
year
would
he
make
wasn't in office. So what's your point? He
my
could have
point
made
is
it permanent.
doesn't.
He made other things permanent. He could
No,
have made
well,
it permanent.
because he can't make it permanent. Isn't it his second term? He can't make it permanent again. I'm sure it was because of his last term. That's why he had the ability, isn't it? Doesn't it?
I see.
Doesn't
So, I see. You
no,
know
hold on. Let me
nothing about
finish.
the United States government, do you? You know nothing about how.
Well, why would
how
you
Congress
assume that?
works.
Now, why would you assume that? What's your name? Sorry.
Because the
No.
the term.
What's his name?
No. I'll
Why
tell you,
would you just assume that?
because the term of a president has no bearing on what Congress can pass.
No, that's not okay. But that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
101. That's why.
That's not what I meant. If it's a bill that was passed under Trump's supervision, right? It was his bill. I'm sure that if he's going out of power, why would they continue to go under that supervision?
No tax on tips was not in his first term. It was in his second term.
I know that. Why are you bringing that up? What
He
relevance
could
does
have
that
made
have?
it permanent.
Can I finish my thought?
Okay.
Can I finish my?
What are you not understanding about Congress has the final say on anything that is permanent in law?
I just gave you my answer to that. My answer was if it was something that was under Trump's supervision, why would they make it permanent?
Because they made other tax provisions permanent.
Like what?
The 2017 tax cuts. The whole purpose of this bill was to make them permanent.
Mm-hmm.
The whole cooked. Park. You can take
Yeah.
the side on this one, mate. Your ego's taking a hit. You're trying to, I would take the side.
How did my ego take a hit?
No. Parker just agreeing with me because the whole idea behind this bill about why this bill was necessary to begin with was because Trump's 2017 tax cuts were going to expire this year. So he had to make them permanent, which is what they did.
Mm-hmm.
So he could have made everything else permanent. They chose not to. Why? Because they want to use it as a political football down
I don't
the
think
road.
so. That's just a really dumb reason. I'm sure there was some.
No, it's
some
not a dumb
financial.
reason. No,
that
it's
is
not a dumb
no.
reason.
That's very. That's again. That's this.
No,
is,
it's
how,
not a dumb
no,
reason.
I just want. This is what I like to mention. The way that you guys voice your opinions to this public. If it was more. I don't even know if bipartisan is the word to use, but every it sounds like every move that this right side makes, you make it seem like it is stupid. These men they're in power for a reason.
We did not critique.
Hold on.
No
Can I finish my point, please?
No,
He's obviously there's obviously some reason why. I'll look into it after this. But if you were to give me the actual reason why he's done it, I don't think it's just because it's a political football. He wants to seem like a good guy. I'm sure there's some exact reason why he couldn't make it permanent. If not, then I'll concede. But you can't just make it seem like he's just doing it for political gain.
I'm sure there's some reason out there. There's some reason out there in the existence of reasons.
You know what? So do you want to give me? So do you want to give me a minute to look it up then?
There could be some reason out there that exists. I just have no fucking clue what that is. I have literally no clue what the fucking reason is. I'm just saying that there could be a reason. There could be a reason. There could be an argument. I don't have the argument, but there could be. There could be an argument.
You show your girlfriend. Is she proud when you act like this?
What you say?
How old? Says your girlfriend, is she proud when you act like this? You're 21 years old.
I'm 23
Absolutely.
years old. My
You're
girlfriend
23.
loves
Even
my girlfriend loves me. She thinks that's funny. She would be laughing right now if she were sitting right next to me.
that's good. That's good for her. Well, you're really having a constructive debate right now.
Yeah, I
That's really
am. I am.
okay. Well,
I'm
anyways,
having such a constructive debate that I'm able to stay patient when you respond to me with something
that was real
stupid,
patient what you
like
just did.
something stupid like my girlfriend specifically is gonna not like specifically the behavior that I'm engaging in because
just
I'm
don't think it's
calling you out and
mature.
making fun of you.
I just don't think.
You don't think I'm mature? Jesus Christ.
No, I said I don't think your
Thank you for
actions
the
that you
£5.
just
Thank you.
your actions
Speaking,
that
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
even your chat saying it's embarrassing. I think the actions that you just
Who
did
said
were
it was
quite.
embarrassing?
I'll
Megan,
tell
thank you
you.
for the $25
I'll tell you
for
right
your
now.
bank
Do you want me to
account.
give you a name?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it,
TikTok
Megan, for the
sucks.
$25 for your bank
TikTok
account.
sucks. 20.
Devin with the $5. Thank you. Sarah with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Nafi, I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I just think if you wanted to have a constructive debate, I think so that action that antic you just did there was very unmature. But anyways, we can continue.
Unmature.
Whatever the word would be. I'm trying to
If
read
you
through
think
this.
that the guest is more embarrassing than I am, type 3 in the comments section.
Well, given the fact that it is your platform, I'm guessing you're going to get a lot of threes, isn't it?
Well, you were the one citing the chat.
No, I cited one person in the chat. Again,
Yeah,
that's
because only one person could agree with you in the chat, right?
well, yeah. Given it's your platform, I'm sure I'll be outnumbered. Yeah,
If we went on yours, do you think it would be better?
I don't have a platform like you.
Exactly.
I don't mass manipulate people to get money and
How do I mass manipulate people to get money?
Well, because of what you're doing here. I mean, whatever Rockin' the Librarian or whatever his name is, he's just said it, this whole he's only made this thing non-permanent because he's using it as a political football, whatever terminology he was
Yeah,
trying to use there.
because
Which I'm
anybody
sure it's not the case. You
no,
guys
because
I'm
you know what
sure
the bird rule is? You know what the bird rule is?
go on and enlighten me, please. If we
No,
can
no, you don't, do
yeah,
you? So the bird
that's why I said
rule
go on and
means
enlighten me.
yeah,
Well, you see what you've
because
just done
in
there.
the
What?
Senate. No, of course you don't, because because anybody that I talk to that knows anything about the Senate, knows anything about how Congress works,
Right.
they would know that you have two options.
Yeah.
Okay, you can either make something temporary, which the case then it's a 10-year period, or you can
Right.
make it permanent. Those are two options because that's called the
Okay.
bird rule. Okay,
Okay.
so that's standard in
But
how the Senate works.
can I just ask if you can
3
relax a
years
bit so I
is a
can
political
understand you?
football. Sure, go ahead.
No, I'm saying, can you slow down a bit so I can understand it? Because I would like to understand what you're saying.
I'm
You
speaking
are
at a normal
educating me,
rate.
but
Like my speech
Mm,
has nothing to do with it. Okay, people speak fast all the
okay.
time.
I'm
Why
just
do
saying
people
no,
always
I'm saying
assume
you're
that I
speaking
speak
too
fast?
fast.
I don't speak too
I'm
fast.
saying you're
I'm
speaking
sorry,
too
I
fast
don't.
for me.
Oh, okay. So
I'm
there's
just
a
saying for
thing
me, I just would
called
like you to.
there's a thing called the bird rule. Okay, meaning that in the Senate, certain tax provisions have to go up to 10 years. Okay,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
so you have two options really: 10 years or to make them
Mhm.
permanent. There's
Right.
nothing within the Congress, within the law, within anything that says it must be 3 years or 5 years or 6 years or anything like that, right? They chose 3 years. Why? Because it ends in 2028. What is
Okay.
also in 2028?
Okay.
The
Got it.
next
Okay.
presidential election, which is why they can make it a political football. That's by saying you must elect me, whether that's JD Vance or somebody else, and
Yeah.
say you must choose me because I will then make the no tax on tips permanent.
Yo, Jocelyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Pumpkin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for how embarrassed you are of them. Susie, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Joshua, thank you for the $3.33. Sarah with the $5. Thank you, everyone, for being mass manipulated into sending me money. Thank you so much, everyone, for supporting my mass manipulation to give me money. I really appreciate that, everyone. I really couldn't keep the mass manipulation going without everyone.
Okay.
And thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
So now
Thank you for supporting the mass
understand.
manipulation. Thank you.
Yeah, I do
Okay.
understand it somewhat. I would like to research it a bit more because I mean, this is quite interesting. I do want to know why you didn't make it permanent. Maybe it's because I'm sure unraveling that type of policy, may have some effect on the economy or effect on. I'm not sure what exactly it is. I'm sure there is some outlining reason, but I'll take what you're saying. I'll
I mean,
concede to that.
does it not make logical sense too that in the absence of all other evidence, the fact that it ends right
Uh-huh.
at the next a big election, that's a pretty big clue that it's like some kind of big issue for that election.
Sorry, wait. Repeat that again. Are you talking about?
So
Sorry, just yeah.
I said the fact that this this provision, along with other tax provisions,
Right.
were made to end in
Uh-huh.
2028, which is at the exact same time as the next presidential election, that to me is a big clue that this is a political issue because they want to have an issue that then to be able to argue during that election cycle.
Okay. Right. Well, all right. So, I mean, obviously, as you guys can tell, I'm not that informed on office economic policies and whatnot.
You're
But
not that informed on any of these things. Zoe, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
That's
Thank
very
you.
mature of you, man. Anyways, I would like to talk about abortion now, I guess. If that's all right. If that's okay with Lord Parker.
Okay. Can I ask you a question about it? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're in a burning building and you could either save 10 zygotes or one newborn baby, who would you rather save?
Sorry, yeah, repeat that again.
If you're in a burning building and you could either save 10 newborn 10 zygotes or one newborn baby, who would you rather save?
Well, I would send well I think that's well, first of all, I would like to state that that's a very extreme scenario. It would never happen. But if I were put in that situation, I would save the 10 zygotes.
You would save the 10 zygotes? Okay, 2 zygotes or one newborn baby?
2 zygotes or one newborn baby? In that extreme scenario, it would be the 2 zygotes, yeah. I don't know what's funny.
So you would let a
You would
newborn
save
baby
2
suffer
single cell
and
organisms.
scream
Well,
and burn
okay, so can
alive
we just acknowledge the fact
over a
that you
newborn baby,
hold
dude.
on. So you're I'm guessing your stance is that sentience has no value, isn't it?
No, my value is that sentience is what grants value.
Sorry,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah,
Sentience is what grants value, so therefore no value. So you don't value sentience. Yeah? You just restated what I just said.
No. Zygotes have no value because they are not sentient.
Right. So you don't believe because
Ed,
a
thank you so
zygote.
much for the $20. Thanks for letting me be part of your mass manipulation, Parker. Thank you so much, Ed. I really appreciate it. Thank you
Right.
so much for supporting the mass manipulation.
So and so you're basically saying a zygote that has no zygote obviously has no sentience, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You therefore, because it has no sentience, you don't value it, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm sure I've heard this argument from you again. So then what about like other stages of life, like people who are in a coma or that have severe disabilities?
So and by the way, any disability referencing doesn't take away their sentience.
No. Well,
There's
people that have hold
there's
on,
a
mate.
standard
Let me
of
clarify that.
there's a standard called
Can
past.
I clarify that? You just made hold on.
There's a standard called past or present and future subjective experience. So if they have past and future, it is the case that they meet that standard.
What are you just wait? What? Say that again, please.
There's a standard of past or present and future subjective experience. So that if they meet the
And
standard,
what's
of
that?
past,
So you're basically saying that standard means that they have full sentience, yeah? I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. I don't understand what relevance that has to what I'm saying. So you're saying that people that are in a coma or that have these severe disabilities, they are sentient. Is that what you're saying? Or because
He's
that they've had
defining what sentience means.
people who have severe disabilities still have sentience.
Yes.
Right. But if you're talking about scenarios in which people are in comas, where there are some scenarios in comas where people are not sentient in the present,
right?
it is the case that they meet the standard of past and future. Granted, which would
Past
grant
and
them
future
the
what?
consideration. Subjective experience, bro. Hannah, thank you for the membership.
But that still
Thank you
means
so
that they're
much.
not sentient, right?
Sigma, thank you for the $10.
He's granting 3 total. He
I'm
said
kicking this
past,
guy,
present,
dude.
and future.
Dude, subjective experience is sentience. I don't know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Anthony, thank you for the $10 for manipulating you. Jed, you're delusional.
I'm just saying, if they can't acknowledge that, then isn't that
guy named
what
Jed?
sentience is?
What? Say it again. So
Yes.
past subjective experience, future
Yes.
subjective experience. That's referencing sentience.
I can't hear him.
Oh. Okay.
Hello?
All right, yeah. Well then,
Oh, there you
sorry. Okay, so all right, yeah, I guess. But so that's still so then what's your point? I don't understand.
Oh God.
I'm saying that I value I think what's the ontologically
Don't use words you don't understand.
you mean words I can't pronounce? Is that an issue? I'm trying to
That
pronounce
has
No,
it.
words
nothing
you
to do
don't know
with
what they mean.
pronunciation.
I
You
do
just
know what
don't
it
know
means.
what does
How do you know I
ontological
don't know what it means? I
mean?
do
What does
know what it means.
ontological mean?
Well, it means like the process of life, isn't it? It means like the process of um I guess that like that's the general I guess that's how I guess
When
what
you're
it means.
referencing ontology, you're referencing the study of the nature of things.
Right. So the process of how like the process of their existence, their reality, like how the nature of being, isn't it?
Okay. What was your
Yeah.
point of bringing up ontology?
Well, I'm basically saying like your whole I guess stance on a zygote versus a real person. You know, in that extreme scenario, I think you're just completely ignoring that scenario.
Sorry, couldn't hear what you were saying. Repeat.
In your ideology of sentience versus no sentience, you're completely ignoring that philosophy of ontology.
Of being?
What the fuck is
Right.
this guy
Yeah.
saying, bro?
The process of becoming a human being.
No, that's not. No, that's not ontology. The growth process, right?
Right.
The biology. That's not ontology.
Yeah,
Ontology
dude,
is the
he's
nature of being itself, like what it means to be,
Right. And doesn't so a zygote is what
not a
needs to
biological thing.
right, but a
It's a
zygote is what it
philosophical.
needs. Zygote is what it needs to be a human, isn't it?
You're talking about the biological process of growing, of differentiating, of maturing, right?
I'm done talking to Jed. I can't do it anymore. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I was so confused.
How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Richard, are you there?
Oh no, I'm here. Where the fuck are you?
What do you mean?
I'm here. Where the fuck are you?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Support
I'm
what?
on Mars.
Oh no, we're here. Hold on. Oh, what the fuck? We're live.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, you
Like,
are
do
live.
do you support Donald Trump?
Support OSHA what? No, I don't support bitches. This
He doesn't
What
support
is
Donald Trump.
happening?
Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18, bro.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, in some ways, yeah.
Okay. So,
But
like,
I do look into Elon.
if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Yeah, Trump still. I'll still vote
Why
Trump
so?
because it's the lesser of two evils, if I would say that.
Why so?
Why so? Because I have like a little sister. She's like 14. And so basically, she was competing in track 100-meter races, and
Oh,
there
good
was
God Almighty!
there's a transgender female there, and she like topped the race by like a lot. And I just think it's very unfair to politicize genders, like
I think
in
isn't that what you're
politics.
doing right now?
How am I doing it right now? That's why I voted for Trump because he said he would not
You
put.
voted for Trump because
Yeah,
of
that's one of the
you
main reasons. Yeah.
politicizing trans people.
How am I politicizing it? The Democrats politicized it.
You just politicized trans people.
I mean, I didn't, but he said he would take out biological males in female sports. So
That's politicizing trans people right there. So I can ask you a question. What state
Yeah.
did this happen in?
What state? Ohio.
Ohio. So you're saying in Ohio. Would you be comfortable with saying where this happened?
I mean, where? I wouldn't be comfortable saying where.
You wouldn't? Okay. So to clarify, you're saying that she lost in a
It was 100
competition?
meters. Yeah, 100 meters track.
Okay. And you're saying did the trans person get first place?
Yeah. Like topped like all of the female competitors by like a lot. So I just think it's just unfair.
First place in every race.
Oh yeah, so there's like multiple like throughout the day and like just topped everything straight up. And I just think it's unfair. Like I would understand.
I genuinely think you're making this up.
When did this
I'm not
happen? By the
making
way,
it
I
up.
genuinely think this didn't
don't-
happen.
I'm not
When did
making
this
it up. It
happen?
happened last year.
last
Wait.
year.
Yeah, I have a question. we can't ask anything about the scenario. Did they go through male puberty?
Who?
The trans person.
I don't really know much about them. All I know that they were a female, but biologically.
Did this
they're a
make
male.
news in Ohio?
Like locally, yeah, but not like.
Okay, if this made news
mainstream
locally,
media.
then like, you should be able to give me the town. I mean,
What?
it's public information.
I mean, why do you want the town? I mean, I'm not.
Because I want to
like,
verify.
sharing it.
So wait, hold on. So you're saying that this was reported on in the local news, therefore
I mean, yeah, locally.
it is public information. So you can give me the town.
Oh, like, you just want like what the town, like where it happened in? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
sure.
can
Or
give
the-
you like the town.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, it happened like in London, Ohio, like around
London,
there.
Ohio. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, like, can we like talk about it first real quick? Because I think like, listen, I'll like be like a bit moderate here. I'm not gonna be like straight up like far right, but like you can get them like their own category or something like that. Maybe like a,
There's not enough trans people to do that. Secondly, the thing is incredibly otherizing to trans people because there's no fucking reason. It's not like it's
Okay.
there's a basis of being
but
fair.
do you think it's unfair towards the female competitors though?
Not after multiple years of HRT or if the person hasn't gone through a male puberty, because in those scenarios, right, there isn't any good evidence indicating that there's some sort of unfair biological advantage.
No, but there was because they had like I'm pretty sure like I don't know, but they didn't look. How should I say
Also,
it?
when during 2024 did this happen?
I think
oh,
like around
what month?
August-ish. Like around like August-ish.
Really? Because Ohio passed a law banning quote unquote males and female sports in the high school and middle school range. It went in effect in March
Oh,
March of what?
2024.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you what happened from my experience. So,
So you're saying that your middle school
Like-
/ high school defied the law?
I didn't
in
say. Yeah, I never said it was in middle school or high school. By the way, I never said that.
I'm going to say, by the way, that because of this, I'm going to say that you're just lying. I'm
No,
sorry,
I'm
but
not
you're
lying.
lying.
I'm not
I
lying.
looked up
I'm
when
not
the
lying.
Ohio trans athlete that came up, and Ohio bans it. So I'm sorry, but I
mean,
think
I'm
you're
not
making
lying.
it up.
I mean, you can.
I mean, give me
think
the
I'm making
name.
it up.
Just like give me the name then,
name
because
of
you know the
what?
name of this person.
No, I
And
don't
if
know
they
the name
made
of the
news,
person.
just give me the
I
name.
don't know the name of the person. I don't know the
But
name
you
of
know
the
so
person.
much about them, though. You
I don't
know
know
things
much
about the
about-
event. You know all that stuff.
Yeah, I know that stuff, but I never asked for their name though. I don't know their name. I just think it was just unfair. Like,
Wait, no, I'm asking you, how can it be in August of 2024 in a high school, right? In high school,
I never said high school, by the way. I never said in any
14
school.
years old. Are they in public school, private school?
This was just like a track.
wait, I have a question. How do you know that they're trans?
Because they said it. Like after like all the competition was over, like all the judges and not the judges, but like the people who are like officiating and everything, they did say they were trans.
I see. So they said after. So
Yeah.
you're saying that that this local town or this local board let a male, a boy who identifies as a boy, run
Identifies as a
girls'
boy.
team?
Well, they quote unquote identifies as a female.
No, but you just said afterwards.
What are you talking? I said they.
You said they became
They were trans. They were
afterwards.
trans female. What? No, they were.
Did they
trans during it.
identify as trans prior to competing?
prior to competing? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, like they were like.
Pretty
how do
sure?
I
He,
say
does,
it?
he doesn't even know what he's referencing. Dude.
Yeah, he's
By the
lying.
way,
I'm
I just want
sorry,
to
he's
clarify.
lying.
I just want to clarify. Do you think it's like a moral imperative that you shouldn't support people, like say for president, like if they have bragged about walking into the changing rooms of teenage
Yeah, no,
girls
that's
without
Donald
their
Trump.
consent?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, but listen, I'm not gonna like.
Oh,
I'm
hold
not
on. Can I have a
pro-Trump.
response to that?
Oh, well, can you repeat it real quick? I didn't hear the full question. I
Yeah,
heard
like
the
would you
question.
ever support a candidate that like bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls and teenage girls without their consent?
Well, first of all, I know that was Trump. I've heard you and Dean say it so many times, and I condemn him for it. I'm not gonna say, oh, Donald Trump is this. I'm not a MAGA cultist, first of all. But it just depends. Like that's what he said in the past. It's not like he's saying it in the present. That was just like a terrible joke by Trump. But like obviously,
So
like
can you say
you
things
mean,
in the
like,
No,
have
he
a
said
mistake.
he did it. He said he did it. It wasn't a joke. He said he did it and got
Yeah.
away with it.
Yeah. Plus, like, what's it matter if it's in the past?
But-
Like he
but
hasn't
listen.
apologized for any of
Okay,
it.
let me
so-
say this real quick. But would you support Bill Clinton? You know what Bill Clinton did? He was involved with all
No,
of
because
Epstein?
I
He allegedly
no,
went
because I
to
don't like
Epstein
Bill
Island
Clinton.
We're
as well.
not
No.
Well,
we're
you don't
not
have
big
to.
defenders of Bill Clinton, bro.
Okay, no, that's good. Obviously, I'm not a big defender of Trump. I agree with like some of his policies and stuff, but I don't really like agree with some other stuff, like the big beautiful bill. I don't really agree with like some aspects of it. Like
Okay.
I'm not full on Trump. That's why I support. I'm
Here's-
kind of supporting
so I have a
Elon Musk's
question.
new party.
Would you support a candidate that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
I mean, like it depends. When did he say? Did he say it during the campaign
Depends when he
trail?
said it. Why does it depend when he says it?
Because he could have said it like 30 years ago, but like it
So
doesn't mean he means it like now, like today.
Oh no,
Wait,
he just
wait,
meant it
wait,
then.
wait, regardless of whether or not he meant it then or not, why does that change anything to you?
I mean, no, obviously he's. I don't know if that was a joke or not. Like I've seen the
Does that
clip
ma-
before.
wait. If it's even if it's a joke, wait, would you still consider that not
Yeah.
reason to like not support the guy?
I mean, I would still support him because he said it in the past.
Wait, so are you if you went up back then to a 5-year-old girl and he said he'd be dating them in 15 years, would you still have voted for him?
When would he have said it?
What?
When
No,
would
no,
he have
it's
said
a
it?
hypothetical.
Yeah, he said it in 1992.
Okay, but like I understand, like Trump has done bad things, like he's cheated on his wife and stuff.
Can
but,
you
like,
answer the question? Would you still support him? Would you still vote for him if it is the case that he went up to a 5-year-old girl in 1992 and he said he'd be dating her in 15 years?
Yeah, I mean, I'd still support him. That was in 1992.
Oh my god.
I mean, I would still like support him. Like
Wait,
that was all the way
you know
back
what
in
you're saying. Hold
1992.
on. Guess. I don't know your name is. I'm sorry, but let's just say you're saying that if Donald Trump walked up to a 5-year-old like child,
A
right?
kindergartner, bro.
Yeah, and said to them point blank, I'm going to be dating you in 15 years, that you would be then supportive of him years later. Because I can think of no reason in the entire world, none whatsoever, to be saying that to a 5-year-old child.
Well, listen. I condemn him for it. That was a terrible thing that he said. But like, it doesn't mean I don't have to support him. Like, for example, like Kamala Harris. I didn't like Kamala Harris. Sorry, but I did not like a lot of her policies. So that means
Is that
just
comparable to
Kamala?
like Donald Trump saying you would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years? Is
Yeah,
that
he
comparable?
said something bad. He said
That's
yeah,
not
he
just
said-
bad. That is
Okay, yeah.
deplorable. It's disgusting.
Okay, yeah, it's disgusting. Yeah, I agree. But doesn't mean I don't have to support him because I agreed more.
Yes,
with
it
Trump
means
than
you shouldn't
Kamala.
support him. What?
He said that years ago. Did he say it like
So?
during the past 5
So
years?
does that matter?
What?
Stacy, thank you for the $15. Thank you, Priscilla. Thank you for the dollar.
Does not past statements still matter, especially when that person has not apologized or themselves condemned that past behavior?
He never condemned it.
No, he hasn't condemned anything that he said. The closest he's ever gotten
Oh,
was
she gave me
during a
$10,
like
thank you.
hostage video when he was forced to apologize for the Access Hollywood tape, and even then,
But,
it was like a fake apology because he blamed everybody else.
Yeah, but like for example, like bro, Kamala Harris has said some
Kamala.
like bad stuff. Okay, well,
What did she say that was bad?
I swear, I remember one time she was like downplaying ICE and stuff, like saying they're like racist and stuff. I swear she said that.
ICE
like,
can
one
be
time.
racist. What? Like
What?
yeah, obviously.
Yeah, I'm
I
sorry.
mean,
like,
but how are
what?
they racist? Though?
We had a
ICE
case
is
out
doing
here.
their
No,
job.
we had a case out here in.
I don't even think she made that claim, but
Virginia.
like that would be something that like people would think is good.
I mean, yeah, like people like far left on the political.
Oh no.
spectrum would probably
Do
think
you
that.
not agree that ICE or the police can sometimes be racist?
Yeah, but sometimes, yeah, but you have to call out that specific person. Like you can't call like the whole group racist. So
I
you're a
don't
group
think
of
that she never said that.
No, she said like something about like I don't know. I'd have to look it up. You could probably look it up for yourself, but she said something on the lines of that. But like just because like a group of 10 people, you have a friend group, and one of them is racist, doesn't mean
Policies
they're all
can be
racist.
racist. I mean, that's
Bro.
what I mean. ICE is also like an organization that is governed by policies, and a policy can be
mean-
racist.
I mean, I like some of the stuff they're doing, but obviously some of the other stuff they're doing is not good in my opinion.
Okay, but how are you comparing?
I'm not calling them racist though.
No, hold on. How are you comparing Harris saying that ICE is racist to Donald Trump saying to a 10-year-old child, I will date you in like
Okay,
10
I mean
years?
that's terrible.
How is that
I
even the same
understand.
thing?
But I'm just saying she said bad stuff in the opposite. Trump has said worse things, but like that doesn't mean I'm not gonna vote for him. Because he said that what, like 20, almost
Okay,
like 30
you
years
brought
ago?
up then you know what? You brought up the whole like trans issue as like a reason
Yeah.
why you didn't vote for him. But yet you gave me
Yeah, one of
a
the
scenario
reasons.
that I still today think it's fake. Like, I'm sorry, but I think you're
Okay,
lying
I mean, you can
because
think that, but okay,
I
He
have
was totally lying.
because all evidence
was not
points to it.
lying.
Like, I'm
You
sorry,
totally
but
were.
I wasn't.
but
Yeah, you were.
you're but like, what is your issue then with athletes who are trans being in the sport? Because I agree with that maybe even above level, but you're calling for like an outright ban of them, right?
Yeah, outright ban for sure.
Okay, I
Why?
have a question. In scenarios in which people who are trans are worse than the average cis individual, in that scenario, should they be allowed to play?
You like worse, like let's say
Yeah,
like
like
in one
they're
sport.
not as good at a specific sport as the average cis individual. In those certain scenarios, should they be allowed to play?
Okay, for example, let's bring up rugby. For example, let's say they're not good as rugby and skills.
Let's give an let's give a
Okay.
typical example that's applicable to like say like a high school. Let's say we're talking about track, right?
Okay.
In this specific example of track, right, a particular trans person is not as good at track as the average cis individual specifically within that sport, right? Given that's the case, should they be allowed to compete?
Still no. I don't think
Why
they should
not?
be allowed to compete because
not?
it's unfair. Because if you think about it, listen. So they're still. It depends on their hormones and everything because they still have a lot of testosterone in their system.
Okay.
Wait,
me
but
give you-
wait, but are you saying that's going to make it unfair?
Yeah, it's still gonna make it unfair
Oh,
because
wait, for them
naturally
because
they're quicker. They're
Hey,
naturally quicker.
Bro,
Men are naturally quicker.
I gave you an example
Okay,
where
okay.
they are worse than the average cis individual. So that's not true.
Like worse in what? In the skill set wise?
They're not
Yeah,
as quick
worse
at
athletes.
running.
Well, that doesn't really mean anything because still naturally biological men are quick.
Wait, but you said that's going to be an issue in terms of fairness, but they're not
Yeah,
as
still
good as the
is.
average cis individual. So how are they going to make it
Okay.
unfair?
Because they're biologically male. You don't
But
understand
that doesn't make it unfair because they're not as good as the average cis
It still
woman.
makes it unfair. Like for example, let me just bring this up real quick.
How is it unfair?
Here,
In what way? Are they not? It's not like they're winning every single time.
Okay, no,
They're
yeah, that's true.
probably
maybe
they're probably losing.
no. Maybe in track, sometimes it's like maybe it's like as fair.
How
but-
about this? They're playing track and they finish in last place every single time. Should they be allowed?
I mean, no, I don't think so, and I'll explain why. Can I explain why?
Can
I explain
so ridiculous.
Can I
Dude,
explain
it's just
why?
about them being trans is the reason as to why you want to
No,
kick
no,
them.
no.
It's not
Can I
about
explain?
the fairness.
Okay, yeah. Can I explain? Can I explain?
We're waiting.
Okay. So that would lead to so basically I'll be covered by all the local media in the towns and everything. That would just lead to more biological males competing in female sports, which just make it in all just very unfair.
Okay, so let's assume that doesn't
That's
happen.
why.
Let's assume that doesn't happen. Let's assume that there's no media coverage on this.
Well, but the thing is, there's going to be media coverage, so that's
No,
like
no.
unreal. That's an
Wait.
unrealistic hypothetical that you're
No, it's
saying.
not.
It is unrealistic.
It is not unrealistic that a trans person plays a sport and then there's not media coverage on that. That's not unrealistic. Respond to it.
Wait, can you repeat it?
Yeah, there's no media attention in that scenario.
Okay, but still, I would say no.
Why
Because, but you know what? Here, let me move towards the
not?
center.
Wait, can you answer why not?
Yeah, I'm about to answer your question. Like, let's say this. Like, I think they should just be given their own category. Like maybe like Trump and other
No,
like
I
Republicans.
asked you a why. You're not providing a why right now.
Because like think about it. Like you have all like the kids, all the families watching, and I'll just
Yeah.
like kind of like, what do you mean so? Like, and they would see someone who doesn't really look female, looks more masculine, I would say.
Wait.
And that would just be like,
We'll provide more suppositions because I mean I typically think that we could say that you would not be able to typically tell when someone's trans, but like when it comes
most
to
of the time you
this, like,
can. Most of the time you can.
You're ridiculous. When it comes to this, let's give a scenario where you have no clue yourself. In that scenario, should they be allowed to play? No one knows. No one knows that they're trans.
Nobody knows, but somebody has to know, though.
Nope, no one knows.
Okay, what do you mean nobody knows? Somebody has to know. When you
Nope.
submit your documents and everything, it's gonna say because Trump changed it where it's only male or female on a passport. So when you submit your documents, it's gonna be either male or female, what gender you're born in. So somebody is gonna know. The head of commissions. Somebody is gonna know.
Also, that's just
Let's
dumb,
say-
by the way, because that's not gender, that's sex. I don't know why they conflate the
Yeah.
two.
Okay, well, but
Let's say specifically that it is the case that the information is not known. In that certain scenario, should they be allowed to play?
No,
So then what's the reason in that scenario?
because they were born biologically male, not female, and that category is for
So it has
females
nothing
only.
to do with the fairness.
I mean, yeah, no, it's fairness as well. But like
No,
when
'cause
you're
they
born
didn't have-
biologically
they- I just
male,
told
you
you,
stay
we
in the
gave you-
male category.
We gave you a scenario where they get last
Okay.
in the race every time.
Well, it doesn't matter because I don't want more and more trans females after going into 100-meter
women.
racing. Okay,
Wait, hold on.
trans
What if the
woman,
trans
female.
person has fully transitioned prior to puberty?
How can you fully? You can't fully transition. Like what? Like,
Actually, you can.
We're
Actually, you can.
we're saying
you can't fully.
that
You
they
can.
have not go through male puberty.
Listen, you guys have given me so much hypothetical. Can
No,
I give
no,
you
okay,
a
hold on.
hypothetical, please?
Guess. This is currently going to be before the Supreme Court next term. There's a case from West Virginia. The person name is BPJ. That's their name on the court documents, right? She is a trans a trans girl who transitioned
He.
prior. No, not
He.
he. She is a trans girl who transitioned prior to her puberty. So this is not a hypothetical. And also fuck you for saying he. How dare you? She is a trans girl, period.
Okay, so wait, what was your question?
I'm
Wow.
saying that it's not a hypothetical. That this is
Okay.
a real world issue because it is right now going to be before the Supreme Court.
Okay, so that wasn't okay. Let's say that wasn't hypothetical, but before that, you gave me so much hypotheticals. Can I please ask you a hypothetical, you two?
Fine.
Okay, so let's say this. So you mentioned about the 100-meter race and track. Let's say their skill set is not as level as like an actual biological female, but in the aspect of rugby or like football, let's say their skill set is not on par with the female. But even though like they're still going to be competing in rugby, think about a biological female taking a rugby tackle from a biological male. Is that not fair? Like, how is that fair? Can you like please like explain?
In certain scenarios where there would be an unfair advantage, biological advantage, we would say that like people like there should be restrictions in place. But what we're saying is that that's not something that's applicable to every single person, and especially if they have not gone or if they've gone through multiple years of HRT and have not gone through a male puberty. Secondly, I just want to address this. Can I ask you this in the first place? Why do can you name me a single sports team, right? A women's sports team.
Single women's sports team and like what?
And any sport.
That has happened?
No, just give me a single sports team.
Let's just say women's soccer.
No, I said sports team.
Yeah, that's a sports team.
I said, what's the name? Like, give me a name.
Oh, like it's U.S. Females, men's. I mean, female national teams. The soccer national team. That's what it's called. For the females. So
You
that's
fucking, hey, Richard, you disgusting piece of shit. I see you fucking doing that. I'm literally going to send your information directly to, like, no one else in the live can see that, Richard. The fact that you're doing that is disgusting. I'm going to send your information directly to the police, right? And I'm going to tell them specifically what just happened because you just showed your fucking literal genitalia, right? I can see that, you fucking disgusting piece of shit. I can see that. I will. Okay. Why do you fucking disgusting piece of shit?
He's still doing it?
He's still doing it. He's still doing it. Richard, no one else can see you, right? I just want to let you know, Richard, right? I'm literally sending your fucking information to the authorities right now.
Okay.
Richard, I have your full name. I have your full name, Richard. I have your account. I have all of your information. You're fucked, buddy. I'll literally
Yeah,
give
you
out your
lying piece of
information
shit.
right now. By the way, this is his name. I just put it in the chat. That's his name.
Yeah. I can't. Yeah, Richard's he's weird.
Richard, you fucking weirdo. Actually, America First in Matt, you can see it in the bottom.
Say his full name. Say his
He's
full
in the
name.
he's in the box. Yeah, you literally he's
Fuck him.
disgusting. Yeah.
No,
I
he's
think-
weird,
I-
man. He's
I
weird.
just put him in the chat. What a
Wow.
fucking disgusting
Yeah,
piece of shit. Literal
he's
sex
weird, man.
offender just joined the stream.
Yo, by the way,
Oh, really?
I just want to mention something. Like, I'm seeing your comment section. Like, people are calling me a transphobe. Like I'm not. I don't consider
You are.
myself a transphobe because
You
I
just
want like an.
misgendered
I want.
somebody.
I want. Listen, this is what I want for trans people, trans males, females, etc. I want them to have their own.
By the way, people who want to know his full name, it's Richard INDI.
Like, okay, listen. I
I'm
want them to
putting
have
in
their
the
own
chat.
category. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, let them have their. I
Hold
know
on.
there's not enough people, but you can eventually get enough people
All
for
right,
them to
guess.
have their own category.
What's your name, guess? Because I don't want to get you mixed up with anybody else. What's your
Oh,
name?
oh,
The one
you
who's
want-
talking.
you
Or
want
just
my
give
name?
me like a name. Like, just give me a name.
Yeah,
Just-
just
like,
call me
just tell
like
me a name.
John or some shit.
John. Okay, John. You just misgendered somebody like 5 minutes ago. That's what makes you like a transphobe.
I mean, you can send me a trans, but I wouldn't think I'm a trans. Like, let's say I see a trans person like in the street. Like, I don't really care. It's like I'm not. I don't
No,
hate trans
no,
people. I
you
don't
do
like.
care enough because you want to ban them from like things
Yeah,
that
I
are
wanna
common
do
in our society. Plus, you
I want to give
misgendered
them their
them.
own category, though. How is that me being a transphobe? I want to give them
There's
their
not
own
enough
category
of them to have
be-
their own category.
No, yeah, there's not enough of them, but eventually you can get enough.
Eventually, what are they going to just like
Eventually.
spontaneously like show up or
Well,
something?
eventually, because like let's say in the past 10 years, there's been more trans people than in the past 50 years. Yeah,
Wait,
we can all agree.
that's an
on that.
argument.
No, more trans people. You've just known more about trans people. That's like, dude. That's
No, yeah,
that's
we've
the
known
same-
more, and there's more too.
Hold up, listen. No, so again, no, you have to understand the idea that it is the case that more people have just come out, but those trans people already existed. The same thing is happening with people who are gay. It is the case that more gay people are coming out, but there aren't more gay people in general. It's just the case that more people are coming out.
And there's been like more operations, more medications, more advancement into learning about trans people and stuff, and that's true. In the past 10 years, there's been more advancements in that. So there's going to be more trans people. Is there not?
No,
in the
those
past 50 years.
trans people already existed. There are more trans people that have access to a gender affirming care.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
others,
that's
and
what I'm
other
saying.
and other sorts of things, right? In terms of healthcare, but that doesn't mean that there are more trans people. You're just saying more trans people have access to certain things.
But let's say there's more, like for example, there's more trans females that are like how do you say it? Like more like fully developed into a quote female.
I just want to let you know this in general. There are more people in general, right? But as a proportion of our society now.
Yeah, that's true. But what is it? I don't know. Wait, what's the other guy's name that's here? Like I can't see
Matt.
him up here.
All right,
Okay, Matt. But Matt said there wasn't enough trans people. But eventually, like I don't know, like what's the number?
No, because this is a myth that people on the conservative side say that all of a sudden there's this great many trans people, like girls are transitioning, boys are transitioning, it's like everybody transitioning. That's simply not the case. More people are coming out because they feel safer to do so, but that's not as if there's like some exponential growth in it. All right, people who are trans will then be trans, and that's how it goes. Same thing with people who are GAY and people who are left-handed and all this. Like there is no growth. Once these things reach their natural level, then they plateau, which as they always do, and that's just how it is. It's not as if people are just like like on some kind of high level, just like finding out that they're trans, and they're going to be like just like millions of them everywhere. That's not how it works.
But can you agree there's eventually going to be enough trans men and women for them to have their own category?
No,
yeah,
like not
Eventually.
enough. No, because then you would have to have your own category in what, middle school and high school and collegiate and all the things. No, I'm sorry, it's very, very unlikely to have that many people, which is why saying, well, let's just make another like bracket for them or
But-
something is like just like not very feasible. Which is why that has not been done yet, because people have thought of that, and it's just like not practical.
But like at
By the
what
way,
point?
Jay, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate Lewis. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. By the way, you don't watch any sports, any women's sports at all. You don't involve yourself with this at all. The fact that you're
That's
bringing this
false.
up- by the way, are you saying you care about this because you care about women?
What? I mean, yeah. I mean, I do care about women.
Okay,
not?
so
But why
okay,
not?
so then I have a
I
question.
do watch women's sports, by the way.
Do
Just
you
letting
think?
you know.
Yeah, name one women's sports that you watch.
I watch soccer, women's soccer.
Name one women's soccer player.
One women's soccer player, Alexis Paduella from FC Barcelona.
Okay. Genuine question. Is there a single trans person in the sport that you watch?
I remember reading about it. Like, I'm not saying what is
No?
it like? No. What I'm trying to say is, I think
Yes or no? Just yes or
yeah,
no.
I'm about to answer it because I saw some like article a while back that in the women's national team for soccer, the U.S. women's national team,
So
there was
you-
like
so
some.
you don't know.
No, I'm pretty sure there was, but I can't confirm it 100%.
Okay, so you don't know. So given that you don't know, Mickey, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate it. Thank you. Given that that's the case, well then clearly then you would not have any reason to care because you never have watched anything in which this is applicable to it.
I mean, I've watched
This
it.
is-
I
this
just
is
said I
what-
watched it.
Yeah,
What?
but like again, no trans person has even played in a single sport that you've watched.
No, they have though. In the U.S. women's national team, I think
What
it
was
was
her
like the
name?
World Cup or something. I can't give you a name because it was a while back ago. But they were like a quote, like no, I think it was actually for the Canadian women's team. So there was like a quote like non-binary, like, but they were biologically male. But I'll try to bring up like the article.
Provide me a single source. Go find it.
I'll try to. I'll go ahead and find it right now.
I'll give you time right now. I'll literally mute you and you can go find it. Caleb, how old are you? Your microphone is horrible, Caleb.
Ow, my ears.
Ow.
Big owls.
You gotta fix your mic, Caleb. That was horrendous. By the way, tell me in the private chat if you are MAGA. Caleb, did you fix it?
Nope.
Nope. Max, do you support Donald Trump?
No.
No?
No. W Max. Someone said microphone from 1994.
Jaden, how old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Yep. What's your birth year?
2002.
Okay. And you said you're how old?
20.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
I'm 2002 and I'm 23. Can you tell me how that's possible?
Well, I prefer not to reveal my real age, but I'm sure you can tell by my voice I'm of age.
Okay.
Mm.
Why do you prefer not to give up your age?
That's
It's kind of a
just
big deal.
my preference, I guess.
Well, why does it matter? No one knows who you are.
Why does it? I mean, it does matter. I mean, my name. What do you mean no one knows my name? My name's right here.
No one can see it but me.
Oh, okay. Okay, in that case, I'm 21.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2004,
And what month?
April 17th.
10 days after mine is diabolical work.
I wish I was
Oh,
born later or
who is-
earlier.
I think I hear someone typing. I think that was Matt. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I'm a conservative.
Okay.
I like to support political parties that have recognized leaders,
What conservative values do you hold?
like abortion.
Is that it?
I'm a Christian. I mean, that's like what I can speak to, I guess.
That's it? You don't have anything else you care about?
I said that's what I can speak to, not that I care, not that I don't care about anything else.
Are you Christian?
Yeah, I am.
Do you believe in separation of church and state?
To some extent, yeah.
Okay. Well, then why do you believe in that abortion should be illegal?
Why'd you say? I just said it to some extent. So I mean, anyways, why should abortion be legal? Because you're getting rid of what is to be a human life. It is also left up to the states. So, like,
Okay. So you wait, repeat that one more time. Sorry.
saying it's left up to the states, number one, and number two, you're getting rid of what is to be a human.
Okay. So leaving it up to the states.
What's up, dude? You can't stay focused? What's going on there? You a little fried right now?
I am fried every day, man.
That's not good.
What's not good about that?
Being fried every day, that's not how your brain's supposed to operate, buddy.
What's making you mad about that?
It's not making me mad. It's just like that's kind of dumb. It's kind of weird that you have so many people following you and your brain's not operating properly 24/7. It's kind of weird.
What's weird about that?
What you not understand about what I'm saying? Again, you're fried. I said your brain isn't operating naturally, so that's like, it's weird.
Yeah, and I don't know why you're so mad. What made you so
I'm
mad?
because you're polluting all these people and your brain's not operating properly. You just admitted that your brain isn't operating properly 24/7.
Yeah,
Just to,
me
just to,
saying, wait, I'm sorry. Do you ever get elevated or do you ever drink?
I was in a frat, yeah, bro.
So then you just admitted that too. You fucking.
I didn't say I
idiot.
did it every day. What are you talking
It
about?
doesn't change anything.
It does change a lot. If I drink Coca-Cola once a week, that's okay. If I drink it every day, there's a problem there.
Cool. I mean, I can acknowledge that there's a problem. Why are you in my problems?
I'm not. I'm just saying that's weird. It's weird that
Why
you're
does that? Why
acknowledging
does
that.
that
And
matter to you? That's a personal problem that I deal with. It's not has nothing to do with you.
okay, you're gonna pull that card. All right, my bad,
Well,
Parker.
I'm sorry. What do you mean? I'm gonna pull that card?
Well, you
That's
would
the
just resort to
reality.
that. Okay.
It's
So
wait,
you have.
wait,
So
wait,
you
wait. Please explain
wait.
to
So
me.
you're
Is that not
medically.
the
Wait.
reality?
You have a Medicard
No, it's recreational here. Jay, think of the
where
$5. Thank you.
in California?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not. So what are you talking about? It has to do with medical reasons.
I never said medical reasons.
So why do you do it every day? Not that it's my business. Just
I
curious.
said it's not your business.
Okay, so it's not medical, right?
No.
It's recreational. All right, so then yeah,
Recreational.
my point still stands.
Well, but why is that relevant to you? Like, why do you care?
Because that's I don't care. I'm just saying that's weird
If you don't care, then why are you bringing it up?
because I can. Is that an issue with you, Parker? Is that an issue for you? Are you that hurt that I'm like pointing out an obvious statement that your brain isn't operating naturally 24/7? Yeah, shake your head.
Confused.
Yes,
I'm
you agree
confused
with me. Good
why
boy.
you were clearly mad and you just decided
I'm
to bring
not
it up because you were
mad.
mad. Yeah, you were clearly mad. I heard you were
I'm
angry
not
and
bad,
you
dude.
decided to bring this up because you're angry. I'm gonna
Okay.
keep getting elevated. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, that's sick, bro.
You can fuck off. All right. I don't give a flying fuck.
Okay.
I really don't give a shit. I can be elevated 24/7 and have more brain cells that
I don't
are
give a
firing
fuck.
at every point in time than
I don't
you.
give a
I can
fuck.
destroy you in this conversation, right?
Yeah,
You have
dude.
no good
Well,
arguments, right? Even though I'm elevated out of my mind. You're an idiot. I am literally
I'm an
right.
idiot,
I'm
dude.
using training wheels, right? Not training wheels. I'm using
You're using
a
training
hindrance.
wheels.
I meant to say a hindrance. Not
I'm
training
using
wheels.
training wheels.
I'm saying you're using training wheels.
You see, you can't even talk properly, dude. How can we have a
I misspoke one
how can we have a
time.
constructive conversation?
Jaden, I misspoke one
How
time.
can we have a
How can we have a constructive conversation if
you're
you're
from
constantly muting yourself?
you're muting me.
I'm not muting anyone. You're constantly muting yourself, dude.
This is a weird
What?
you got a weird kink.
It's really weird
This
that
is
you keep muting yourself. Weird kink you got there, man. Really weird kink, dude.
grow up. Grow up.
Dude, this like humiliation kink that you have like in coming on my live and like getting dunked on repeatedly. Like I get it, bro, but like I mean, it's getting to a
Whoa,
point where
whoa.
like
That
it's getting to a
just
point where
offended
like
me. You just
good. I hope I did.
really? Because that just brought up trauma. So you think that's okay?
What trauma?
I'd prefer not to say, but why would you say good? What
I think you're lying.
you think I'm lying, dude?
Yeah, I do think you're lying.
You're a sick person, bro.
I do think you're lying.
I'm just gonna let that slide, but that was real weird. That's just really weird.
Dude,
Anyways, we can have a conversation.
I think you just said that specifically as a mechanism to deflect away from everything that I was saying.
What are you
And I
talking
totally think
about,
that
dude?
you're
You just
lying.
muted me. Why would I? First of all, why would I lie about that? And number
Because
two,
I think it's actually disgusting that you're sitting up here and doing that. Don't even fucking do that on my live.
doing
Seriously,
what?
Don't do that on my live.
Doing what? What are you talking about right now? Do what?
Don't specifically utilize you lying, right? Particularly
Who said
about
I'm lying?
humiliation.
Who said I'm lying, bro?
You
Now
were
you're getting me
totally
mad.
lying.
Who said I'm lying? I just said I don't
You
want
were
to talk
totally
about it.
lying.
Why are you going to continuously tell me I'm lying? What is your problem?
It's not my problem.
Okay, no. What is your problem? Why are you telling me I'm lying? I just said I don't want to talk about it, and we're still talking about it.
I'm not even saying you have to look at it. I don't think that there is something for you to talk about.
So
there. I
then-
think you were just bringing it
so
up to
then
be
that's your-
manipulative so that you don't have to address the things that I was bringing up. You specifically just brought it up as a mechanism to deflect.
Yeah, dude. If you want me to really talk about it that bad in front of
I
this
never
many
said that
people,
you had it. Dude, by the
okay.
way,
So then
if
I'm not
it-
lying. If you,
by the way, if you aren't lying,
if you want
right,
to ask me off live,
I will. I totally will. If you aren't lying, I am totally fucking sorry about this, by the
all
way.
right. So then
But
let's move
I
on.
genuinely thought you brought it up in a fucking manner in which to take away from this, right? To deflect away. And I do think that you were fucking lying still to this very point, because it is the case that you fucking have done that in the very beginning of this conversation as well.
Dude, what are you talking about right now, bro? What are you
Oh,
talking
was that
about?
the America First guest? You specifically.
No. What are you talking about?
Okay. I might be mistaking you for another
Dude,
caller,
bro,
but it is
all
the
right.
case.
I'm just gonna get off this shit, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Are you really? Are you serious?
Wait, why was I brought up?
I thought maybe you were the person I was referencing in terms of like you lied about something when you originally brought it up. It might have been either him or the last guest.
Oh, but yo, by the way, I found the article. Just letting you know about the what is it, the trans female or non-binary.
Go ahead.
I mean, I can. Well, let me just pull it up for you. So Quinn is a non-binary transgender soccer player who competes for the Canadian women's national
Oh yeah,
team.
he lied. He lied about his age. Yeah, like what?
Yeah. So basically, they were born a male, and then they transitioned to female. They're transgender, and they're competing in a women's sport.
Who was
soccer.
their name?
Quinn, with 2 N's.
And what? No, what's the title for the article you're reading?
It's a CBC News article. It's from Canada, as I said before.
No, what's the title?
Oh, the title. So Canada's Quinn to become first openly transgender non-binary athlete to win
You have
Olympic.
to speak slower.
medal.
You think I was able to type that quickly? That's
Yeah,
insane.
I can type it in the chat.
You can just tell me, dude. Holy
Okay.
shit.
Okay, well, okay, I already typed it in the chat, but Canada's Quinn to become first openly transgender non-binary athlete to win Olympic medal.
Okay. CBC?
Yeah, CBC News.
Are you Canadian?
Oh no, I'm not Canadian. I said it. I said it came out. It was either from Canada or America, and I searched it up. It was from Canada, but they played against the USA, so that's why I got a bit mixed up.
Quinn was
Uh,
assigned female at birth,
yeah.
so it's not like an issue.
Yeah, what are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Quinn was
Were
assigned
they-
female at birth and
were
still
they?
plays with the a women's team.
Then why are they trans though? I'm
Like,
confused.
What do you mean, why are they
trans? What?
Because they're non-binary.
Yeah,
Non-
they are non-binary, so they're
Wait, what? What's non-binary? Wait,
Oh, God,
am
now
I
I
trying to be
can explain
disrespectful?
this.
I actually don't know what non-binary is.
okay.
Like I know. Can you cause for example, I believe in two genders. Like me personally, I mean, I know I don't know what's your view on it because I don't know is non-binary like a quote gender or what?
Non-binary is saying that you're not a man or a woman, right? You don't prescribe a particular gender identity.
And you agree with that, yeah?
Of course, I agree that non-binary people's
That's a thing.
identities
So
are
yeah,
valid. Yeah.
I know binary individuals, and so
Dan,
it's
thank you
very
for
much a
$10. Thank you,
thing.
Dan. And then Luke, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I accidentally just clicked on a comment.
But that doesn't really make sense though, because what don't they
Abigail, thank you
have
so much for
female-
the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for doing recreational things.
Don't they have
Because
female
you can't
genitalia?
understand it. I mean, that's-
Aren't you
Rachel,
like a
thank you for the
female?
dollar,
Because
and
of
Sophie,
that?
thank you for the $5. What's up?
Non-binary
Or a
does not
woman?
mean male or female. It doesn't do
But-
with sex.
okay,
It's
but-
about gender.
But they have female genitalia, so they are a woman.
No, No.
Under your definition, but not under our definition, because it is the case that we reference gender from a social lens, not just from biological.
yeah.
I have
Okay,
a question.
so-
I have a question. Are you Christian?
Yeah, I would say I'm Christian, but I'm like a
I
hardcore
have a
Christian.
question.
You know,
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
because
God
you're
the
gonna
Father.
debate me on like a Christian,
No,
like
no,
subject
no,
to
no, I'm
debate.
not. I'm not even God the Father, right? Do you agree that it's coherent to say that he's a father?
So basically, God the Father. So it's the three. So God, as in just God, the Son of God, and the Holy Spirit. So that was
I don't need a
But
lesson.
Jesus-
I don't need a fucking preach. I need a fucking answer to the question I just asked. It's
yeah, and
really
I'm
not
answering
complicated.
it. I'm answering it.
No, you're preaching. You're actually just preaching, genuinely.
Well, I hope you find God someday, and God willing. You know, I wish
hope you
that for
find the devil.
everybody. Okay, well, you can say that, but I hope you find God one day, and I really mean it. But now you can ask your question, and I'll answer it.
So you didn't hear my question?
No, I just I remember some parts, but I just wanted to repeat it so I can give you a clear answer.
So you don't know? What do you remember?
No, can you answer, please?
What do you remember? Because I don't remember. I'm fucking high.
Okay, you asked something about God the Father and etc. So can you please repeat it?
Dude, I don't remember. Wait, repeat what you just said. Sorry.
So you said something about what is like God the Father. I don't remember the entire question. So if you could repeat it, please.
I don't remember the question either.
Okay, well then we can switch to a different topic then if you don't remember. But I'm just pretty sure you just rage
Chat
me
can
at this
remember.
point.
I'm not rage baiting. I just genuinely,
yeah,
I actually
don't?
just genuinely don't. I don't remember. I seriously
You
don't.
don't
I know.
remember? You actually don't remember?
I totally. I swear on my entire life, I don't fucking remember at all.
Okay. Well, to tell your chat to replay it.
I
Oh
Dude.
yeah, God the Father. So do you think it's
Yeah.
coherent to consider God the Father a father?
In some ways, yeah.
Okay, but like there's no biology. Joe,
There's
thank you
no.
so much for the $5. Thank you.
I mean, there's biology in Jesus because he was a man, aka son of God.
Was Jesus the son a biological?
Like what? Yeah,
Prior to his incarnation, was he biological?
he's a biological man.
No. Prior to his incarnation, was he biological?
Oh, so prior to him being made, I mean, prior to that, he was just God. So I mean, God doesn't have. God is just God. God's
God
Almighty.
the Son. No. God the Son, is God the Son biological?
I mean, yeah.
What are you
Roberto,
typing?
thank you so much for the $5, Roberto.
No, God the Son is
excuse me,
wait. So if God the Son is biological, you're saying that God prior to his incarnation was biological?
Wait,
Like
so
he had human like things? He had like
wait,
human
prior
traits?
to it? So prior to before he was like incarnated and everything?
Yeah, prior.
Prior, no.
Oh, so
'Cause isn't he
God the
eternal?
Son transitioned into Jesus.
God the Son. I mean,
Transitioned into Jesus. He went from non-binary to male.
well, I can. What do you mean? Not? He's not.
We've been debating the same thing the whole day.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm gonna just cause a pause here real quick. Hey, chat. We're gonna move on topics. Stop fucking doing this, you fucking insane lunatics who are transphobic. Shut the fuck up. Thank you very much. Amanda, thank you so much for the 3 Canadian. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Expect more of this because I don't foresee this stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, I know. Zach, thank you for the
W, Zach.
$50 on YouTube super chat for the same people who quote unquote don't understand why women choose to bear are the same people who are against men. Not that trans women are men in women's restrooms. Why are they worried about if they don't understand? Why are they
What are they worried
about
about
if men?
if they don't understand?
Yes, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. What are
'Cause
they
they
worried about
consider-
if they don't
they consider
understand
them
why
men.
women choose the bear?
Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Shut up, you nigger.
Dan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the bio.
Thank you,
Those
Devin,
you
for
can
the
support me over
$5.
YouTube super chat.
I don't know how you found that, but I thank you, Devin, for the $5 on Venmo.
Marty, thank you so much for the $4.20.
Oh, I guess I do have it in my my YouTube bio. I didn't realize I had that in my bio.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I was just on here, bro, but I can't back up here because
Are you okay now?
I mean I'm fine. I was just why are you trying to like say that in a condescending way? Are you being serious?
Like, dude, I think like we can have a conversation. Like, I want you to stop lying. Like, I genuinely do.
Okay, but what I genuinely we're gonna bypass this. What I genuinely want you to do is stop acting like I'm lying. I'm not lying. What I'm saying is serious. I have no reason to lie. I have no motivation to lie for any reason whatsoever. So, and like I said, if you want me to get off live and explain it to you and show you evidence, then I will. I mean, I have no reason to lie. So,
Okay, I'll take you for
right, and I
face
accepted your
value.
apology. So let's go on and debate then. Forget about all this.
Okay.
So go on and do your little fucking spiel, whatever it is you fried guys do on this little debate platform.
Why are you so mad, bro?
Why do you think I'm mad, bro? Why do you think I'm mad? Let's just continue to debate. Anyways, let's go.
You were doing this prior. Stop
Doing
acting
what?
like that's the reason.
calling out the fact that you're fried 24/7. You were still butthurt. That now you think I'm lying about something I went through. That's kind of weird logic for you to have.
That's
honestly.
not that. That's no. You were specifically using that to deflect away from what I was saying to rage bait me. That's
using
exactly
what
I think it is.
Using what?
I think you were just using scenarios to find anything that you can say to rage bait me.
What are
right?
you
To
talking
get
about? I wasn't even the one
essentially
that brought
get
this up, bro. You brought it up and you said, and I said, why would you bring?
Yeah, I said, why are you specifically trying to address things in terms of a what's it called, a like my personal life? Like, why do you care about me getting fucking elevated?
Because you said, what if it's for a medical reason? And I asked you if it was, and you said no.
I didn't say if it was for a medical reason. I actually never said
Okay,
that.
so if it was recreational, I just think that's me personally, like my
But
opinion.
why do
I
you
think
care? Why did you bring that up in the
I
first
don't
place?
care. I was just voicing my opinion.
Why? No one asked.
I
Seriously,
mean,
like
I'm
name a
entitled
person.
to, huh?
Okay, cool, but no one asked.
All right, well
You're
then
entitled to
let's.
your opinion, and I'm
Okay, so
entitled
then
to say that no one asked.
okay, all right. So case closed. Let's move on. As he takes another hit.
That one's for you.
Yeah, dude.
Who just said that, bro? You guys are. Bro, you
I
guys-
said that. Yeah, dude.
What's your
Yeah.
name? What's your name? Yeah, dude. What's your name, bro?
Matt, how you doing?
All right. Dude, you guys are.
Yeah, dude.
Are you trying to mock me or something, Matt?
No.
When's the
I'm
last
saying,
time you
yeah,
been
dude. Yeah,
outside,
you know,
bro?
he's
You should
hitting
get
it.
outside,
Yeah,
dude.
dude. I do get outside. Thank
Dan,
you.
think of the $10.
good.
Thank you, Dan.
Yo, Parker, what the hell do you want to talk about? You're lacking some vitamin D, so you should get some sun, buddy. But let's go on and have this conversation.
You want to turn your camera on?
Yes. Sure, I'll turn my camera on. Yeah, I'll turn my camera on.
Oh god.
What's up? Got my camera on right now.
I can't see now.
I
Yeah,
can't
it's
see him
because
either. So.
well, I mean, it's dark in my room, and I'm also here. You go. Turn my camera on. Can you see me now? Also, can everyone else see me, or is it just you?
No, it's just me.
Just him.
All right, we're. I'll turn my camera on. Bro. Hold on. Let me get some light on my
Are you afraid
computer.
for other people to see you?
I prefer not to put my face in front of all these people. Hence why I didn't want to.
Oh no, I'm not gonna. I wasn't gonna do that. I was just
What's up,
curious.
bro? What's up, bro?
Why do you feel the need to like make fun of someone's physical appearance?
What are you talking about? Whose physical appearance?
Mine.
I made an observation. I said you're lacking sun. You should get outside. How is that making fun of your appearance? Why are you pulling that card? All you libs and trying
Wait,
to like
didn't you say
pull
that
these
I needed
cards.
to get outside? You have no idea what I look.
Yes, I said the same exact thing I said to Parker. You guys need to
Yeah,
get
but
some sun. That's not a chirp.
Yeah,
That's
but
just like me making an observation. If
I'm
you're
pretty
so
tan
butthurt
right
that
now. Like,
if you're so
what are you
butthurt about
talking
it, that
about?
means there's probably some truth.
No, like,
Bro, who
I'm pretty tan
cares?
right now.
Who cares,
All right.
bro?
Anyways,
I don't care to go outside, bro.
okay, okay. So then that's on you, bro. I mean,
And since we're just telling each other our opinions, I think you lack insight.
Right.
On
I like
politics.
and what do I like insight on, Parker? Since you're all knowing it all, you know, you're the holy one here. Grandmaster Parker, what do you think I lack insight on?
Well,
You see, you got a little kick off of that. You're a weird little guy. You got a little. You look how you smiled when I said that. You're a kicky little guy, bro. You're a freak, dude. You're a freak, bro. This guy's a freak. Yo, this is hilarious.
Does saying all of these things make you feel better about yourself?
No, I'm just saying how like I said, Grandmaster
the
Parker. You
$5, thank
got
you.
like a little like a little kick out of that. It's just weird. I'd be kind of freaked out if someone said that about me, but
No, I just think it's
Anyways.
ridiculous. I'm able to
Okay.
laugh it off because it's ridiculous.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the explanation. Anyways, go on. What do you think I lack knowledge about, or whatever you're about to go on your holy rant? Or can we just debate now?
I was going to debate. This is the point. I think that you probably don't know a lot of the things that Donald Trump has done.
Oh, that's a
horrible
weird
that make-
observation to make,
What's that?
or assumption, I should say.
Can I finish?
Go on. It's your platform.
Yeah. Well, I assume that any Trump supporter doesn't know about.
I didn't say I was a
horrible-
Trump supporter. I said I'm conservative, but go on.
The whole reason why you're debating on this live is because you're a Trump supporter. I assume any Trump supporter doesn't know these particular things, right? Because I think that these things are so bad that you shouldn't support them. And I want to assume the best in the person that I'm talking to.
Okay.
Genuinely within that respect. And that's why I'm saying this because if you do know that, that would mean that you hold incredibly deplorable positions.
Okay,
like,
so Parker,
are
let me
you
ask you
saying that
this.
you hold the incredibly deplorable positions? Because I'm assuming the best when it
Um,
comes to this.
Right, right. So let me ask you this: if I shouldn't support Trump, then who should I support? Who's the leader of your party right now? Who should everyone in this chat support? You tell me that.
How about support AOC?
Okay, so AOC is going to be your. So what if AOC is not your what's the terminology I should use? Like the
Candidate.
candidate. There it is.
Well, then I will evaluate based upon the candidates.
And
that
you'll just
exist.
support whoever else is the candidate then.
Not necessarily.
It depends on their character.
Okay,
Depends on
so
their
like I said,
policies,
I'm a
depends who they're up
conservative. I'm not.
against.
Like I said, I'm a conservative. I'm not like a Trump supporter.
Did
but
you vote for
Trump,
Donald Trump?
yeah, I did because he's the
Okay.
leader of my party. There's a
Yeah.
difference between voting for someone and
Gross.
supporting someone.
Wait. So you voted for Donald Trump even though you don't support Donald Trump?
Right, because there's no recognized leader for the other party. So why would
So
I?
you voted for him simply because he was on your party ticket.
Well, that's one of the reasons. I mean, I agree with some of his policies. I don't agree
Oh,
with
okay.
him
So
as a
you do
person.
agree with
I don't
him.
agree with him as a person, but
Okay, so you do agree with like some of his like things. Okay. So what of
yes,
his
like
policy do you agree with?
like I agree with how he's leaving it up to the states for abortion. I agree with his also that last guy that was talking up there. I agree with like his no tax on tips or whatever.
Let's talk about this. So you understand that that's just like a deduction specifically.
Right, yeah, up to what 2,500 or whatever that kid was saying.
25,000.
Okay, yeah,
I
25,000.
said that by the way, but
Which is it?
Well,
That's
are you
deduction.
not a kid? Are you a kid or a
no,
man?
I'm 33 years old. Thank you.
Okay, so all right, whatever that man was saying, I'm sorry.
So a deduction of is specifically reducing the taxable income. So it doesn't mean you get that amount of money back. It just means that you reduce your taxable income by that much.
Wait. So just to like dumb it down a little bit, let me just make this sure I'm clear. It's basically up to 25,000, and anything after that is deducted, correct?
No.
No,
Okay,
no.
sorry.
Only 25,000 deducted from your
Uh-huh.
taxable income. So say your taxable income is $60,000. You
Right.
can only deduct 20,000.
Okay. All
Right.
right.
That would be if it is the case that it was 20,000.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Well, I mean, I still agree with that. I mean, I think it's a good thing. I mean, I don't see why people have a problem with that specifically. I'm not
So what does
talking.
that
I'm not
mean?
talking
It
about the
means your-
whole
wait,
bill.
hold on, let me clarify what deduction means. A deduction then means your new taxable income is 40,000.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's less than what it was supposed to be, correct?
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
In principle, I
Yeah,
have no
but
issue with that policy. By the way,
Right.
And you will only save the certain percentage that would be your
I
top
mean,
line.
at the end of the day, you're saving. So
Yeah.
it's like if it's more money in your pocket, I think that's I don't know why we're debating it. We're just trying to
also,
find.
too-
you
We're
have to think
finding a
about-
reason
you
to
have-
make it make it a bad thing. I think that's
no,
weird.
I could.
No, I want to be
I
able to
could give. Oh,
address.
sorry, Parker, sorry,
I want to
Parker,
be able
sorry.
to address all the context. You're not letting me address all the context.
Okay, go on. I'm sorry, Grandmaster Parker. Here he goes with his little kink again. There he is, you little freak. Keep going, Matt.
Can I please finish? I just would love to. So again, you have to take into account the net impact of the overall bill, right, and other policies that the candidate is supporting, right?
Okay.
And you'd have to look at things like, for example, tariffs. And tariffs overall would lead to a greater increase, particularly in the prices for people who are lower and middle income, comparative to the taxes specifically that they'd be saving in terms of that respect. So even if you were to say the case that people are going to get these tax reductions, which I would agree
Right.
with in terms of the overtime and
Oh, so you agree with these tax on tips,
it's not no
or
tax
no
on
tax on tips?
It's not no tax on tips. It's not no tax on overtime, but the deduction specifically on the such, I do agree with.
Yes. Okay, but I mean, I'm
Okay,
naming
but
the
you have to-
policy. I'm naming the
WJ,
policy.
by
I
the way.
know. What's up?
Sorry.
Okay, but if you want to look at this, I do agree with the deductions. What I'm saying is that if you look at the overall policy, it's very clear that it is the case that they're going to be negatively impacted to a greater extent if they're lower and middle income in terms of the tax brackets because of the regressive negative impact of tariffs.
So you do agree with it? You don't agree with
along
it? I
with
don't
the,
understand.
along with the cuts of Medicaid and food stamps.
In
Okay.
theory,
Which
we can
wait,
make
don't
a
those
case-
medicated food
In
stamps go?
theory, in a vacuum with no other variables to consider in terms of the bill, we support it.
Yeah, in
Okay.
theory, however, I can make a good case about why I think tips should be taxed, but
Okay.
I'll leave that to another day.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is actually interesting. Even though I'm gonna put all jokes aside, I do want to hear that, Matt. So whenever you do
Zach,
that,
thank you
that'd
so
be
much for the
sick. Tell us about
$20. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Jay with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank
Jay,
you so much,
$50.
Jay.
I'm
I
disappointed.
really
I'm
appreciate it, Jay. Thank you so much. Give me the
disappointed in you,
W's for Jay
Jay.
in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
LJ in the comments. Anyways, Matt, no,
Why?
like I was saying,
Jaden, what the fuck? Why?
dude, I just like got irked out. You said my name like that. Anyways, yo, Matt, I really would be interested to hear that conversation about why you think tax should be tipped.
Sure,
I'm not
because
like yeah, give me like a
I
little
see
synopsis real
tips.
quick.
No, sure. I see tips as deserving no special treatment than any other taxable income. So
Okay.
I personally think that Trump came out with this because he wanted to win over a certain base,
I mean, he's
that is primary.
a politician, yeah.
Yeah, obviously, but I see there's no reason why certain sectors who get tips should get a big exemption, whereas others do not. I think like once it's taxable income, then it should be taxed up to a like certain level. Now we can discuss about what that level should be, but
Yeah.
I think having a whole
I was
carve
just about
out
to say.
for one industry, I think is a not good public policy, because then other industry can say, well, then why aren't I getting some kind of big exemption?
All right, so let's stay.
I had a
All right,
big
Matt. That was
emoji
actually
too.
I
Thank you
actually
so
do
much,
appreciate
Adam.
that. I would love to listen to that, but let's stay on topic here so your chat doesn't get too irky. They have some patient issues. Anyway, so let's go on to like trans rights, I guess, or can I move on to that, or abortion or something that we can I can speak to more in depth, I guess.
So essentially, you're saying is that you don't want to talk about economic policy. You don't want to talk about anything, but
No, I do. I can
particularly
talk
restricting
about
women's access
economic.
to abortion, along with
Wow,
your
that's
hate for
good.
trans
That's
people.
good. It's nice you're framing me like that.
People are okay with us talking about like the a big ugly bill. So like
No,
I'm
I
fine
do
with that.
understand that, but I think your chat was getting a little bored with me, like asking Matt about, that's what I
I don't
meant.
think
I think
so.
they're a little bored of you
Oh.
only specifically resorting to wanting to again restrict women's access to abortion and transphobia
I don't.
as a
I
means to
don't. I
support
don't.
Donald Trump.
I don't. Wait, so Parker, I want you to tell me this, because I know this is like your stance. It's like,
After this,
like
I want to ask you a question.
Sure. How about you ask me your question first?
I don't know.
Look
but
at me
go
giving
on,
you the
Sam.
power here. You like this little power dynamic I'm going with?
Oh, good lord.
Go
I
on,
think you're
Parker.
doing this.
I'm not. What do you mean? You don't like when people play mind games on you, like you play mind games on other people?
I'm not even playing mind games. I'm having a good dialogue. With
Yeah, you're right.
Reddit.
I'm the one that's playing
The
mind
only
games.
thing I'm trying to do is trying to change your mind and trying to change the minds of the people that chat. That's literally all I'm trying to do.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah. So what was the question
like,
you were gonna
better
ask me?
opinions.
What was the question you were gonna ask me?
Yeah, like would you support Donald Trump if he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
No, I wouldn't. Okay, but let me say this. I think like the last guy said, he said that years ago. I know what video you're gonna pull up, bro. He said that years ago, and if he came out and like denied that, then I would still support him. If he came out and he wouldn't, like, he'll stand by his statement, I think obviously I would not support him anymore. So I don't think he's gotten a chance to like denounce it, or I'm not saying that I'm not got a call. Am I still on this? Am I still here?
Why is it not letting me mute the tab? I gotta mute the tab, I guess.
Why? What I do?
No, it's not you.
Oh.
Hi, Stella.
Yeah, I was saying if he came out and denounced it, then like I would still support him, but I don't think he's been given an opportunity to clear the air on that. Not that you need to clear the air, or not that he should be put in that situation, but yeah, obviously that's sick that he said that. It's like, it's disgusting.
Listen.
Dude, I've seen the video, bro. I just said I don't want to listen to it again. I also can't hear the tab, so
WJ.
there's no need to figure out the technical difficulties. I've heard the video. I'm sure half of your TikTok diluted fan base has heard it.
Okay. So like, please listen here real quick, okay?
Dude, I've heard. Go. Sorry.
Given that it is the case that you would not support him,
yes,
if he did this, you've heard that he's done it. Why is it the case that you still support
well,
him?
because I mean, I know what your question's gonna be. Sorry for cutting you off. Because number one, like I said, mind you, I don't support him as a person. But number two, like I said, he said this years ago. Not justifying the fact that he said it, but if he was given a chance to clear the air on it, I think whether I'm not saying apology is like gonna like wipe the situation away, but like, you know, we're assuming that like he said it and he's like stands by that. You know,
He
he doesn't
does because he's
apologize.
never talked about it before. As I said, there's only one time in recent memory where he has ever apologized, and even then it was a half-assed apology.
Okay, well, I mean, dude, I don't really know what to say about that. I mean, like I said, I don't support him as a person, but like again, like I think if he came out and he got a chance, or if he was asked in the presser about it, like you know, he'd probably like.
He probably denied that he ever said it.
Yeah,
Okay,
even though
yeah,
it's
I mean, you're
people don't
probably right.
understand.
I don't know what you want me to say. You're probably right, but
Wait,
like,
plus it is the case that like again, you should, given that you already said that you would put a hard line on this, put a hard line on it right now. Stand on what you said. Don't
okay, yeah, but
just
then
like go against it.
can
Hello?
I still hear? Yeah, sorry, my brother keeps spamming me. Wait, can I? If I no, I'm not gonna exit out. Can you give me like 1 second to tell him yell downstairs and tell him to stop calling me? Give me like 20 seconds, not even.
I'll mute
Sure.
you and I'll thank some people in the meantime. Jay, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jay. Can we get some W's for Jay in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lori, thank you for the $2.79. Thank you so much. Dan with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Silla, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you. As well as Luke, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate it. Everyone, again, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the bio on here on YouTube.
By the way,
you-
everybody, for anybody asking, my I'm gonna say hi in the chat. My name is Matt the Librarian on there. People can go there to get all of my links, all my account. People ask like, "Where's my account?" That's my account. So I just said hi, and it says Matt the Librarian. It's in blue. That's where you can find like everything. If you want to subscribe, if you want to get like my link tree, all that stuff. Okay. Not that you
Oh
have
my
to, but it's there.
gosh. Andrew,
What?
thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Jessica, thank you for the $2. Appreciate it. Esmeralda, thank you so much for the $10.
Yo, Parker.
Sid with the $50. Thank you so much for
W.
these callers have been genuinely insufferable tonight. What's happening? I have no clue. Thank you so much, Sid, with the $50. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And Beth with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it because your last dono annoyed this insufferable guest. Here is another $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Beth. Thank you. Use some W's for Beth in the comment section right now. Martha, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Martha.
Yo, I gotta meet
Luke,
with my.
thank you for $2.
Can you hear me or no?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah, I just gotta meet my exec team in a couple minutes. So let's wrap this up. I want to talk about trans rights real quick.
Oh god.
And
So you don't want to finish addressing what you just said?
I think you got the gist. I don't support him as a person. Like I said, I stand. Obviously, I don't agree with what he said. I don't know what else you want me to say. Yeah.
So, like, again, is that a reason to not support the guy?
I think it's one reason not to support him, but I think there's other there's other reasons why I do support him that outweigh the two. So
Okay, wait. So to clarify, so you would vote for him, even though it is the case that he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
Holy shit.
Wow, I
oh
mean,
my god,
dude,
Jay
when you
with
put it like that-
$100 on YouTube super chat.
dude, Jay, what are you doing,
Parker
bro?
is
You
my guy.
sick.
Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it.
Might
Thank
as well
you,
just
Jay.
like flush it down the
Use some
toilet,
W's
buddy.
for Jay in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube super chat.
By the
What do
way,
you
Jay,
mean,
my
bro?
my link is in my bio. By the way, I'm just saying. That's a joke, Jay.
Wow, that wasn't a joke. Anyways,
Yeah, that was totally a joke. Totally a joke. Come on.
it
Have
wasn't a
fun.
joke. I was a little plug right there. Anyways,
I mean, it was a plug, but you know.
Justified plug. Justified plug.
that's yo. Let's come on. Let's talk about trans rights real quick. Yo, so why are you I want you to tell me right now why you think it's fair for someone that's a female transitioning to male or vice versa. Why do you think that's okay to happen in sports?
We have qualifications.
Qualifications. Okay, so now being a woman is a qualification, right? You check
No.
off. That's what you just said,
no,
bro.
we have no, man. We have qualifications. We say that the person has to have gone through HRT for a certain amount of time.
Oh, okay. So
and
like
they
I
have
just
to meet
said,
certain
so
standards.
to be classified as a woman, there's qualifications that you
be
have
able
to.
to
No,
play
that's
in
not being
sport.
classified as a woman. That's to specifically be able to play in a certain sport.
Okay. Let's talk about specifically regarding women's sports. Going through HRT, whatever you're talking about, there's a specific like check, like you check off certain things to be classified as a woman to participate in that sport. Yes or no? If you're a trans man or woman or trans man in the sense. The answer is
You have
yes. The answer is yes. I don't know what we're doing here. The
no,
answer is
hold on.
yes.
What are you talking about? Like, no, I'm not checking someone's privates or anything, right? I'm
No,
talking
that's
about
not what I
like
mean. That's
like
not what I mean. I
okay, then
mean
like
that you're checking off certain it's like
yes,
you're
like
checking off certain boxes, right?
if you're a
Th-
trans
wait,
woman who's going to be okay,
there are qualifications for everyone when it comes to
yes,
sports.
Yes, right. Like if you're born a man, you participate in a man's sport. If you're born a woman,
No,
you participate in a woman's
yeah, like
sport.
So
we set
again,
limits on everything.
dude. Yeah, so that's not the set of qualifications we're referencing. That would be the set of qualifications you think are relevant, but we could show you the ridiculous nature of those.
Oh, you're gonna show me extreme outliers. I'm talking about like if you're a high schooler and you're participating for like soccer, boys soccer. When you get like your pack or your sign up or you want to go try out. If you're a boy, obviously you practice with the boys team. If you're a girl, you practice with the girls team. Now, if you undergo this HRT or whatever this process you go through to transition from a male to a woman, you go through a process and you have to check certain boxes, yes or no, to participate on the other side. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yes.
Okay, so that means you're saying to become a woman, you have to check off certain things.
No. It means to participate, they have to meet certain boxes, which we
Oh, so they're
already
not. So they're
do.
not a woman.
Certain sports already have.
So they're not a woman.
No. You're misunderstanding. That's what I was trying to say.
No,
You're
I think I'm understanding
Can
very well.
Can you stop cutting me off so I can explain?
Damn, bro, I still mad.
Listen, it is the case that specifically there are some cis women that can't play under those conditions as well because of unfair conditions that could exist, whether it be based upon certain types of biological markers that could influence levels of testosterone, right? Along with the fact that we could reference specifically like after if someone was utilizing testosterone, right, who's biologically female, right? We wouldn't want people in those conditions, right, to be playing because that could be unfair as well. So like you have to understand that like even though again you would associate them to be biologically female, it isn't the case that they would specifically be able to play within women's sports. It is the case that we would reference a certain threshold, right, of fairness, of course.
I just
Right?
think
That's
it's
what we're
weird.
referencing.
I think it's weird putting like a bar on it to begin with. But anyway,
No,
so
because
like
one
a
reason
Wait,
standard.
why is that
what do you
someone
mean?
who is
That
on.
exists anyway for any sports. Any sports have a specific
Yeah, but like
threshold.
that, you're dealing with someone that's naturally like a man or woman. But what we're talking about here
But
is an
it's not an
extreme.
extra page. But
It
no
no, it is.
understanding.
It actually
This
is an
is
extra
not. No,
page.
no,
What are
no.
you talking
Hold on.
about? It,
Hold on,
it
just
definitely
listen.
is an extra page.
Please listen. Because someone who's on HRT is already having their hormones checked regularly. They're already getting these things naturally checked, and so it's not like a new thing that's already being added on, right? And sports already has testing in it. Sports are for decades. People have
Yeah,
been
dude.
tested
I
in
mean,
sports. This is not like
obviously,
a new
bro.
level
I
of
know
thing.
that. Yeah, I
Okay.
know that. But like, what we're talking about here is like someone that's trans. This is a totally different like scenario. We're talking about someone that is transitioning from a male to a woman. Simple as that's a totally different page. We're not gonna like act like it's the same thing as like a man getting tested for T. I mean, I get like yeah, it's maybe the same process, but like that's a totally separate situation you're dealing with. There's so many other factors that have to do with that person that's transitioning compared to that man that you're just testing for T. Does that make sense? So with that like process in itself, clearly, you can identify that the person isn't naturally like a man or woman, obviously. So like
Wait.
what
So yeah. So when I don't like how you say nat. I don't even know what you mean by naturally.
what
But when
don't you
we're
understand?
so we
What
can
don't
acknowledge that someone who's a trans woman, right, is biologically male, and we could acknowledge that someone who's a trans man is biologically female. That
and so
doesn't take
what and
away
so what right
that
so
d-
what
that doesn't take away from the fact that trans women are women and trans men are men. I'm so confused what your point is.
I think my point was pretty clear. You're just gonna like try and like draw me in to make me sound like a bad person. I don't think trans women are women.
Okay,
So
that's what my position is, though. There's nothing incoherent about my position.
I don't think trans women are women.
Okay, but that's just because you feel like that you want
No,
to
if
hold to
anything,
different definitions.
it's because trans women.
And it's because you just feel like you want to hold to different definitions that are not inclusive.
No, bro. If anything, it's because a woman that transitions to a man or a man that transitions to a woman feels like they they feel like they're the opposite gender. Like what are you talking about?
Jaden, I have a question. Have you ever watched the movie Freaky Friday?
Freaky Friday? Like I probably which one is that again? I don't remember.
Like like the idea that like you swap consciousness with someone else's body.
Oh, so you think that's what's going on here?
No, I'm giving you an example. If I were to swap bodies with my girlfriend, would
Sure.
it make sense to call me a man still?
Yes.
But I'm biologically female.
Wait, what are you talking about?
If I was within my girlfriend's body,
Right.
I would be biologically female. You're saying it would still make sense, even though I'm biologically female, to call me a man.
No, hold on. I didn't understand. Let me understand that properly. If you go into your girlfriend's body, what would I call, like, what would I refer to you as? You're a
like,
man.
would it make sense to refer to me as a man still?
Yes. You're Parker still, aren't you? Are you your girlfriend or
Yeah,
Parker?
of course I am. But
Okay.
that to me tells you that you believe that gender is something that's clearly socially determined based upon our social.
No, I just
based
talked. I
upon-
mean, what are you
based
talking
upon-
about? If
Based,
it-
based upon one's mental commitments, right? Whereas
No, that's not what I
specifically,
said.
can I please finish, man?
You're telling me what I'm saying. I'm trying to like
Let me.
clarify my
I'm trying
point.
to explain. I'm trying to explain.
Okay, sure. Go on. I'm listening.
So in this scenario, you're clearly describing that it's based upon someone's mental commitments and not based upon their biological sex. Because if it were based upon their biological sex, you'd refer to me as a woman. And you would say that it's incoherent and delusional to refer to me as a man because I'm in my girlfriend's body.
All right, I think that that analogy just put in my mind a jungle nut or whatever you call it. So
I understand it's a confusing thing to think about, right? But it makes total sense. And I know that you know it makes sense because you answered the way that makes sense.
no, I mean, I don't even think I answered properly. So, anyways, let's just forget about all the analogies. If you're born a man, you are a man. If you're born a woman, you're born a woman. There's no
Okay.
like if and buts or maybes. If you transition,
You're not listening. You're not
the
listening.
point
Wait,
of
wait, wait. So the answer-
transitioning,
so
you're
answer-
transitioning. You're transitioning from one gender to the other.
Wait,
So
to answer my question. So I'm biologically female in the scenario where me and my girlfriend swap bodies, like our consciousness swaps bodies.
Okay.
Again, you say it makes sense to call me a man still, even though I'm biologically female.
Sure, I'd
Please
call
make
you a
that make
woman then.
sense
I'd call you a woman.
Under your view.
I'd call you a woman then.
You seriously would think it's delusional to call me a man?
No, I think it's delusional to call you a woman. Actually, no, I changed my mind.
Oh, okay. That's my point.
What,
So
what are you
technically,
doing?
under this view, you're calling yourself delusional.
No,
because
you're
you
just
said that
calling. You're just
gender
giving
is
me an
a mental
extreme
commitment.
scenario. I'm
related
trying to
to
actually
mental
have a
commitments.
conversation. And you're giving me an extreme like.
It's not extreme.
scenario.
This is a hypothetical to get you to
Yeah.
understand how you relate to the term gender on an intuitive basis.
I'm
right?
talking about
How you
biological. I'm talking
intuitively-
about biology. I'm
listen,
not talking about gender.
Listen, how you intuitively relate to the concept of gender, right? Demonstrated in this, hypothetical scenario that
Okay.
you clearly see that gender is related to mental commitments. And
No,
it's not
I
related
don't.
to biological sex.
I think gender is
And now
related to.
now you're
Gender
gonna
is
see it
related
like, oh,
to.
it didn't make sense with my original prior thoughts, so I'm gonna try and run back on that. But your original intuition, right, was the case that
My original intuition,
hold up,
given your logic, was right. I guess.
your original intuition, right, was the case that that it's related to the mental commitments. And I know that you think that. Come on, bro, admit it. You admit that it makes sense.
So okay, here you go, getting off on some weird ass extreme scenario you gave me. Anyways,
No, you know
like
that
I'm
it makes
saying,
sense.
my point's pretty clear. No, it doesn't make sense. I still don't
It
even
does.
understand
You
it.
know it
I
does.
don't even know what answer I believe now. So, anyways,
Really?
yeah, I don't.
You
I really
you did
don't.
originally.
No, I didn't originally. That's why I
Oh,
hesitated.
really? Mm-hmm.
Yes, really. That's what I just said.
Hannah, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Hannah. Give me some W's for
Anywho,
Hannah in the comment section right now. Thank you
if
so
you're
much, Hannah.
transitioning from one place to another, that means you're no longer in that place. If you're transitioning from a male to a woman, it means
Okay,
you're
so
no longer.
so if me and my girlfriend swap bodies, I'm a woman.
I don't want it. Why are we using that analogy? Clearly, I'm not understanding the foundation of it.
You do understand it. You understand
I
it.
don't. You're going to tell
Yes,
me
you
what I
do.
understand.
You totally understand it. I know you do.
All right. Well, let's be a good boy and say I don't. So,
You know what? You do understand it. You're just choosing to be disingenuous.
No, I'm not. I think you're being disingenuous. What are we talking about here? You're trying to tell me that trans women should participate in women's sports. That's disingenuous. What are you talking about? What are we talking about here?
Disingenuous?
Because
That was totally a deflection.
It wasn't. It's back to my point that I was arguing. Your whole weird analogy is a
Fire,
deflection.
thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. It's not a deflection. It's a thought experiment to get you to understand how you relate to the concept of
It's
gender.
a weird thought experiment. You should never try that experiment again.
I'm gonna keep saying it. One.
Okay, cool.
Sage, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Go ahead and keep saying it. But back to what I was saying. Yeah, if you're transitioning from a male to a woman, you participate in a male sport. If you're transitioning from a woman to a male, you participate in a woman's sport. Point blank, period. Um, shouldn't be any if, buts, and
We're
maybes.
not
If you
talking
want,
about sports right now. We're talking about
I
gender
well, that's
identity.
what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about
I
sports.
understand. But you're deflecting away from what I was talking about.
No, you're the one that originally deflected. That's what I'm trying to get at. I don't want to talk about this whole gender thing.
Because it makes you look bad. Jay, thank you so much for the
No,
$50 on
you
YouTube
are
Super
one
Chat. Thank you so
conceited
much,
weird
Jay.
guy.
Can we get the W's for Jay in the comment section? Thank you so
You're
much,
one
Jay.
conceited weird
W's
cat.
for
You
Jay,
are.
seriously.
So
Jay's going
wait,
all
Took
out.
this
so
man and
Parker,
muted him
so
a few
Parker,
times
so
for me.
if
I got you.
I one day wake up, I'm just gonna ask you a question. Why are you muting me, bro?
Jay asked me. Jay asked me to do that.
And he paid money, so
Yeah.
WJ.
I thought
Okay,
I would respect Jay.
Word. Anyways, so you're a slave to money. It's weird. Anyways, why are you smiling, bro? It's weird.
Because it's rage bait too.
It's not rage bait. You're not rage baiting me. You're just proving my philosophy that you're a weird guy that gets
Jay, thank you for the $20.
slave
Thank
to
you so
money.
much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, really?
So you think
Sid
it's
said-
okay?
Sid
You
said I
think
would
it's okay
genuinely
for
take
a
15
woman?
minutes of a Liam debate over 5 minutes of this guy. That's crazy.
Nice.
Roddy,
Okay,
thank
well, I
you
don't
so
know
much
who
for
that
$5.
person,
Thank you.
whoever that person was that you just donated to a random guy that's probably going to use his money on takeout Chinese. So who's a real like idiot here? I'm telling you,
Is that bad?
I'm not mad. I'm just saying, like,
No,
why is that person chirping?
Take out Chinese.
Is that
I think
bad?
it's a bad thing.
Is that bad?
Is that bad? Like what?
I don't think you're
what?
utilizing your money for like for the benefit of your political party or actually educating people. You're just using.
I'm currently educating people right now. There's
You're educating.
currently-
You're not educating
there's
people, bro.
5,200
I'm
people in the
listening
live
to
right
brain
now.
rot. I'm listening to brain rot right
Dude,
now.
there's 5,200 people in the live right now that are listening.
Yeah,
to you.
listening to brain rot. I'm trying to have a conversation. You're giving me extreme like analogies,
I'm giving you a thought experiment to demonstrate.
and I
how
said it
you
doesn't.
relate
It's
to the
not. It's
concept
not
of
working.
gender.
It's not constructive. So let's move on.
It was constructive. You just
It
don't
wasn't.
like hearing it because it's making you look bad.
It's not making me look bad. I just don't
It is.
understand.
It is. It is. Well, now,
Okay.
can I explain it to you?
Sure, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. So again, the reason why I say this is because it's very clear that it's coherent to call me a man, even though I'm biologically a female in that scenario. So biology is not going to demonstrate specifically what we view as gender in that context.
Okay, got you. So if I'm Jaden and
Sam,
I
thank you so much for
transform,
buy some
if I'm
takeout. Thank you
Jaden,
so much, Sam, for the $20. Thank you. I really
if I'm
appreciate
if
Summer.
me
Thank you for the
Jaden
$2. Thank you so much. I really
switches
appreciate Drino. Thank
consciousness
you for
with
the
a
$2.
cat,
Thank
what
you
would
for
you
the
call
takeout.
me?
I really appreciate it. Mark, thank you for the $5
Why are you
for
laughing,
the
Matt? You know
takeout.
that's like
Tom,
like
thank you for the £2
No,
for
not
the
at you.
takeout.
I'm laughing at
Keith,
No,
you.
thank
you were
you so much
laughing
for
at
the
me. Let's stop
$10 for the
lying here.
takeout. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Darcy, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Anna, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it for the takeout. Thank you so much, Anna. I really appreciate the $20 for takeout. Thank you.
Yo, so if I switch consciousness with a cat, what would you refer to me as? A cat or Jaden?
I would refer to you as Jaden.
Okay, yeah, under your so the cat's Jaden, like the cat's a human now.
No, I would refer to you as that because I think that
No,
you.
so what would you refer the cat to?
Because when I'm relating to the identity of a person,
Right.
I'm going to be relating to who they are, right, in terms of their consciousness.
That's what you
Yeah.
refer to people who they are as their conscious. So which means but people can control their consciousness, right?
What the fuck did that even mean? Joshua,
And
thank you for the $100 for buy Chinese food
Like,
once
and
or
people
twice with
alter
this.
their
You are the
consciousness.
best. Keep it up. And your analogy absolutely makes sense. Guest is insufferably disingenuous. Thank you so much. I
Okay.
appreciate the $100, Joshua. Insomnia with the
Okay.
$30 for takeout. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Duke
Dude,
with the
all you guys are
$5. Thank you so
clowns,
much. I
bro.
appreciate it, Duke.
Oh, you guys are clowns.
Sue, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Anywho,
Yes, brain transplant. Yeah.
so I'm just asking you a question. You think it's okay
Juan,
for
thank you
trans
so much
women?
for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really
You think it's
appreciate
okay for trans women to participate in women's sports, right?
it. Juan, you should definitely keep on to that if you cannot.
I'm just asking you a question, man. You think that's okay? You think someone that was born a male
Ask
that
anything. Thank you
transitions
so
to a
much. I
woman,
appreciate it.
it's okay for them to participate?
Okay. Hey, Jaden.
Don't whisper to my name like that.
Why? You
'Cause
don't like
you're
ASMR?
No. I don't.
Jay,
Okay, dude. Guys, this is the kid that you donate to, bro. It's a weird fan base, bro. It's just weird.
I'm not even getting donated. I'm doing it.
Yeah, Matt, you're just that means you're just weird. Matt,
I am
Parker's
weird.
Parker's weird with motivation,
Jaden.
and you're just straight up like an oddball.
I am an oddball.
Anywho, can we talk about can we debate or no?
Can you give me a reason
Okay.
to support Donald Trump that is not related to trans people or to specifically like any social issue that you think like
You think abortion's a social issue?
abortion. Yes, abortion is a
So you want me to talk about an economic policy, basically?
yes.
I already brought one up earlier, and we kind of moved on from
I
that.
wanted to take us back to the big beautiful bill, like specifically.
Right? Yeah, because I mean, I don't agree with I don't agree with all of it. Huh? I want to talk about abortion. Why can't we talk about that?
Lucas, think of the $2. Thank you. Why do you want to restrict women's rights so badly?
Well, don't you think their actions are leading to them like this whole scenario in the first place?
What? Say that again.
Their actions, participating in unprotected,
Why are you assuming that they got pregnant because of unprotected sex?
well, because that's
over 50% of abortions come
Yep.
from failed contraceptives.
okay. And then what is the percentage of people that get the abortion because they financially can't, or they just say they don't want to, compared to people that medically can't? Pretty sure it's like less than 4%, isn't it? Yes. So you think that's okay?
Repeat what you just said. Sorry.
The people that look, you see, good, talking to the big boy voice now. So the people that get abortions because they financially can't, or just say they don't want to, compared to the people that are medically.
I think it's totally fine to get an abortion because you can't financially
Yeah.
afford it. Like,
So you think it's okay to get
Sid,
rid of?
thank you for $25, Sid. Thank you so much for to Sid.
Wait.
Sid in chat. Thank you so much.
Lucas, thank you for the $2.
Thank
I
you so
really
much.
appreciate it. Lucas, thank you.
So
G, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
so
Love Yogurt, thank you so much. Appreciate the $20. Thank you so much for takeout. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for I love Yogurt for the takeout. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
W's
So-
to all of them.
So you
Literally
think
though,
it's
literally though.
okay?
Also, thank you so much, Kareem. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it for the ASMR. Thank you. Thank you.
So you think it's
Fire,
okay?
Thank you so much for the $2.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
god, bro.
I really appreciate it. What's up?
So you think it's okay to get
Also,
rid
thank you
of?
so much. I really appreciate it, Ryan. Thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20 for Parker. You spend your donations on food.
How
I
dare
need
you.
a refund because I thought it was strictly on patience pens. Yes, it actually is. I promise you.
Yeah, like if I was educating people on
Ruben, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
if I was educating someone on something I'm passionate about, I would use that money that's donated to me, at least a large portion of it, to the cause that I'm,
Who said we
speaking
don't?
towards. Well, that's why I asked them.
Is there any cause you believe in?
Sure, like,
And do you think
like
that?
homelessness,
Okay. And are you advocating for that right now?
yeah, actually, my cousin's an athlete, and a bunch of them have an
I have a question.
organization
Can you
that's
name one policy that Republicans have ever passed that have benefit homeless people?
off the top of my head, I can't. I mean, and I'm assuming based off of your question, there never has been. So, what does that mean? I shouldn't be a Republican anymore?
Aren't you currently supporting policies that are antithetical to the things that
That
you just
doesn't
said
mean
you
I have to.
supported?
That doesn't mean I fall under the whole the umbrella of every single policy that Republicans advocate for. Like I can disagree with certain policies or disagree with the fact that they aren't advocating for
It's
certain
a pretty
policies.
big thing to disagree on. I mean, what things do you agree with?
Well, I didn't say disagree.
What
I
are
said
you? Can you tell me something that you like are really passionate about in terms of what you care for?
yeah, I just named one.
Can you name another thing?
I mean, education.
Education. So, how do you feel about Donald Trump wanting to abolish the Department of Education?
If they aren't being as productive, and he's thinking of creating maybe a new department or reconstructing that department or branding that department, that's fine with me. But if he's completely
So that would
thinking,
be reform. So why is he abolishing it?
so he's not thinking of replacing it with anything else.
Yeah, he wants to. He claimed he wanted to abolish it but has no plan.
Right, but my next question is he thinking of replacing it with another department? Yes, right, Matt? Can you
Did he provide any plan to do so?
I'm not listening at the moment. Sorry.
What was his plan to replace it with?
I don't know, but I'm asking you: is that currently in the works? Is there a new department that's going? I'm sure there's no way he's going to get rid of that and not create a new department or someone or committee or
Okay,
something of the sort to
just saying
oversee it.
there's no way he wouldn't do this isn't reason that he would.
Well,
'Cause
I
he's
think.
insane.
Well,
He's a
I don't.
lunatic. He's unhinged.
You're the lunatic that thinks that trans women should participate in women's sports, bro. We're being serious. You're calling him a lunatic. You're the lunatic here.
Again, you couldn't provide like a reason specifically why someone who's a trans woman should not be allowed to play in women's sports, in which it is the case that they specifically.
Well, because you didn't let me, bro.
are
Because you were
worse-
talking
are-
about you're dumb. You're
when specifically they are worse than the average cis woman. Or you said it was specifically about fairness, but in that scenario, clearly, like that fairness isn't a relevant characteristic to bring up.
I actually didn't say that. I don't know where you got that from. It's probably someone else because we didn't have a conversation. You were just going on about your dumb analogy. But anyways,
We had that conversation.
no, we didn't.
Yes, we did.
So what I said?
We had a full conversation.
Yeah,
and you
what
didn't
I
give a
say?
response to that. That's
No,
I just
what did
said.
I say? You gave me that dumb analogy, but you said we had a conversation about fairness.
You tried to get away from that conversation.
I didn't. I tried to get on
Jay,
that
thank you for
conversation.
the $50 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really
You're
appreciate
so
it.
fried. You're so fried. You don't even remember.
Because
what we're talking
Parker is
about.
that guy. Also, Matt, I need your links. Jay, thank you for the
Parker.
$50 on
Oh,
YouTube super
yeah.
chat.
Hold on.
Parker's not that guy. He's a fry guy. Anyways,
Is that because
yeah.
I'm elevated right now? Ryan, thank you for the $5. Wait, what's right? You have yet to tell me what's wrong with being elevated. Push the hand art.
Your brain isn't operating naturally.
It's operating better than yours is right now, apparently.
Thank you, Noam, for
Right,
the
right,
one,
right,
and
right.
Mickey
Says the
to,
one that thinks that someone that
Meet Scott,
transitions should
$6, thank you so
participate
much.
in it. Okay.
Well,
Right.
give me an argument to support your position. You gave me nothing, right? I'm giving.
Okay,
I'm
so
giving
if
you
I
argument after argument after argument,
you're
right? To
not,
dispute
you're
every
not.
single one of your
You're
positions.
you see, this is what you think.
Everything to $2. Thank you so much.
Okay. An argument is because, like I said, I mean, what? So this whole what's this transition thing that you call it?
Okay. Here.
HR what?
How about this? Jaden, I'm gonna let you give like another argument, and then I'm probably gonna get off. I think you've been on for a while, so I'm probably gonna go on to the next person.
Yeah, because we've been
Back
talking
off,
about. I'm
Jaden.
trying to like talk about stuff, and you keep like talking about donations and dumb like analogies. Like we could have gone so much further in this debate or
Lori, thank you for
conversation.
the $7. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Luke, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Avery with the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Avery. I really
So
appreciate it.
let's say there was like a woman's equivalent to the NFL. You think a man that transitions to woman should be able to participate in that league?
Again, I think trans women should be allowed to play in women's sports, given that they've been through multiple years of HRT and or male puberty and didn't go through male puberty.
Wait, did Matt say before that there was a case of someone before puberty that has gone through this like
By the way, thank you to Jay
that's
for
gone
the
through this,
$50.
like,
Jay
thing?
from YouTube. Hey, Jay.
That's
Love you so
sick.
much. Thank you, Jay. Thank you so much.
Can you repeat what you said?
There's a kid that went through this transition period before puberty.
Okay, people hear me?
Like you're saying they use puberty.
You
blockers,
understand
so
what I'm saying? I'm just asking, did that kid that the Supreme Court
So they use puberty blockers. They didn't go through puberty.
Can people hear me?
how old is the kid when he went through the transition?
She.
I didn't know
Sure.
that.
I'd have to hear.
Matt,
Yeah,
look it
hold
up and
on,
tell me. I want to know.
Hold on, please. Everybody. Jay, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much on Cash App.
You
Thank
already
so
said that,
much.
bro.
I want to make sure he hears it. He gave me $50. I want
Let's
to
have
thank
a
him
conversation. Well, I'm pretty sure everyone heard it. All right.
I'm saying it again because WJ. So thank you, Jay. Thank you so much.
WJ, yeah, WJ.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
The yeah, hold on. I can look it up for you. Hold on one second.
Yeah, it just depends on the scenario. You know that there are cis children that also.
Can you stop
blockers?
talking to me, Parker? I want to know how old this kid.
Oh, this guy's annoying.
He said to stop talking to him. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
30. Can you hear me now?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh yeah, yeah, Parker, I do. I support Trump a lot. I mean, I think all of his policies are great, even though I can't name an actual good policy he's made. The big beautiful bill is absolutely beautiful. It doesn't do anything bad to the majority of Americans at all. It helps the rich people. So obviously, with the rich people having more money.
By the way, that person was third grade, so that's when they started. Third grade.
If you're MAGA, let me know in the private chat. Let me know in the private chat. If you're in the box.
In the box.
America first. I already had a conversation with you, man. Literally today. Serena, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. That's so funny. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Dom, how old are you?
22.
Dom, are you there?
Hello?
Put in the chat. Hi.
Hey, Dom.
Hello?
Can you?
I can hear her or them. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm a girl.
I can hear.
Okay.
Them. Hello.
Can you hear me,
that?
Parker?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay. I hear.
Well,
her.
I hear them now. Hello.
Okay, there you go.
How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
Hello?
I don't think she can hear you, Parker.
Okay, I think it's just glitched. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you're MAGA, let me know. I don't know who's MAGA. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Yeah, how old are you?
Oh, I just turned 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, I just want to say you're breathtaking again.
And thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Ann. Ann. Thank you.
By the
so
way,
much.
if you're on TikTok or if you're on YouTube and you want to join up the guest box, it's literally in it's the pinned comment on my YouTube live stream, everyone. And if you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream, everyone. I haven't even been asking people to like the stream at all. Make sure to like the stream. I think how many likes do we have, everyone? How many likes do we have?
Holy shit. Thank you, Jay, again for another $50. Thank you, Jay. W to J. Holy shit.
W's
Thank
for
you, Jay.
W's for Jay in the comment section, everyone.
Yeah, WJ. Thank you so much. Oh, J will. That link, that's my link tree. So it has all my links in it. Has all my Cash App, my Venmo, it has my TikToks, has my Substack, it has everything in it. So when you click that, you'll see everything.
Fletcher, how old are you?
Oh
Hello?
shit, sorry. I just wanted to say I'm a trans man and I appreciate what you're doing and I appreciate how you are actually sticking up for us. It's a tough world right now and I love you guys a lot.
Oh.
Thank you
Sorry,
so much,
thank
man.
you.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now?
W.
W's for the comment section for him. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Thank you, Ashley, for the $5. Thank you so much.
Hello?
Means a lot to me.
Yo,
Thank
what's
you.
up? How old are you?
I'm 28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why so?
Personally, it's my religious views as a Christian.
Okay, your religious views. Okay, so what specific religious views?
Honestly, I think that just typical one, right? Going back to the abortion law. I think that's a typical one.
So here's a question I typically like to ask people.
Yeah.
Can you name one Christian-like norm that Donald Trump upholds outside of the context of abortion?
That's actually a really good question because I think that there's a lot about Donald Trump that obviously doesn't reflect Jesus, especially, right? And I think that if you view abortion as murder, I think obviously that would, pardon the pun, but I think that would trump a lot of other things if you actually thought that millions and millions of babies every year were being murdered. I think that I think that you could probably put aside someone's personal character and support their policy if that's truly what you thought. If you truly thought babies were being murdered every year. Does that make sense?
So you don't have an answer essentially?
No, I mean, honestly, I think that mostly he is not a great person. I think that there's a lot of his character traits that aren't good. And I think that honestly, that's a problem with Christianity in general right now, is that a lot of Christians have latched on to Donald Trump as like this savior and like this person they should uphold, when in reality, like, he's not a great person. But like, for me personally, again, if it was just if I truly believed that babies are being murdered through my belief system, then I mean, I guess I would ask that to you then. Like, if you thought that, if you thought that,
I just want to clarify my question before we.
yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
So like again, fuck, I just had it. So in terms of fuck, I literally just, you can ask your question. I literally just had it.
No, you're good. But I guess like, so like, I get where you're coming from too, because I think that a lot of Christians do put him on this pedestal as like this guy, like this.
I remember.
No, you're good.
Okay, so you couldn't mention a single Christian like norm that Donald Trump supports outside of the context of abortion? Like literally not a single one. You don't know any other?
I think that it's probably difficult to be honest. Maybe, I mean, I don't know much about his generosity, like as an individual. That's not something I'm familiar with. Maybe you are, but
okay, so then like again, if you can't mention anything else in terms of that, right? What makes you think that like Donald Trump is more in accordance with your Christian norms? Is it just like the single issue of abortion?
yeah, I mean, for me, honestly, I think it probably is, because again, and that's why that's a question I was going to throw back to you, is if you truly thought that millions and millions, I mean, of babies every year were being murdered, would there be anything that a politician could do that would keep you from voting for them?
Okay, so let's clarify this then.
Yeah.
Do you think IVF leads to murder because of the discarding of zygotes and embryos?
Yeah, I mean, that's a tricky one. And I'll give you that. I think that I was just talking to someone the other day about Plan B being a difficult topic as well, because of potentially I mean, I know it gets tricky because right, there can be the ultimate goal, like from a Christian perspective, would be to block contraception, right? But I know, like, specifically with Plan B, and then I'm actually not as familiar with IVF. I know that maybe you could educate me on that. That is that after conception, or is it blocking conception?
So IVF is in vitro fertilization, right? So they're going to create multiple different fertilized eggs that they're going to discard because they only use some of them. And that's going to lead to the murder of human lives under your view. So you're going to think that anyone involved in that process, right, they should be what's it called? They should go to prison. That seemingly should be your view then, because you think
or
that
have
they're
it
murderers.
banned. Yeah.
Again, I think that's something that I would probably need to research more, but in a sense, I mean, in a sense, I could see that as a deflection, because I see how you're trying to take the logical consistency of my argument, but at the end of the day, too, like maybe I would research that more and think that, like, if I take that to its logical conclusion, that it would be something that, as a Christian, that I should push against. But I don't know if that necessarily is relevant to the topic,
But you do
because
see that, like, there's like a conflict here, right? Because as a Christian, you want people to have babies, and people that use IVF are the most wanting people in the world who
Sure.
want to have babies, and so that's why there's like this great like paradox and like irony here, because the people who want to ban IVF, they say that they want people to have babies, and yet they're stopping the very people that want it the most from actually having babies.
I guess this is just off the top of my mind. But people that I guess the difference that I would see here is that
Clarify,
one of
do you
them,
think they should go to prison?
I don't think they should go to prison, especially with the
they're murderers
lack
under
of
your
information that I have on them. Sorry.
But they're murderers under your view. They
And
discard
so that's
embryos and zygotes all the time. They're actually serial killers.
Well, that's what I was going to say is that I guess the key difference in my mind is that with abortion, the goal, the end goal, and the intention is to end a life, and with IVF, the goal would be to conceive. Like I have friends that have had trouble conceiving. I'm 28, and at this point, I've had a lot of friends try along this journey, and I get that that's very difficult. But like people that that are doing that eventually are trying to gain life and create life.
I have a question. Do you remember when Donald Trump said he wanted to pay for IVF?
I do not actually know.
Yeah, he
Donald
wanted
Trump,
free IVF.
he wanted to do that sometime. Did you know that's him advocating for paid for serial killers by the government? Under your view, that's literally what it is. That's what he was saying. The fact that I was making this argument prior to the election, the fact that people didn't understand this argument was really concerning to me, because this was very clear from a pro-life perspective. Him saying he wants to be in support of paid for IVF is literally paying for serial killers under your perspective if you care about it life at conception.
Also, why is it that he said that he was the king of IVF and that he wanted to pay for everybody's IVF, and yet in the mega spending bill that he just passed, there was no IVF? Like
Yep.
what?
Yep. Completely lied. But that's still an unhinged perspective. The fact that no one talked about that is kind of ridiculous to me, actually.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, thank you to Jay again for the $10 now. Thank you so much, Jay, WJ, and also thank you to Tyler for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you both so very much. So it means a lot to me. Thank you. And Parker, you got somebody to thank too.
Yes, I need to go through. Jay, thank you for $20. Thank you so much for Just Because. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $10 for the Elevation Fund. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the dollar, by the way. Thank you, Anonymous. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
W. Thank you, Jay, and thank you to Tyler so much. Means a lot to me. Did that guy leave?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like again, so I guess this is what I'm trying to get at too, is that to go back to like the overarching goal of IVF would be to gain life, right? And the overarching goal of abortion would be to end life, correct?
Well, no, but like what you're not understanding is that in the IVF procedure, right? It has the
Wait. Actually, let's accept his terminology,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Because this is an important point. Then, all right.
Okay.
The goal of abortion is to terminate the pregnancy, not to lead to the unaliving of the fetus.
Well, I would say the goal of abortion is to kill the potential and the current baby.
No, the goal of abortion is just to terminate the pregnancy, man.
I mean, but under my view, that's a living organism in there and a human. So the goal is to terminate the human.
No,
and then
the
the goal.
goal is to terminate the pregnancy, and you've just got to unalive it in the process.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be the view from the Christian perspective, because they don't think it's just pregnancy. They think it's a human being.
Which would contradict the way that you were just referring to things. What was the argument you were just providing?
I may have misworded it, so I'll reword it in the way that I think actually is consistent with my beliefs. That the goal of abortion is to murder a human life, and the goal of IVF is create a human life. Does that make sense?
There's other goals to IVF. It's not just to create life. There's other goals to IVF.
What other goals would that be? That's, again, I'm not super familiar with them, because thankfully we've been blessed and we've been able to conceive naturally. I totally feel for the people that haven't been able to.
I'm just saying goals are multifaceted. It's not just one goal. And it is the case that if we want to reference this, there are other things that are coming as a result of this. Therefore,
Sure.
they're going to designate that even regardless if it wasn't the goal, right? It's still recognized that because they engage in the action, that's going to occur. The same thing is true here in terms of IVF. That if you're going to engage in this process of IVF, that's inevitably going to lead to the death of zygotes and embryos, which we don't give a flying fuck about. Let's be honest with you. I don't give a flying fuck about. But like,
Yeah.
you do. You think this is like people who are serial killers. Honestly, under your view, do you think that serial killers deserve the death penalty?
deserve the death penalty? That's a tricky one, even from a biblical perspective. Obviously, under like Old Testament law, that would be like clear an eye for an eye, like the judgment should fit the crime. But then you also have Jesus saying that 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 has no sin should throw the first stone. So I would say it's tricky from a Christian perspective. But I definitely see the point you're trying to make and why you're asking the question, because like if I were to say yes, right? If I were to say yes, they should be, then you would say, then shouldn't the people that can that are involved with IVF go to prison because they're serial killers, right?
Yeah, that's actually the view. We
Yeah.
can talk about prison. We don't have to talk about the death penalty. I was just gonna see if you took it to that extent. Hannah, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. I'm bringing that up. I just think a lot of these are anti-biblical. Like, do you think it's biblical to treat people with the cruel and unusual punishment of alligator Alcatraz, who are just like literally in the country undocumented, haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, because they didn't violate the law, like Christian ethics, right? Christian ethics say to treat anyone who's a foreigner, right, just like native born citizens.
Quote
Right?
Leviticus 19.
Yeah, no, I honestly, I'm there with you, especially the reality that most of us, if we took it back far enough, right, would be immigrants in some way, shape, or form to this country. Even those of us who say like their parents came over in 1776, like we still are immigrants to this country because we haven't been here for thousands of years.
They were colonizers. I think there's a difference between like them being colonizers and like a being
Sure.
an immigrant, but
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, you can make the case that it's worse because we took somebody's land, but yeah.
yeah, colonizers are clearly worse than immigrants.
Right.
Immigrants aren't doing anything bad by immigrating to the country.
Yeah, and my point was that, I mean, if you take it back even like usually 1, 2, 3 generations, you can find some immigration in people's families, probably more than people realize a lot of times or would even
you're
like to
saying that
admit.
yeah, so just to clarify,
Yeah.
immigration is a fundamental aspect, right, of our culture.
Yeah, I would say so. And I would say that like Christian, it goes back to my argument before, is that a lot of Christians get caught up in trying to defend like their Christian nationalism a lot of times instead of actually focusing on the things of Jesus. And I think that leads to kind of this cultural Christianity that we see nowadays, and why a lot of people were drawn away from Christianity instead of towards it.
Yeah, I think you will draw more people towards Christianity if you provide amenities that people need: healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, food, right? That's what Donald Trump's cutting in the big, beautiful bill to give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. If you show up for people in terms of their needs, it will turn people to, again, Christianity, if you see it in that perspective, right? At least if you see it in that eyes. Take that perspective. If you're going to believe in Christianity, take that perspective.
Yeah, and I'm honestly I'm right there with you. Again, it goes back to the abortion for me. And so I guess if I could expound on the abortion one a little bit more, because we got into IVF, we got into territory that I haven't researched as much. Say it's past conception, then say it's like because most abortions, right? Like I would imagine most abortions happen like post the state that like a typical IVF fetus would be, correct? Or an IVF fertilized egg and sperm, right?
Oh, are you saying the difference in stage of development matters?
Yes.
Okay, well then why don't you say that in terms of sentience?
I think that would depend on how
valuable prior to the point of sentience.
I think that would depend on how you define sentience first off, and then
first person subjective experience.
First person subjective experience. I mean, that's true, but aren't you also getting that in the womb?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it becomes sentient 20 through 24 weeks.
And that's based on
neuroscience.
Because they're having subjective experience. That's what you're saying. They at 20 to 24 weeks is the first time they have first person subjective experience. Okay. Well, I mean, I'll admit that IVF is again it's a complicated one, it's a tricky one. But I mean, like most abortions would happen far after that, right? At least a couple weeks after that process, right? Would typically be.
No, no person really who's having IVF procedure will get an abortion, like because you're paying tens of thousands
Yeah.
of dollars to get it done. So like, that's not a factor with abortion. We're talking about the principle of
No, I know.
life here.
And that's not even the argument I'm making. The argument I'm making is that like the IVF stage is like it's a very specific one again that I probably need to do more research on. But like most abortions, wouldn't
There
they
is no
happen
like
like
stage, by the way.
weeks after that?
IVF, yeah. Well, I mean, IVF is not a stage, so like,
Right.
that's a medical procedure. So like, it's not a stage.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying too, is that like at the very least, like if you see at like even like I mean I'm sure you've seen the videos of like a fetus like I think it was like 8 maybe 9 weeks being ripped out of the mother's body and it squirming around and not wanting to leave, like that's gonna have a I would call that a
9
suggestive.
weeks? Do you want to know what it looks like at
9 weeks?
I mean, dude, I had ultrasound with my son at 10 weeks and he was wiggling around.
Respectfully, like a tadpole?
I mean,
Like
he had
like I'm sorry, at that point it's like it's an embryo.
yeah, again, like he had arms and legs and a head and he was wiggling around and I would
Am
imagine
I tripping? 9 weeks. 9 weeks in terms of fetal development.
Yeah, they.
It looks like a dolphin fetus, doesn't it? 9 weeks?
No,
Or is
no,
it
no.
developed yet?
No, they have arms and legs by then.
Okay.
it was honestly like it changed my perspective a lot. It was really bizarre to see him moving and look like I mean like obviously if
I
you
mean, they don't. It doesn't look human in the sense of like looking like human, but it
Yeah.
has like human traits. But it's not
Like
like
it has
looking
like
human.
arms and legs. Okay.
Yeah, the head is not like well defined. It doesn't have like a well defined neck area and everything. So I mean, it's definitely on the way, but it's not anywhere near what we would consider, to be like just like looking like what a baby would look like.
Yeah, and so okay.
Holy shit! God damn, Jay, thank you for another $50. Holy shit! Thank you, Jay. I don't know what I did to deserve that, but thank you, Jay. I mean, a W, Jay, everybody. Big W's to Jay. Thank you so much. I mean, like it means so much to me. Thank you.
And I guess my point, Parker, is that like if it's true that IVF is potentially along the same logical consistency as abortion, for like even
No,
like
I'm
an
saying
8 week.
I'm saying IVF is actually leads to more deaths on
No, I know, I understand, and what I'm saying is that even if that's true, like as a Christian, shouldn't that mean that we should do more research into that instead of just saying that like okay, abortion is okay now because IVF is potentially killing life?
No, I'm just saying if you are intuitively okay with that and you don't think that they're serial killers, well, then that makes me think that you think that it's totally okay to kill zygotes and embryos. If you think it's totally okay to kill zygotes and embryos, well, then at what point do you consider it valuable? It's clearly likely to be sentience.
Right. And I guess my point then is just because I haven't done enough research on this, or just because it goes against intuition, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily right or wrong. Which again goes into the argument of morality, and that's a whole different topic, right?
Repeat what you just said.
I would say just because it sorry, I'm losing it now too. That just because sorry, I'm getting it back. Hold on one sec. Just because it potentially would lead to the death of life under my view, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily right still, or that it's wrong still. Like I have to make a judgment on morality based on the facts that I have. Sorry, I'm getting it back. I was saying intuitionally, just because our intuition is that might not be right or wrong, because you were saying like, oh, it kind of sounds crazy, right, to say that someone should go to jail for murdering a zygote. But like just because that
intuitions aren't reliable. Okay, I'll ask you this question.
Sure.
You're a Christian, correct?
Yes.
1 Samuel 15:3, God commands Saul and his men to slaughter the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek. If God commanded you to do that, what would you have done?
Well, again, I think you have a Christian background, right? You were raised Christian. And so I was too. I'm familiar with the passage. There are a lot of, again, I'm sure you've heard context is key. And with that context specifically, I mean, I've even heard you debate people on this topic online before that they were literally slaughtering their babies, and they were slaughtering.
Wrong people. No.
So
First
bec-
Samuel 15 gives the context.
So yeah, even if we did accept that phraseology though, like literally the you're saying because they were slaughtering their children means you can slaughter their children too?
Well, not that I can. So from God's perspective, if again, if we're I might have misspoke, but if we're taking it on the inference that I was speaking correctly, that so I see a perspective of there's a group.
Jay, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it.
WJ.
Jay wanted me to mute you, man. Sorry.
So if there's a group of people that have this level of depravity, right? So if you imagine like a group of people nowadays who are, and I don't even know if there is like a one-to-one, hopefully, good Lord, hopefully there's not, but if there's a group of people that are killing their babies and like boiling them at this rate, and literally murdering them, sacrificing them to their,
we should kill those babies too then, huh?
not that we should, right? But what's better than for
God said to kill the men, women, children, and infants. So you're saying you should kill the babies and infants because it is the case that the adults are killing the infants?
Well, here's the thing though. So if the culture is allowed to stay, then that means that those people are going to be raised up and the cycle is going to continue, right?
What do you mean? So you're saying, okay, well, I have a question. If they were to be teleported to a different culture or society or a different point in history, would they have done that? Would they have been raised up in that same culture? No, they wouldn't have. So would they have done the same thing? No. So then clearly describe to me why instead of the fact that he did that, he decided to get them slaughtered. And also, even if it was the case that you're saying they have to be eliminated, well, then why didn't God poof them out of existence like Thanos?
Because is that the way that, I mean, going on the assumption that we're made in the image of God, which again is my assumption, does that go against like when we do something wrong in our world, like does God just poof it away or do we suffer the consequences of it?
No, but you're saying they need to be eliminated instead of having people murder them and to murder them, right, through that context, them having to physically go through that, you could just poof them out of existence. Well, why didn't God do that? Are you saying it was preferable that people had to go through murdering others and then also that they had to be murdered physically?
No, I would say that God gave us, again, going on my assumption that God gave us rules and logic to live by. And the logic is that if you create a culture that's bad, you can't just snap it away and have it gone, that there has to be some crime that fits the punishment. Like that's what I'm saying. Like say it was like this, say if, and again, I don't want to say any terms that are.
What punishment, what did the baby do to cause that punishment?
The baby didn't do anything to cause the punishment.
Can I blow his mind here for a second?
Then why shouldn't the baby just be? Yeah, go ahead.
I can't blow his mind. So why is it that God spares the actual tribe that says in the Bible that they're doing like child sacrifice, but the one tribe that isn't doing it, he slaughters like totally?
Well, there definitely was a tribe that was eliminated.
Yes, there were three. Yes, there were three, and the one that God says to be slaughtered totally in 1 Samuel 15 is not one of those tribes. The people of Amalek were not sacrificing their child. The Bible never says that. It's not to. They're only talking about three tribes: Ammonites, Canaanites, and Philistines.
So you're wondering why God chose to do it one time and
God let those three tribes live, and explicitly says so. Like he says, like that they have survived, but yet the one tribe that their sin is simply opposing Israel. That's their sin. That they should be wiped out: man, woman, child, and baby, cattle, sheep, donkey, and like all that stuff. So like,
So
why is it that the one people who aren't sacrificing the tribes, they should be like just like totally wiped out?
so you're saying that the only time that a tribe was wiped out fully like that like women, sheep, and everything was just that one time? Because I don't think that's accurate.
No. God says that multiple tribes should be wiped out, but only in this case does it actually happen, because Joshua tried to do it, but he failed.
Try to do it, but he failed. I mean, I know a lot of times that the actual people themselves were not faithful to God's commands, and that there were problems because of that.
Joshua says he does it, but then later on, within the book, it actually says that they survived. So like Joshua says it, but it doesn't matter, right? God says to kill a tribe who we are told in 1 Samuel 15 that their sin is opposing Israel. That's their sin. So for
Sure.
opposing Israel, they are to be totally wiped out.
Well, I mean, another perspective too. I mean, if we're going on the opposing Israel side, is that the entire point of the Bible and even the Old Testament is to get Jesus through, right, as Savior, as Messiah, and I would imagine that again, I haven't done a ton of research into that specific passage, but a lot of times when God is protecting Israel for whatever reason, or trying to keep others from attacking them, is to preserve Israel as a people, so that the line of people could be preserved, so that Jesus could eventually come. Does that make sense?
Wait. Are you saying that Jesus came from the Canaanites?
No, I'm saying that the reason that the Canaanites were taken out is because they opposed Israel, and because they were trying to take out Israel.
No, they survived.
So,
Amalek did not.
but I thought we were
But,
talking about. I
yes.
thought you were giving the example of one that was totally wiped out.
No,
That's
no.
what we were.
I'm saying though, you're bringing up child sacrifice as like one of the reasons why they had to be wiped out. But
Yeah.
the Bible doesn't say that tribe did engage in child sacrifice, which makes it worse, because actually their only sin is just opposing Israel.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, is that the opposition of Israel and them wanting to take out Israel would have taken out the line that would have brought out Jesus eventually. So that's one that you have to consider that too when you read the Bible. That's the entire.
So that necessity. No, well, by the way, that was like I would say like 100 or 200 years prior. So you're saying that hundreds of years like later, that entire line should be like wiped out: man, woman, child, and baby.
I mean, it depends if they were trying, like if they were trying to.
It depends.
I mean, think about you have to.
Think about it, dude. It's totally justified to slaughter the infants, dude. Think about it, dude. It just like if they were like what? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
22. Hello.
What's your birth year?
2002.
What month?
April.
You would be 23. They literally said in the private chat, by the way, that they don't support women being leaders.
Who said
diabolical position? That position, the person.
Oh, that guy. Oh.
No, she literally said that.
Oh, gross.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? You know who just said same to that? Why did you say same?
Yo, finally, dude.
Why did you say same?
I was referencing the private chat.
No, do you support what's it called?
Women in power,
being
yeah.
leaders?
Sure, my mom's a leader. She's the president.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I just want to say my girlfriend and I watch your lives every night, and we love you so much.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Grayson. I appreciate it. W's for Grayson. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request. Only join in the guest request if you do support Donald Trump. By the way, you can join if you're on TikTok. Join the guest request by going over to YouTube. You can join it by there's a pinned comment. click on the pinned comment for like the 2,200 people that are here. Also, I would recommend make sure to go to my YouTube and subscribe to me there. I would really appreciate no more religion talk. Yes, I'll try to limit that for the rest of the stream. And I also don't know how much longer I'm going to be on live today because we don't really have a guest request in the same type of way. Because my TikTok is not here. Actually, I should have my third account back by now. I could probably do that real quick. I still don't know how long I'll be on. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Tell me in the private chat if you're MAGA. I am just looking for Trump supporters, everyone. Only let me know in the private chat if you're MAGA. Jaden, do you want to get banned from the studio, bro? Diabolical. Hey everyone, if you are not MAGA, make sure to drop out of the guest box. I am just looking for MAGA right now. And people who have not been up here already. Speaking of which, banned. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Jeremiah, you there? Jeremiah, you there? Hello? I see you, bro. Hello? Hello, Jeremiah. You're in the live, man. Okay. Already, everyone. I might try my third account. That might be the move. That might be the move, chat. I think that might be the move. Jeremiah, do you support Donald Trump? Hello? For some reason, your microphone's not working. Okay. All right, everyone. I think I'm going to try to go onto the third account on TikTok here. So, everyone, I'm going to go into the third account. I think I have a guest request that I might be able to, unless there's anyone that's MAGA that's joining in. If you're MAGA, let me know in the guest box. If not, I will go over to TikTok. What's the other accounts? Parker, get a real job. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
37?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, actually, I had a question for you in regards to how you feel about abortion.
Okay.
Okay. So, you say that a baby that is not delivered yet is not a viable human being. It's not a baby. You say it's not a baby.
Until it's sentient.
So at what stage is that?
20 through 24 weeks.
Okay. So if you knew that someone was like, I don't know, 3 months pregnant and they were drinking every day, alcohol and smoking, you would be okay with that because it's not a human. And you don't respect his life at all.
It's going to affect a future person.
Yeah, but you don't know what their intention is. If you don't know their intention is what I'm saying. Like if they say, oh,
if you get an abortion prior to sentience, it never affects a person.
Mm-hmm.
But if you
what if they were just-
specifically
the
drink
people that-
prior to that point, and then you can continue to have the kid, that will then lead to it affecting a future person.
But there's tons of people that are just irresponsible. They don't even really like think about like, like long term. Oh, they don't make decisions yet. You know what I'm saying?
Nope.
So those people that are just
Did they
like,
cut out?
oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Those people that are just like,
shit.
oh yeah,
I
like
can't
I'm
hear anything.
pregnant.
Okay. I'm confused what your point is. What?
Like you would. So if you saw somebody on the street, or you knew somebody and they were smoking and drinking every day, and they told you, oh no, like maybe I'll have an abortion at 4 months, you would be like, oh cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely sick.
Why?
It's literally a growing being in their body. Like, I don't understand how. Like, I don't understand how you think that that's okay. That's absolutely crazy. It's like the people that like show really early. Like, there's people that like when they're like 2 months pregnant, they look like, a lot further along, and you see people
Dude,
smoking
if it
cigarettes
never
and stuff.
affects if it never affects a person, what's the point? Why is that your business?
Because people might say that they are going to do something and they don't, right? People change their minds.
Okay, then it would be wrong specifically if it is the case that it affects a future person.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that you would not be okay with it if it's a possibility that they would come to term and deliver the baby.
I specifically would say that like it would be wrong for them to have affected a future person by drinking alcohol in the pregnancy, knowing that it would affect a sentient being. Yeah, like in the future, it affects a future person. Like, that's bad.
What if somebody was going to have an abortion at 4 months and they were like punching their stomach?
I would say that that'd be harmful to them. I would like if they were my friend, I'd be like, you probably shouldn't do it that way because it could be harmful to you. But like, is it
But you
something
would be
that they're
okay
doing
with that?
I mean, they're not doing anything morally wrong, but they're doing something harmful to themselves.
But you don't think that's harming the child?
I mean, I don't consider it like a child.
Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to ask you.
Wait, you don't want to have a conversation about anything else?
We can if you want.
For sure. Like, can you name like a policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
Yeah. Where do you want me to begin?
Anywhere. Like, can you name a single policy you like?
Sure. So I really like that he is saying that he's going to cut, benefits if you do not work 80 hours a month, then your benefits are going to be cut. I think that everybody that is an able person should absolutely be working. Absolutely. If you cannot contribute to our country,
Okay, so then why don't you make it 160 hours a month?
because these people don't work at all. So how are you going to go from not working at all to working a full schedule?
Okay. So you're saying that like you should only have to work part-time?
I guess you have to start it off that way. They're not working at all as it is. So like you
Well,
have to start
couldn't someone more conservative than you be like, you're giving people a free ride, right, and letting them get access to it when they don't have to fully work for it?
Couldn't someone say that? Sure. I mean, everybody's
Yeah, but
entitled
like
to their own opinion.
how would you respond to that?
I mean, I do feel that if you have you're an able person and you can work and there's nothing wrong with you, then you should be definitely working and contributing to society.
Okay. Well, then you should be doing a full work week,
Yeah,
right?
you should. You should.
Okay, so then you should make the requirements a full work week, right?
Yeah, but I think he's transitioning those
Okay,
types
so
of
to
people
clarify.
that don't work
Oh, okay. So
into
to
the
clarify.
workforce.
So to clarify, you want the work requirements to be 160 hours a month?
No, I think that it's good where it's at right now.
Okay, so then you think that people again, how would you respond to the even more conservative person that says that you're just letting people get away with not working as much?
I would say that it's much better than where it was.
That's not a response. Like that, you have to give like an actual argument for why it
Oh,
should be in your
sure.
position
So
rather than
these
theirs.
people are used to living off the government. There's nothing wrong with them. They're getting all of these benefits and they're not working, right? So because they're not used to working at all whatsoever, we need to transition them into the workforce, right? We can't
So
just
then
go
you're
and
saying in the long run you want it to be 160 hours.
eventually, yeah, but that probably would be, I don't know, maybe the next presidency you would change that. You know what I'm saying? You
So
can't.
here in 4 years, she wants to cut Medicaid even more and make
We're
it so
not.
that you have to
They're not
work
cutting
40
Medicaid at
hours
all.
a week in order to be able to just get access to
So
Medicaid.
Parker, you know what I think so interesting?
I have a question for
You
people
guys spin
for
stuff
people
so
specifically.
much.
I'm not spinning anything.
No, you
For
do.
people, can I please finish this point? For people specifically who are affected by a recessionary period, who are having trouble getting access to work, right? In those circumstances, should they lose their Medicaid?
They wouldn't.
No, should they?
No,
No, okay. So you don't think
they
that
wouldn't.
people
It's revisited every 6 months to a year.
So okay, so you don't think that someone would lose their Medicaid, right, at a point in which they aren't able to get access to work for over a 6-month period?
Say that again?
You don't think it's possible in some areas around the United States that people aren't going to be able to get jobs within that time period and they're going to lose their Medicaid?
No,
I think someone,
absolutely
regardless
not.
of how much they work, should be able to get access to Medicaid. I think regardless, right, of how much someone works, someone should have access to Medicare for all. I think regardless, no matter how so much work, no matter how much someone works, they should be able to get access to basic healthcare. That's obvious. And the fact that you don't believe in that is
I
like
don't.
genuinely concerning.
Do you want to know why?
Why not? Are you Christian?
No, I'm actually Jewish.
Do you think that's upheld by your religion to like not care about
No,
others?
nothing to do. No, I'm saying my religion has nothing to do with my political viewpoint on any of this. What I'm saying is that, right? There's tons of Canadians that
I'm just like I mean, your religion doesn't demonstrate your care for others.
No, I'm saying that my religion has nothing to do with what I'm talking to you about.
Does it have to do with your care for others?
No. You're a good person. You're a good person.
Your religion has nothing to do with your
No.
okay.
If you're a good person, you're a good person. Why would your religion have to do with that?
Okay.
Anyways,
Typically, people who are religious say that, but it's okay.
okay, no, not me. So right, so like for instance, my mom had a very specific type of brain tumor a couple years back, and it's very common. So because of that, we wanted her to get the best type of care. We live in Pennsylvania, and we found a specialist surgeon that does those types of tumors, and we were able to get her care in South Carolina and her to have surgery. If it was socialized healthcare and it was free for all, I don't know that we could pick and choose what we want. You know what I'm saying? I also think that doctors would get paid less, much less. There wouldn't be any incentive into going into the healthcare field.
Would it be easier to
Yeah,
get
like
into the healthcare field if they had free access or free medical or med school? If there weren't limits on how many people could become doctors to the system,
well,
wouldn't
I
that
mean,
incentivize people? Plus, in these systems around the world that have universal healthcare systems, doctors are still paid a lot, especially depending on what particular type of industry they decide to go into. So the idea that people can
I
make a
wouldn't
lot of
say a
money being a
lot.
doctor will still exist, but will also increase people's access to care because there won't be a unnecessary middleman between you and your doctor.
Okay, but for
Son,
instance,
thank
like
you so much for the 14 Canadian. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Tree, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate it. They said just raising awareness. 52 confirmed unalived in the Texas floods because water levels were underestimated due to Trump's defunding NWS. Please help if you can. That's so fucking crazy, Tree. Thank you so much for
yeah,
spreading
look
awareness to
what
that.
the Biden
Thank you so much,
administration
Tree.
did
I
in the
really appreciate that.
Carolinas.
Thank you, Tree. Son, think of the 7 Canadian. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Again, thank you so much, Tree. I really appreciate you spreading awareness to that. Thank you so much. You were saying?
So, like for instance, say that you lived in a small, like rural town in the middle of nowhere, and God forbid that you found out that you had like a cancer diagnosis. You wouldn't want to get the best care. You want to go to like Sloan Kettering or whatever. If we had socialized healthcare, you're not going to be able to pick and choose what type of care you get.
Yes, you can.
You're,
In
no,
a
you
Medicare for
cannot.
all Medicare for all system, you can pick and choose.
No, you cannot pick and choose, Parker. That's a
Yes, you
complete
can.
lie. Oh
What are
my
you talking
God.
about?
This is what's
Why
crazy.
do you say that there's no choice in universal healthcare systems?
You cannot choose what physician you're going to go to.
I have
It's
a I have a
literally
question. Do you think that in universal healthcare systems that it is the case that women can't choose who their gynecologist is?
that's very basic. That's on a very basic level.
No, I'm
I'm
just asking,
saying
do you think that in systems with universal healthcare that that isn't a decision?
I think that you could pick your primary care doctor on a simple level like that, like a gynecologist. But when it comes to like a specialist, no, you absolutely cannot. You can't.
Why
That's
wouldn't there
within
be choice with specialist?
because it costs more. It costs a lot more, and it's within a
What?
distance, right?
I'm sorry.
So
With Medicare for all, there is absolutely choice still retained, and plus there's choice in plenty of
no, I'm
countries around
talking
the
about
world that have universal healthcare systems. The people who live in those systems right now are probably laughing right now. Like they genuinely are like, is
they complain
education
about it
illegal in
all the
America?
time. They complain about it all the time.
Really? Who?
The Canadians.
If you're a Canadian in the comment section right now and you have choice relating to your healthcare system, right,
No,
and who
no.
your
If they
provider
went
is,
through a,
type
if
a
they
3 in
went,
the comment section right now if you're a
I'm
Canadian and
talking
that's applicable
about.
to
I'm
you.
talking about like specific like disease centers
Look at the
and cancer
Canadians in the
treatment
chat.
centers and dialysis centers. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about your primary care doctor. And this is why you guys swing so far. It's like
You do
insane.
realize
Where
though,
is that
right,
far left?
that like right now people can't choose specialty care anyway because they can't afford it. So like we have the exact same thing that
How
like
can they
you're
not
bitching
afford it
about
if they're working a job?
because just because you have a job that doesn't mean that your insurance is great. Like what?
Okay, then guess
Like
what?
maybe you're lucky enough to have great insurance, but
Okay.
millions of Americans are not so lucky.
And guess what happens then, right? If you want the best care in America and you have health insurance through your employer, you can pick where you want to go to, and you're just going to have a bill that's probably going to affect your credit, but at least you'll be alive, right?
That's simply not true. What? No.
Yes, it is.
No, because once you
You
have to
cannot
pay.
deny medical
Hold
care
on,
to
hold on.
anyone.
Okay, look. I don't know if you have actually talked to individuals or had someone in your family that could not afford like specialty care and that you had to go and like realize that they will not accept you unless you pay up front. They're not going to say, oh, you can't pay. Sure, pay afterwards.
That is absolutely not true. Sure, they ask you for a co-payment, but you do not have to pay up front.
If your
Also,
insurance is not going to cover, if your insurance is not going to cover the full amount, which is told to you, and you have a bill that's $50,000 or $60,000, many people are going to say, "I cannot pay that," and the doctor is just going to say, "Oh, okay, I guess I'll operate on you," but then you're going to have a bill that's $50,000 or $60,000.
no, that is not
Wait,
true. And
actually,
also,
this is an incredibly good question. Britt, do you think a gynecologist is a specialist?
it can be in a way.
Okay, so if you think that gynecologists are specialists, and it is the case that
No, I said
you
it
think
can be in
that
a way. I didn't
people
say that
wait,
they're
you think people in
specialists.
countries that have universal healthcare systems have choice about the specialists relating to their gynecologists? Well, then you agree that they have choice relating to their specialists.
Also, if your medical bill is, let's say, $100,000, right? There's no minimum payment. You could literally set up a payment arrangement with them where it's $10 a month. It doesn't hit your credit. There's no minimum payment.
Not all
So you'll
hospitals
never
do
pay
that.
that off.
Not all
You'll
hospitals
never
do that.
pay it off.
My parents,
But who
my
cares?
parents had a $15,000 bill, right? $15,000, and
Yeah, I've had bills like that.
that hospital would not accept payment plans of $10, right? They wanted $300,
I feel
$400,
like you're lying.
$500, which my parents could not afford, which is the reality of many millions of people
Oh,
within this
and
country.
are you saying this is Trump's fault?
Of that? No,
Yeah.
I'm saying that's the reality of our fucked up healthcare system.
Oh, okay. I still think you're lying about that.
Hold up, I want to.
You think I'm lying about my own private experience? No,
I do.
because my family, which is lower middle class, has had to fight decades and decades with stupid fucking insurance companies just to get basic care. My father, who's diabetic, has had to fight for years to get basic insulin because they don't believe that the one he's
Oh,
currently on
sure.
is
When
not
it
good
comes
enough.
to prescriptions, that's an issue.
Hold on,
That's
I don't care if
usually
it's prescription. I don't care if it's surgeries. My father has had like 5 surgeries, and on each one, he had to fight tooth and nail with some fucking insurance company just to get that basic care so that he could, walk or something. So don't give me this bullshit that I don't know what I'm talking about. You came on here and you actually lied. The very first statement out of your fucking mouth when you said that people on
Who are
Medicaid,
you
people
talking
on
to?
Medicaid don't work. 92% of all people on Medicaid
I never said
work.
people on
That's a
Medicaid don't work.
basic Google search.
I did not say people on Medicaid don't work.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
I
you
was
did.
talking
You
about
said there's vast amounts of people that are not working. When a simple Google search will actually tell you that's not true. So you actually lied up here. The very first thing that you said. So don't say that I'm lying about a private experience that many people also experience.
Okay, so you don't
And
think
also,
that
Tree,
there
thank
are
you so much for the $10. I'm from Texas and surrounded by floodwaters, but I am safe. Our pro-life government held a press conference and only said how much Trump loves Texas, but hasn't done anything for us. That's so fucking crazy. I'm so sorry
And
to
by
hear
the
that,
way,
Tree.
yeah, I'm sorry for you to
literally
hear
the
that.
population of Australia, the
Hold up,
entire
hold up.
I want to
Big-
say this too. This issue really gets me angry. Like, I am rarely angry, but healthcare in this country makes me angry because I have spent 20 years of my life fighting tooth and nail with people that do not give a shit about the health of my family just to get the care that we have paid for. So I don't really care that I'm being mean to you, and I am being mean to you right now.
do you
But I
think
don't
that
care that I am.
nobody else has experienced what you have experienced?
No, no. Millions of people have, but I'm the person up here right now who gets to speak on these type of feelings because I get people who tell me all the time that this is real and this is happening to them, and I want to make sure people understand the seriousness of all of
I
this,
have
which is
never
why we
met
take it
anyone
so.
in my life that was denied health care because they
Then
couldn't
that's
pay
your fucking
their
problem
bill.
because you don't talk to other people in this
No,
country.
I do.
Because I
I
can give you
actually,
the names
I
of
really,
tons
really
of
do.
people, and this and like what Trump doesn't even deny this. People in this country are denied health care all the fucking time. People in this country are not able to afford health care all the fucking time. I don't know what rock you are living under, but that is a reality that we have been living in for decades now. And
I have
yes,
no idea how you can possibly. I know people that have like they owe the like local hospitals like 7 grand, 10 grand. They don't pay their bills and they're still getting seen. I don't know where you live where they're denying people health care. That is so crazy.
No, it's not. One of the reasons why we had Obamacare in the first place was because the fucking insurance companies were like denying people care. Even Republicans saw this as an issue. That's why that whole bill was made by the Heritage
It's
Foundation.
literally illegal to deny someone
It is
health
now
care.
because of Obamacare. Because
Then
of
what are you
Obama.
talking
Prior to
about? What are you
Obamacare,
complaining
you could
about?
be denied for simply having a pre-existing condition.
Then what are you complaining about if it doesn't exist anymore?
Oh my fucking God. It does exist because they always find a way to get around it. Now they say you have to have a pre-authorization. Or they have to say, well, you have to meet like a certain threshold. They find ways to make sure that your coverage is not going to be going through. And I'm not
No, it's
talking
called
about
medical standard of
I'm
care.
not talking about care that is based on emergencies. I'm talking about care that
Neither
is
am
needed.
I.
What?
Neither am I.
I know. And there are many people in this country who push off care because they can't afford it, or people who are fighting tooth and nail with their insurance company because they deny their claim. And that happens every day of every week of every month. That is not a new thing.
Okay,
Big
so
Star,
for
thank you so much
instance,
for the $20. I really appreciate it, Big Star. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
for
W's for
instance,
Big Star in the
this is
comment
actually
section. Ryan,
happening
thank you for the
today.
membership subscription.
Thank you,
Thank you
Elizabeth,
so
for
much.
the $20. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much
Thank you,
for the $20. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So for instance, this is
Bunny,
happening
thank
to
you
me.
so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Bunny. And then
I
Sean,
have
thank you for $2. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I just have a few people I had to thank real quick. You were saying?
Thank you, Elizabeth.
I'm having a hard time swallowing. Like I feel like there's something like lodged in my throat every time I swallow. This has been happening for months. I finally went to the doctor. They gave me an ultrasound of my neck or whatever, and I have cysts on there. But they're all like underneath like 5 millimeters or whatever, where they're not large enough to like constitute me getting like further testing or whatever. So they said, you know what, we want to do a follow-up ultrasound in 6 months. That's not somebody denying me health care. that they're following medical
Okay.
protocol.
No, what I'm talking about is someone saying, I have a lump in my throat. I don't know what it is. I can't afford the copay, so I'm going to push it off for a long amount of time. Or maybe I can't afford the copay, so I'm going to go to the doctor. The doctor wants an ultrasound. Then that doctor has to get a pre-authorization from the insurance company to be able to get that ultrasound. Oh, now it's denied because there's not enough evidence. So now the doctor has to fight for months to get it. Oh, okay, now it's authorized, but now the person has to pay $100 or $200 to get the ultrasound. And so now it's been 6, 7, 8 months later, and now
Well-
that person has actually grown in their throat, and maybe now it's actually starting to be maybe cancerous. So now they get. Now
I
they
have
to
never
get like an
paid my
hold on,
copays as a
I'm still
doctor,
talking. Thank you.
so
Now they have
I
to get
don't know.
like an MRI, but that MRI will now also not be covered. So they have to do another pre-authorization for that MRI. And that MRI now, sorry, you don't actually need that. So the doctor has to fight more months and more months for that. And then by the time that that's put through and you spent thousands of dollars, maybe now that small lump that actually started out as small is now huge and now is like potentially cancerous. So you see how maybe your experience, because you may have good health care, actually for somebody that has obstacles in their way because their insurance companies will deny them care, how that actually plays out. Your experience is not everyone's experience. I'm happy for you that you have good health insurance. You are lucky, okay? Many people in this country are not so lucky.
Oh, so if you had a cyst that was obstructing your airway, you're telling me even if you had the worst health insurance,
That's an
might
emergency
deny
situation.
and they
That's
would
an emergency
deny.
situation, which is covered by
No,
EMTALA. So that's a
I'm not
separate
talking about
situation.
emergency. I'm not talking about emergency. I'm
Covering
talking
your
about like
airway? That's
no,
definitely like an emergency.
not like slightly obstructing where you just feel it when you swallow. You're telling me that horrible health insurance would deny you getting imaging to figure out what was going on there.
They potentially could, or if they don't,
You realize that
there's
would
going to be a
sued?
huge copay for that
my
thing.
God.
Yeah, yes. Why are you thinking that insurance companies are not out for themselves? This
They
happens
are out
all
for
the
themselves. They
time.
definitely are. They definitely are out for themselves, but they do not do what you're talking about.
Yes, they do.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
they do.
No, they might do things like, for instance, if you're really high risk and you have a small lump in your breast or something like that, but you're under a certain age,
No,
they
that
might
is
push it
simply
off a little
not
bit.
true. That's not true.
Oh my God.
That's
Okay.
not true. My
Okay, well-
my father's current plan, all of his imaging, X-ray, MRI, ultrasound has to be pre-approved by the insurance company, which takes over a month to get done. And if it's not pre-approved, then he has to pay out of pocket, full cost. That's in his current plan right now.
Okay. Why is it taking a month to get pre-approved?
Because they drag their ass because they want evidence from the doctor, and the doctor has to send in the evidence, and then they have to go through a panel in the insurance company to see whether that evidence is true. And by the time it's there, and then the doctor comes back and says, well, I don't think it's really necessary. And then the doctor has to then go through a full appeals process to then try to get it through. And if he's lucky, then that will be like all approved, and that takes like about a month or two to get done. Once again, I don't know what rock you are living under to think that this does not happen. I have not met one person, whether they are conservative, liberal, Republican, Democrat, who does not know that like this stuff happens.
I don't know what to tell you.
Even MAGA people who we talk to daily know this. They talk about it all the time. Like I'm
don't know
actually
how.
confused how much of a privileged life you have that you don't know this.
I am not privileged, far from it.
Well, you sound like it.
Okay. So everybody is just like having to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars during their lifetime just to get care, and their orders for things that are wrong with them keep getting denied.
But it needs to be the case that no one has to ever deal with that. No person, because they had cancer, should have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars because they had cancer. That's a ridiculous thing.
I agree.
Okay, well then
But
you
I don't
agree
think
with
people are
universal
getting
healthcare.
denied care. That's absolutely crazy.
Wait, okay, well it does happen.
Look. If you don't want my my viewpoint on it, go to Google and look at studies on it. Look at people talk about their own experience. There has been numerous both anecdotal and evidence in studies and in news reports and everything about people being denied care. Once again, I don't know what rock you are living under. These things are reported on daily. This is not a new thing.
Have you ever went to the doctor where you needed something done and they said, We're still fighting for you to get that CT scan.
Yes.
We're still
Yes,
fighting
I
months
have.
later.
Yes, I have. Thank you very much. Yes, I have. So is my
Oh.
mother. So is my father. So is my sister. So is my grandfather. Why? Because growing up, I was lower middle class and we had shit insurance. And it wasn't until my dad joined a union that we actually got good quality insurance where we didn't have that problem. And then once he got injured at work and then he could no longer work, then he went back to having shit insurance. And so there was like a period of like 15 years, maybe 10 to 15 years where it was actually good. But then after that, like it all fucking sucks.
I think people are just so worried about sticker price. Like, oh my God, this is gonna cost $20,000. Even though you can't afford the $20,000, it's gonna make your credit like be horrible or whatever, and you're never gonna be able to pay that off. It's your life, you know what I'm saying? So you just deal with it. But you still
That's
get care.
insane. You're
But you
saying
still-
that you want people to go into debt
No, I'm
simply to
being
save their
realistic
life.
about our
No, that's not
reality.
realistic. We have the power to change it. We have the power to change it.
I'm not saying that that's not okay, but I'm saying that that's a realistic situation.
It's realistic, but it's insane. No person on this earth should ever have to go into such debt to simply live. That is insane to me that that's even a fucking option, right? We have the power to change it, and the fact that you're saying, well, it's realistic.
No, but I'm saying,
sure,
but what I'm
that's-
saying,
but I mean,
what I'm
that
saying
is
to you
correct.
is, if you genuinely thought that there was something seriously wrong with you, and your health insurance provider would not cover the service, so they were just gonna bill you, I don't know, 10 grand, but you definitely were struggling and definitely knew there was something wrong. Would you really not get the testing done because it would be like negative on your credit?
Because
you're
the
gonna save your
hospital will
life.
come after you. They will not only affect your credit, they will take you to court over it. Like once again, my parents have had court papers filed on them because they were paying the minimum amount and not the like basic full amount because it was over years and years of paying. Again, this happens all the time. I don't understand how you've been so divorced from the average life of people. Like these hospitals will go after you.
No,
They
I
will
literally
go to
owe I
court.
literally owe our local hospital probably $14,000. But I'm
That's
because I
not
broke my arm
okay.
really, really bad.
No person should. Why are you
No,
advocating?
but I'm
for a
saying
system?
I still get quality care is what I'm saying. I'm not denied health care because I can't pay the bill off right away.
You do understand that
Do
you
wait,
as
I'm
a
sorry. I'm
person.
sorry. Hold up.
Okay, yeah.
Does she think that her debt should be Do you think that should be eliminated?
No, I don't because that's not the law right now.
No. Should it?
No, it's not the law.
No, not the law right now. Should your debt, like
Oh,
hypothetically
like should
speaking,
I like would I hope that I don't have a $14,000 bill?
yes.
Yeah. Who wouldn't?
Okay.
But that's the world that we live in. I'm just
No,
saying.
it's not the world we live in.
Yes,
we
it
shouldn't
is.
accept that. Don't you
But it
understand that
is-
you should not accept that?
I mean, but we have to. That's what's reality.
No, we can change it. We have the power,
We can
everybody.
change it
We
and
can
we
do
can
it.
fight for change. But I'm saying right now, that's reality.
No, okay, but you do understand that you're advocating for a party and for a person that doesn't want to make it better, but like wants to make it worse. Like you do understand that, right? That like you're advocating for positions and people in power who want to actively make it worse for people like you.
Just like you guys say that he's cutting all VA benefits or whatever.
He did cut the VA. Like that's true. He did cut it.
he's cutting employees, right? He's reducing the
Which will
workforce.
then reduce care.
Yeah.
He's reducing the workforce of the people
Which
that
will then
work
reduce
for
care.
the
Which
VA.
reduces care. Oh my gosh.
The VA is already
Oh,
understaffed.
so Parker, technology's not getting better. We don't need, right? That doesn't replace individuals, right? We can't streamline things. No?
Not at the current moment, no.
Show me where within Trump's policy it's talking about streamlining things.
Oh, so he has to actually like detail every single
Yes.
ounce of.
That's how
Oh,
policy
okay.
works.
That's
That's
not what they
literally how
do.
policy-
No, it's not. They tell
James,
you
thank
what
you
they're
for 20
doing.
Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And if
I have some
anything, he
people I need to
made
thank real
made.
quick. Hold
If
up, hold
anything,
up. I have people I need to thank real quick. I'm going to thank real quick and then we can get back to this. James, again, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Rad, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Iris, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Jack with the $5. Thank you. Laura with the $5. Brick, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Sean with the $2. Really appreciate it. Mark with the $5. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let me also get to people on Venmo and Cash App real quick. Lizard, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Danny with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Nafi, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Nearly 1 in 5 Americans are denied insurance at least once yearly. In 2016 and 2023, $262 billion worth of insurance was denied. She's out of touch and doesn't care. And yes, Matt, or not Matt. Why did I say Matt? What the fuck?
What's up?
Watch this. Watch this. What's good, bro?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, crazy.
I know that voice.
What's going on, Matt? Good to see you.
Hey. What's up?
I don't know the name of the lady. What's her name?
Her name is Britt.
You said Brit?
Yeah,
Britt.
Okay, Brit. I mean, I've been listening to this conversation about Medicaid, and essentially what I hear from you is that you don't really care that the BBB is cutting Medicaid for like 17 million Americans.
They're not cutting
because
Medicaid. Oh
the
my
ACA,
God.
the Affordable Care Act. It's
No,
classified.
I know exactly what's going on, and they're not cutting Medicaid. They're
So they're
saying if you're
cutting
an
the Affordable Care Act.
able-bodied person, you need to work 80 hours a month to still get your
That's
Medicaid
that's cutting
benefits.
Medicaid. That's cutting Medicaid.
And it's not just that. They're also imposing like a new federal maximum income. So regardless of what state you live in, the most money that you can make per year to qualify for the ACA now is going to be $16,000.
No, that's
Um,
not true. They're maxing
okay.
out the amount of allowability that you have to cover certain things, and it's maxed out at like $100,000 for like a year or whatever. It's not a dollar amount of how much money you have made.
So this is what the CBPP says. You could read their report for
Did you
yourself.
read the bill? You guys don't ever like read the bill. You just read like CNN and you're like, oh my God.
I read parts of the
So
bill.
this
Can you
is
tell? Oh, sorry, Dean. Sorry.
no, this is just what the Center on Budget and Policy Priority says. I mean, like, we did a study of the contents of the
Yeah, but
bill.
is it
They're very
someone's
clear.
opinion? Is it someone's opinion?
So it's going to be a formulation of conclusions drawn from the bill.
Okay. But no, it's literally it maxed out the amount of medical care that they would pay in a year, and it's maxed out at $100,000.
Okay. And so do you believe or do you not believe that this bill is going to be cutting 100,000 people off? Sorry, not 100,000 people, 17 million people off.
Yeah, I do, because freaking I know where I live. There's so many freaking people that live in like assistance housing around here that are driving BMWs, don't work, and are getting assistance. So yeah, I do believe that maybe that many people would be cut, and good. Because if you're an able-bodied freaking person and there's no reason for you to be getting assistance and you're just getting assistance because you're lazy and don't want to work, then yeah, I do think I
You
don't want
started
my
off with it's not
taxpayer
getting cut.
money.
Now you're like it's getting cut, and they're lazy. They need to get a job. They need to work.
Yeah, what? No, if you're an able-bodied person and you
Okay,
just
well
don't
then
want to
again, like
work,
I
and
told you before, Britt. Why don't you think it should be 160 hours?
I already told you, these people aren't used to working. You're gonna
Okay, well
take
then
them.
why don't you make it even less than 20 hours? I think it needs to be less
No,
than
I
that.
think that's reasonable.
I don't
think
think that's reasonable. I think that you need to, and you think you need to do less than that actually.
I mean, sure, start them off at 10 hours a week. I don't know.
Have we do an hour a week maybe?
I mean, maybe you might have to. You might have to.
Okay, we'll start. You want to start? Would you rather? So you disagree with the current level?
Like, you
of work
do know
they
that I know
provided,
you were
right?
so sheltered, Parker, but you do know that people like this exist in America, like literally everywhere.
What makes you think
No?
that I was sheltered?
Because the way you talk about situations like this, like it's like you're like, oh my God, like you're like, I'm talking about an alien. Like you're like, oh, you
What?
don't know that people take care of the system, take advantage of the system.
People do, but nothing in the bill is specifically referencing to fraud, right?
No,
Or
but do you
like
understand
taking
that
advantage
his
of the system.
policies are going to cut that out? That's what he's trying to do.
The amount that is called for to be cut, there is no amount of fraud or abuse that can match that. Do you remember in the bill, since you claimed that like you read it, you know in the bill what amount they actually said needs to be cut from Medicaid to that over the next 10 years? So you read the bill, right? So you know what the amount is, correct?
He doesn't have cut in there at all. That's
Actually, it does.
your
It says
your
we're
economics
going to take
people.
a certain amount from these groups. That was in the finance budget report and in the final bill. So once again, you said that you read the bill, that you know the bill. What's that number, please?
Wait, say that again. That he what? He's gonna cut what?
In the bill, it specifies a certain amount of cuts, what they call savings, to be had from these specific groups.
Oh, so
Medicaid,
yeah,
SNAP,
he said.
and this. So how much is it?
Yeah. Again, with the BS, I can't tell you the dollar amount that he thinks is going to be in savings.
Well, that's
Because
in the
to
bill.
me, that's not important. To
That's
me,
in
that's
the
not
bill.
important. Getting people back to
That's
work.
not important. That's one of the main parts of the bill.
No,
Hello.
what's important is getting people to work that are taking advantage of the government.
Why do they get people to work?
Say that
To
again?
save money, correct?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, how much are they asking to be saved?
So do you think as a citizen of the US
That's not my question. How much
that
are they asking to be saved?
I care how much is probably maybe projected
You
to be saved?
critiqued Dean for
No,
not
I
reading
care
the
about the
reports,
policy.
but
I care about
whereas you
I
did,
care about
I'm
that he's
asking
gonna get
you,
people back
what's
to
the
work.
baseline number that is given in the actual bill
I
that they
don't
will
know
quote unquote be
it.
saving?
I don't know because I don't care.
So you don't care about the reason why they are asking people to work 80 hours a month?
No, I care about them going to work, and I think they need to go to work, but I don't care if it's $1 billion, $7 billion, 5, like I don't care about that number because it's a projection.
No, that's not a what? That's not a projection. That's what the bill says must be cut. Hello?
You just
That's not
said
a
that it was
projection.
going to save you just said it was going to save so much money. You didn't say
No,
cut.
I said in the bill, they call their cutting, they call it savings. So
It
it
is
says this bill will
savings.
have a savings of this amount. That is
Yeah, that's
code
that's
for
the
cuts.
savings.
Oh
Okay.
my
Okay.
God, this
Let
is
me
like
just ask you this. I
cutting
mean,
through
it's
rock.
real simple. No, hang on. It's real simple, right? I just want to ask you this. So, right? So the bill is in place, right? All Americans need to work at least 80 hours a week in order to get Medicaid. So people are out there doing that. That's not saving us
Except I already
any money.
told you
It's 80
beginning.
hours a month.
Wait, you're
do you
saying
think
that
it should
that's
be 80
not
hours a week?
saving or 80 hours a month? You're telling
Oh
me
my
that's not
good.
saving us any money?
No, please listen.
Wait, can I ask you a
Yeah.
question real quick?
Yeah, sure, Dean,
That's
go ahead.
not saving us
So
any
about
money?
that like work requirement for the ACA, that really does raise some red flags for me. So do you know how
Oh
it
my God.
functions? Like imagine that there's like an American low income, they get laid off by their employer. The job market they're in is like very competitive in their area, and it takes them 3 months to find a new job. For those 3 months, would they just be denied coverage under the ACA?
No,
No? Okay, so then how does that work requirement work? Because they wouldn't be
because
working
it's
80 hours
revisited every
a month.
6 months to 1 year.
Okay, and then how is it revisited? Is it like an average of the last 6 months to 1 year, or like how does that work?
I don't know.
That's
Okay,
in
well, I
the
think
bill,
that
by the way.
I think that it's going to be like really important to acknowledge and to understand because
How come
how?
people that
Because
are
like
on
because like I'll tell you exactly why. Because
how
like
come
not
people that
only
are
are
on
we going to be playing,
unemployment,
I'm going
that's
to tell you. I'm
easily
going to tell you why.
documented.
I'm going to tell you why. So first and foremost, okay, like we need to acknowledge that even if somebody isn't working that amount of money, that isn't that amount that many hours, that isn't necessarily out of laziness. It could also be off of like the various points that I just pointed out.
What
And like
points?
and then
What points? Why
B
can't somebody
like
work?
like for instance, like company layoffs preventing them from working for a month. It takes them 3 months to find a new job.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
the
it's
job
6
that they
months to
are
1 year.
maybe the job that they are doing is not based upon hours but based upon salary, and they don't track the hours or like various different things. But then also here, even if like a driving motivation for somebody not working that much is going to be laziness, well, guess what if they have children that are also covered on the
They're
ACA
out of
for that
that.
reason,
They're
and then
not
all of a sudden
included. They're not included. People that have children and that have medical disabilities or medical issues are
Once they
not
pass the
included
age
in
of
that.
14 years old, Yes, they are
No,
not.
they're not.
After
No, they're not,
14.
Parker.
Yes, the cap is
Yes.
14.
Say that again.
The cap for Medicaid is 14, but it's actually worse for SNAP.
No, I'm
SNAP
saying
cuts
the
at 7.
parent. I'm saying the
That's
parent.
crazy.
If you are a parent and you have children, you are not included in what I'm talking about.
Listen, I'm sorry. I can't do this. Like, you
Right.
clearly have not read the bill. It
Yes, I
explicitly
have.
says,
You
okay,
clearly have
one,
not.
you
You are out here
one, you
lying to
could name me
people
the amount that
and
is in
brainwashing
savings.
them.
And 2, it says in the bill what the cap is. It is 14 years old for dependents. That's for Medicaid. For SNAP, it's
That's
7 years
not
old.
what I was talking about. I'm talking about the parent of the children. The policy does not apply to them.
Up
Right? So
until the
people that have
child is
children, it does not
14.
apply to them. And people that have medical disabilities or medical issues, it does not apply to them. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, but on the parents that have children, there's a cap. Once the child reaches 14, then the provisions apply to the parent. Do you understand that?
No, I do not. No, because
Okay,
what I'm
I
reading
can't do
is
this
not what
anymore.
you're
I'm sorry.
saying.
I don't know
What
how
I'm
else to
reading is
explain it.
not what you're saying.
That's in
And
the
I'm
fucking
sorry if
bill. I
that's
don't know
too
how else
much for
to
you
explain it to
guys.
you.
If that's too much for you guys
It's not.
to
It's
just
that
expect
I can't.
U.S. citizens to
Neither
contribute
Parker,
to
Dean, and I.
society.
Dean's question was entirely basic and very well, well said. Like it is clear to me that you've been fed something. The bill explicitly says that
No.
that the provisions do not apply to a parent with a dependent or dependents up until they reach the age of 14. Once the child reaches the age of 14, then the provisions apply to a parent. Does that make sense to you?
I hear what you're saying, but it's a lie.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know. Look, that's
You'll
in the
swing it any
bill.
type of way you want. You really will.
That's in the
I mean,
bill. Republicans said it. They said it on the floor of the House. They openly
you know what's
say
crazy
it.
is that he made benefits for veterans better for in regards to healthcare, and you guys are like, oh, he's cutting VA benefits. He literally is saying that if you can get care outside of the VA hospital, right? So the VA
Yeah, he did
insurance is
that
going to
because he
cover
cut
your
the VA
care.
so much.
The VA insurance is going to cover your care at a regular physician's office. And you guys are like, oh, he's cutting VA benefits.
That's still him cutting.
It's like,
Yes,
The
he did
reason
cut the
why
VA.
really
is
doing?
because Republicans have always hated the VA because they hate the idea of the government providing the health care to our veterans. And so, of course, they're going to try to outsource it to a private means. One of the reasons why we don't want that is because we don't want private people to then try to deny care to our veterans. Because in the VA system,
Oh, so
you are
you're fear
guaranteed.
mongering and thinking that they're going to abolish VA hospitals.
Well, they're already
and
cutting
they'll
it.
be
I
they'll be
mean,
going back to regular
no, I'm not fear
physician's office.
mongering.
Everything is fear
Republicans
mongering.
for
Everything that you
decades
guys
have been
believe is
saying.
fear mongering. Nothing is true.
Oh my God.
Everything that you guys say is
You are.
twisted
You
so
are.
far.
I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm not
Can you tell
usually
me
saying
one
this.
thing that was false that I said?
You are one of the most delusional people I've ever spoken to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Brett,
you
like
you.
let's
I
have this
mean, you're.
conversation real quick. Brett, can you tell me one thing that I've said that's false?
I talk to you maybe once a month, Parker.
Oh,
When did I talk to you?
I don't
Last
remember you
time,
at
when
all,
did you talk to
and
me
I would
last?
have remembered you.
What's that?
No, me and him always get heated. I talk to Dean all the time, and he's fine. Parker's just like another freaking monster. I don't even know. He's rude.
I'm a monster?
You're rude.
How am I rude?
So I'm Jewish, and you told me like I don't know, maybe 6 months ago when we talked. Well, it wasn't the last time we talked, but you told me that you didn't know of any mass crimes against, or you didn't know of any like large hate crimes against Jews in America.
What?
And I had to literally tell you
Okay.
about the synagogue
That's
situations
fine.
in Florida.
Wait, how does that make me a bad person? Because I just don't know
Because it's
about
a
mass
lie.
hate crimes.
Because that's a lie.
Wait, and also there are hate crimes that exist in America. I'm not disputing that, right? But
And you had that freaking Colby on there.
If anything, I would have asked you like what is like the evidence that there is a greater likelihood of harm to Jewish people in America comparative to like any other country around the world, like explicitly.
Well, no,
is
you
true.
had Covey on there, and I think that the conversation was like, 3 parts or whatever, so it was a little crazy. But yeah, when I said that there's like no, there's definitely crimes against Jews, you were like large crimes. You were like, what? Like you didn't like even
I
believe
did not.
me.
There's no way.
No,
I
Okay.
did not. I
we
did not
can name
respond
some
with
of
like
them.
what? Like what?
No, that's not true because I had to tell you about the shooting at the
Okay, well, you just
the
want to let
synagogue
you
in
know.
Florida, and you
Hey, Britt.
literally said that you
Britt.
didn't know about it,
Britt.
and you had
Okay,
to
wait.
look it up.
Okay, wait. I'm confused. I didn't know at that time. That was months ago. Months
Yeah, and you had to look it up, and you told me,
Let's-
"Oh, what?" and had to look it up. So yeah, I
Okay.
think that you're extremely
Wait.
biased
How does that make me biased? Because I just didn't know that.
because I don't understand how you can go to bat for certain people, but then also other people that are, like have such a history of violence and being like, oppressed and hated. You then will be like, oh no, like no, like it just you
I'm
like you
not.
like you
I'm not
dismiss.
denying anti-Semitism. I'm not denying anti-Semitism exists. Right? Just because I'm not knowledgeable about certain types of anti-Semitic hate crimes that have happened in the United States doesn't mean that I don't care about anti-Semitism.
Okay, well, it didn't sound like you did.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for apologizing. I appreciate that.
I would say too that I wish, because I share your concern about like anti-Semitism and about like hate crimes, but I wish you would show the same level of care that you have for that for the people who you were just berating about not working enough and like don't deserve health care and all this other shit. Like you are also very selective in like who you care about.
I would say no. I'm just being a realist.
No, yeah, see, and now you're like, no, I actually care about it. No, I'm saying we just had 30 minutes of you like trying to explain to us why you believe people should get kicked off of Medicaid and why they should have to
No,
work because
I'm
they're
telling
lazy
you,
and all
no.
this other shit. And now you want us to like feel bad for something? Yes,
I don't
we
want
all care
anybody
about
to feel
all
bad
people.
for me. I'm telling you that I wish that it was different, but realistically, that's not what's
Sid,
happening
thank
in
you
the
for the $10.
United
Thank
States.
you so much. Maybe. And then Jay, thank you for the $20. I really
Thank you,
appreciate
Jay.
it. Thank you so much.
Right? I'm saying like
Thank you so
realistically,
much, Jay.
that's not what's happening. So, right? So like yeah, sure, you could want change and you could try to make change happen, but like if it's not happening, it's like I'm being realistic. It's what's
No,
actually
I'm saying
occurring.
though, I don't think someone who actually cares about people are going to be, like saying that they're lazy and they don't want to work, and therefore we should like make them like work 80 hours a week because they're just all lazy and blah blah blah. I don't think that's how like we should
No,
be
you want to
talking
know
about like
why?
fellow
You want to know
Americans.
why it offends me? Because I care about the country that we live in. I want to have children one day. I want this to be a safe and a great country, booming economy and everything. So when I believe in policies and things like that, and I vote for the person that I vote for, and you guys make up like you like not that you like really
Month,
like
yes.
well no sometimes you lie but you sway things to make it seem so horrible, right? So like right, so instead of saying Trump is laying off people that are working for the VA, you will say he's cutting VA.
Sure, okay. Let
That's
me
the
say
same
this.
thing.
But
It's the
to
same
me,
thing.
that's
By
horrible.
okay, here, hold on. Let me explain to you how we made that connection, okay? By laying off people at the VA, you are inevitably going to reduce care because the people who are working there are providing the care. It's the same reason, for example, one of the things that just happened in Texas, right? With these big storms, a National Weather Service had its budget and its staff cut drastically by Trump. And then the forecasts that were used by the NWS to predict the storms were very subpar. They were bad. And why were they bad? Because the NWS does not have the manpower anymore to be able to provide accurate forecasting. Do you see the connection?
I understand how you can try to say that, but it's genuinely not true.
The person in Texas, the sheriff, the mayor, whoever he was giving a press conference, and he actually said the forecast by the NWS were incorrect and they were poor. You
Okay.
cannot logically connect
Sure.
this
Can I ask you a
with the
question?
cuts. It is clear as day.
Sure. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So, like large companies that do mass layoffs and stuff like that, because they do the layoffs, you think that they're no longer profiting as much as they used to,
Well,
and they're not
one, the
providing. Wait,
United
hang
States
on, they're not
government is not a
providing.
big
They're not
corporation.
providing their customers the service anymore.
Hold on. By
They have
laying
to
off
drop. They have to
by
drop
laying
They
off
customers.
are reducing how
employees,
much they
they
can. Yeah.
can actually have a bad product now. Sure. Like, yeah,
No,
that's
Yeah, they
you're
have a
saying the
happening.
reduction. They
quality
have
of
a
service
reduction
has
in
now
productive
declined.
services. Yes, quality of services can go down. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Oh no,
absolutely.
it can go down, but I'm sure that these companies have people have.
It's most likely to go down.
Oh my
There are some
god.
circumstances where you could get rid of people within in the context of a business in terms of firing them, and yet you still maintain the same level of efficiency. But that's actually unlikely. It's likely that if you have more people, that you have a greater level of productive capacity.
Yeah, sure, because you have more resources. Have you ever heard of a large company doing a mass layoff where like everybody was outraged and started complaining, and they were like, "Nope, I'm not going to use their service anymore."
Because not
Nope.
everybody
Wow,
benefits
Rochelle,
from
thank you
a
so much. Thank you.
corporation. Everyone benefits from the NWS. Do you see the difference? Everyone uses the NWS forecast. All of the apps on your phone that are weather-based, they use the NWS and they use NOAA. Those are the like all of them, even the private ones, the ones that you have to pay for. They all use NOAA and they all use the NWS. When you cut those services, it will inevitably lead to a reduction in the forecasting ability. That is inevitable because they have a lower budget and they have lower manpower. So this is
Okay.
very different from a corporation that
So
is not doing things for
he's
everybody in
laying
the
off
country.
people, because he's laying off people, we're gonna say he's cutting VA benefits. Do you see how
Once
extreme
again,
that is?
no.
Do you hear how extreme that
Once
is?
again, when you lay people off from a government agency, there are less people there to provide the service that agency was providing. Therefore, if there's not enough people to then provide that service, you then get a reduction in the service that was being provided.
How do you
Meaning,
know? How do you know what positions he's cutting?
because he tells us.
Like seriously, do you know how many jobs probably shouldn't exist that
He
exist?
tells us through
And they
executive
cut
order
them
and
and
through law.
everything's fine.
So would you say it's fine if we just cut your job?
You can't cut my job
Why not?
because I'm a mortgage broker. Who else
So
is gonna do that? You can't use a computer to do that. Yeah, I don't know.
okay, so so you feel totally okay with putting federal employees' jobs on the line just because it's not related to your job?
No, I feel bad for them. I feel bad for them, but I also don't think that we should be paying people a job that doesn't need to exist. So we should just continue to pay people
I don't think
for
mortgage
jobs that
brokers
don't
should
need to
exist.
exist.
Matt, restate that.
I don't think mortgage brokers should exist.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. You see how stupid that is to say that? The jobs that these people were doing were actually very needed, and we know they're needed
You just told me
because
that.
of the
Tell me the
amount
jobs
of
then. Tell me
suffering
what
that.
jobs they are. What jobs are they?
Sure, for the NWS, forecasters, mappers, a fucking meteorologist. How about the NIH? Doctors,
We're talking about
scientists.
the VA.
Sure, doctors, nurses.
No, they're not
People
cutting
who
on that
people who
level.
do basic administration work.
Yeah, administration.
And you think that's not needed?
So you're telling me that you can't streamline things and like literally that's what happens when growth happens, is that you don't need that many positions anymore, and it's a little scary. Like with how advanced technology is, that's what happens.
Hold on. Once again, also, by the way, I want to make this clear. No one is complaining that maybe we should cut some jobs, right? But that's not what's happening. What he's doing is he's taking, as Elon Musk said, a chainsaw, right, to the federal government. That is going to always cause problems because you are doing it at such a rapid pace and with such force that people cannot adjust and people are going to get hurt through it. And this Texas example is a primary example of that.
The what example?
The one down in Texas that we just been talking about.
Yeah, what about it?
It's a prime example of how cuts can actually cause problems.
Oh, are you saying that happened because Trump cut positions?
I've been saying that for the last 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. So what happened in the Carolinas with the flood that happened?
That wasn't. We didn't have bad forecasting. That was FEMA. FEMA has long been under budget. Yes, give more money to FEMA, please. Congress did not pass a FEMA budget the year prior to that, so they were underfunded.
Watch
At
this.
which
They will never complain about that ever. Like seriously, they only complained about that under Biden's administration just because they felt like trying to
No, 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 no,
do a
no.
dig at Biden.
Wait,
Literally,
complain about
if
what,
you look at
Parker?
if you look at Trump's administration, he has done things historically speaking that have literally gutted access to funds for people in disaster areas, like specifically with Hurricane Maria in 2018, where he literally threw paper towels and toilet paper at Puerto Ricans. Right?
He was there to
and
show
while he
support,
withheld
and he was
aid,
throwing out
while he
aid
withheld aid,
resources.
he withheld the aid.
I know you were so young that you don't remember what was happening.
Blue Rock,
but
I
he
don't know who
actually
you
was
are, but
there.
I don't know what you're talking about. But wait, hold on. You do understand that while Trump was throwing toilet paper at these things, people in
Oh, I
Congress
know,
and
hitting them with
within
the
his
toilet
administration,
paper
he was
and
cutting
knocked out
FEMA.
somebody.
Oh my God, this. I'm gonna
Yeah,
need
like imagine going and showing people love and like like happily like throwing out resources into the crowd, and you're
maybe.
like,
Wait,
they
hold on.
hit that
Why
chucking the
doesn't
toilet
Trump?
paper.
Why wouldn't Trump and his Republican lackeys in the Congress just fund FEMA enough so that he wouldn't have to be down there throwing toilet paper?
Because
Or better
FEMA
yet,
has proven to
how about
actually
this?
not
How about
do
this?
a
Better
good
yet,
job.
let's make Puerto Rico the brand new state so that they can actually get all the funding that they need, because right now we actually try to keep funding away from them because fucking Republicans don't want to make them a state.
Yeah, I
Maybe
think that,
maybe
I
we
think
should
that-
give them all the rights and privileges that like we have right now as a
exactly.
state.
Absolutely, Puerto
Sure.
Rico absolutely should be given either statehood or independence based upon their own
Exactly.
determination
Yes.
democratically.
Exactly.
I
This
agree with
bullshit this bullshit that they're not granted equal rights is actually fucking crazy.
Which is why
Actually
we should not
insane.
play half-ass. Let's just like I think the last time they voted on it, they like voted by a very slim majority to like be a state. I think it's like very slim. It's like very, but they should be a state so that we don't have to fucking worry about them not getting funding. They should get the full funding to become
That
a
actually
full-on
like
state.
genuinely pisses me off. The fact that Puerto Rico is not designated a state, right, and or considered independent based upon their own determination is actually it's atrocious that that's still the case.
Yeah, exactly. And I thank you, Esmeralda, for the $5. Thank you so much.
All right, gentlemen, I'm getting off of here.
All right.
All right, bye.
Have a good night. Bye.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I and chat, I don't usually get that upset. I don't usually yell. I'm usually very calm in things. But that conversation really like it really like made my blood boil, because I have not met somebody who I think doesn't know the average sufferings of Americans in such a long time. Like it's been a long time since I've heard somebody that was so like detached from like basic reality.
Yeah. Nightblade, thank you so much for the $4.21. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Amelia, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Esmeralda, thank you so much for the $5. Shelby, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Ginger with the $10. Cameron, thank you so much for the $1. David with the $20. Really appreciate it. Lizard, thank you so much for the $1. I'm sorry, by the way, if I miss anyone in terms of their donation. Jay, thank you so much for the $10.
Also, if Dean is still watching and listening, I'm sorry, Dean, if I like cut you off and you had to leave or something and you didn't get to finish your sentence. So
Oh no,
I'm sorry.
He said he was fine. He
Oh,
just
okay.
didn't want to cut off the conversation. Jeremiah, how old are you?
I'm 50.
You're 50. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, kind of.
Kinda. Like if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I didn't vote for either of them, but I think some of his stuff works, some of it doesn't.
Like if you could go back in time and vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I don't know. I mean, I might vote for Trump. It depends, I guess, on who had a better convincing story.
Okay, it sounds like you don't really know at this point. So for the last 14 minutes of the show live, I'm gonna get someone on who specifically is MAGA. If you're MAGA, let me know in the what's it called? The
chat.
Private chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are
Hello?
you?
Oh, I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Well, what's your birth year?
2006.
Okay. Do you what do you support Donald Trump?
Why do I support? Okay, I support
you?
Donald. What?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
I think number one, I'm not like really good on like the policies and stuff. I don't know, like I don't have policies memorized and stuff like that. But I think when I take a look at like the broader vision, I think Trump stands more towards like the morals I correlate with, right? Not like it's just like he says stuff that makes sense, and I think he says what's on his mind. Unlike I think people on the left will say just what like pleases people the most and not what's on their mind, and that's something I think like Trump is really good at. Is just saying like what he thinks, if that makes sense.
Okay. So you said he has good morals. Okay. Can you tell me what good morals he has?
Or it's not really like I don't know the exact words to use for it. It's not necessarily like he has good morals, but I think he like aligns like I'm in the middle on abortion, but I think Trump's stance is pretty moral on it.
Are you Christian?
No, not really.
Why are you pro-life?
So you lagged out on my screen for a second.
Why are you pro-life?
I'm not necessarily pro-life, but I do think it's morally better. Like I personally
You
think
think it should be illegal?
no.
Okay.
I,
So
I
you're
personally
pro-choice,
think
then you disagree with Trump restricting it in certain states by leaving it up to the states, right?
no, I don't actually. So
You
like
just contradict yourself. So you do think it should be illegal?
no, I don't necessarily look. Let me explain. I don't think it's beneficial to society necessarily to have young women raise children that they do not want, but I do not think it's morally okay to, have a can I say the
Well, I'm
AB
asking
words?
about legality.
Legality? I think it should be up to the states. I think it should. I agree with Trump's
Why?
stance on it. I think Trump's stance, what he came out and
Wait. Do you
said.
think that abortion is a woman's right?
Mm, see, I don't think so. I don't think it should be right. I think Trump's stance on it was like up to a certain amount of time, and I think I agreed with that stance the most.
Okay, so you do think that women should have a right to get access to abortion prior to that point?
Yeah. Prior
Okay.
to a certain time.
Okay, so that's what Roe versus Wade did. So it
Okay.
federally protected access to abortion prior to viability, and after viability, it was left up to the states.
Okay.
What do you
Okay.
disagree with in terms of that policy?
That's why I'm not good with like policies exactly, but the Roe versus Wade policy, I don't necessarily disagree with it. Not most
Okay,
educated on the
that's what
subject
Donald
either.
Trump overturned.
Do you know? See, like I don't know why. Like he must have
Because
reasoning
he wanted to
why.
leave it up to the states. He wanted to restrict women's access to abortion. He wanted certain states to be able to restrict great victims from being able to get access to abortion. Or in certain states like Georgia, where there's such strict abortion laws, right, force families, right, to keep family members that are brain dead, right, on life support, right, as incubators, right, so the state can use their bodies, right, and then harvest fetuses out of them because their state's abortion laws want to restrict them specifically after 6 weeks. In Georgia, Adriana Smith was literally kept on life support against her family's consent because it is the case that Georgia's abortion law was so strict. Now, Donald Trump explicitly wanted those things to happen.
What is Georgia's law exactly? Like none
It's
at all?
after 6 weeks, right? You specifically have to keep them on life support in that context because it is already considered a person under their view.
After 6 weeks, the
Yes.
fetus is considered a person.
Under their view, in Georgia.
See, like this, like honestly, like I'm trying to learn. So I'm not necessarily like saying my points, but I'm trying to learn. But I really, it's hard. I think abortion's a hard topic since I don't believe like we should be kill. Can I say that word on YouTube? Am I censored on YouTube?
No, you don't have to think that you don't have to think it's right. You just have to think that it should be legal. That's what being pro-choice is.
I think that's why it's hard for me. You know what I mean? Like I think,
It's not hard to say that like women should have autonomy over their bodies, right?
but it's like I think I'm a big person. Like I think personal accountability should be huge, right? I think if you are, having intercourse with the other gender, you should be ready
Wait,
for
but I
the
just want to let you
chance.
know, Donald Trump leaving it up to the states even goes against that because in certain states, women who have been assaulted have restricted access to abortion based upon their state's abortion laws. Children in certain states have restricted access to abortion who have been assaulted, right, because of their state's abortion laws. You understand that it literally affects people who have been assaulted, right, who did not, right, choose to engage in intercourse.
100%, but I don't think because something bad happens, you do something else bad to fix it. I think
Again, it's not bad to get access to an abortion in the first trimester
I
explicitly, and it's
do I
also
do
not
th-
bad to get access to an abortion if you've been assaulted. You have no causal obligation.
I do think it is morally wrong to
How? Wait. It's morally wrong for a great victim to get access to abortion?
wait, say that again. Sorry.
You think it's morally wrong for a great victim to get access to abortion?
I think it is morally wrong to have an abortion. Yes.
As a great victim.
Oh,
Yes, I don't think you can
all the
fix a
time.
So
wrong
do you
with
think
another
a
wrong.
10-year-old girl gets raped, right? It would be wrong for her to get an abortion.
What are the chances like that
Answer the
a
question.
10-year-old can get
It
pregnant?
happens more often than you think.
I think there was like one instance of that.
Wait.
No.
In that instance, say you think there was only one instance. There was a hell of a lot more than that. Say there was only one.
Okay.
In that one fucking instance, do you think that they should be forced to go through the pregnancy? Or do you think that they do you think it'd be okay for them to get access to an abortion?
At 10, I think it should be okay. 10 is like, see, I think you're taking like a super, or not, I'm not sure how rare it is, but it's pretty rare, right?
The
Rare
law is
situation.
there to protect those in the cases that are not common. That's what the
But
law
it's
is.
also
The
affecting
law
other
is
people's
never
cases.
there to protect the things that happen all the time. It's always there to protect people when things are not expected.
But I think you got to understand it affects everybody else too. Like,
Wait.
there might be
Is it rare that people get murdered?
Huh?
Is it rare that people get murdered?
In what sense? Like, no and yes.
Like just walking on the street.
Depending where you are.
Where you live.
Miami, it happens, but it doesn't happen to everybody.
Like if you were to walk on the street in your neighborhood, is it rare?
Yeah.
Okay. Does that mean that like it's not relevant to talk about? Does that mean we shouldn't have laws on it? And specifically, does that mean we shouldn't bring it up in
No, but I
conversation?
don't.
Obviously, you'd bring up hypothetical scenarios to be like, oh, you could get murdered, right? Even though it's rare. Therefore, there should be police specifically to protect you if that happens, right?
I would say
That's
think
what
there
they
should
do at least.
I would say there should be like exceptions for like when she's 10, like that. But when you're like older, I do think it is wrong to have
Wait,
and
wait, hold on.
Why?
Why?
They've been assaulted. They didn't choose to do that.
I just think like number one, it's gonna affect the 10-year-old girl's life way more detrimentally than it would the
You don't
older
think
woman.
a great victim as an adult is severely traumatized by not only being violated in the most horrible way, but also to have to carry and birth their like rapist baby?
No, I think it just you can't compare that to a 10-year-old.
I think you
You know what I
can.
mean?
No, I think you
No,
can.
Like, don't do that.
Like
Don't
a
do that.
10-year-old is bad.
Don't do that. Don't.
I am.
A grown woman can.
You can say it's within a threshold of bad insofar as that you would apply the standard to it. What? Can you address that?
Say that again.
You should say that that meets your threshold of harm insofar as that like you would apply the standard to it.
I do not understand what you're saying.
I'm not going to downgrade the trauma that a adult great victim feels just to say that what you want me to say, that a 10-year-old being raped is not a moral atrocity that should never have happened. I agree that they are all bad. Like they are all bad, and they equally all of them should get access to an abortion.
Okay, I just think like when you're older, right? I don't think you should be, fixing a wrong with another wrong. But because do you think abortion is wrong? Just getting your
No,
position on.
No.
no.
Not at all. You don't think the ending of a potential life isn't sad or wrong?
Sad, that's a
No.
different thing. Sad is different. Like when
I
like
mean,
when a woman
I don't
miscarries,
think it's
that's
wrong.
sad.
I don't think it's wrong prior to sentience.
Yeah, wrong is not the same as sad.
Okay, can you give like the reasons why you don't think it's wrong prior to sentience?
No moral value that you can be able to identify insofar as
The
like, someone
potential
shouldn't
of
be allowed
life
to do it.
isn't moral
Potential
value.
alone is wait. I have a question. If you knew for certain that if you pull out, I mean, if you do not pull out, that it will lead to a child, is it wrong to pull out?
That is so. I
No, how
think
about
that
this?
is.
No, how about this?
Yeah.
Your
Don't
girl is
doesn't a
ovulating.
fetus have a heartbeat at
Wait.
6
Just let him
weeks?
answer this question specifically. Hold up. What's up?
Doesn't a you can tell me if I'm wrong. I might be really wrong, but when does the fetus get a heartbeat?
Why is a heartbeat necessary?
Why does that matter? I'm asking you if you know for sure. You said potential life. If
Mhm.
I'm asking you in this scenario, if you knew for sure that 100% likelihood it was going to be the case that there's going to be a child if you do not pull out, is it wrong to pull out?
No, because I
But
don't.
you're
They don't.
limiting there from being potential life.
It's two different things. I think like and
But you
because
have
it's
to
like
provide the morally relevant distinction as to why you don't apply the same standard.
I don't apply. Okay, I don't apply the same standard since it's not like there's not a being created and like getting nutrients to it turning into a being.
Wait,
You said
you
Like
mentioned
life.
potential.
You mentioned potential life.
yeah, because it's like
There's potential
that
life
has the
there.
potential to
But
literally
but
like
in this context, there's potential life.
okay, I used the wrong words then. You understand what I'm saying though,
No,
right?
I don't.
Actually I don't because that means a very specific thing.
I
Like saying
like
potential means something.
you're talking about like a living being or like with a
You mean
heartbeat.
conception? Like at conception?
Conception is the
Yes.
beginning of life, not a heartbeat.
Yeah. But like why'd you say like potential? Because Parker's point still still matters. Like
I
we gave you
just
like a
used the wrong
hypothetical.
word. I used the wrong word to explain what I was trying to,
Okay,
explain.
but then like what do you mean?
Yeah, and by the way,
Like
I'm about to get off here in a minute or two.
okay, I just think it's wrong to kill a potential being. I actually had a question since you're about
Again, wait. What do you mean kill a potential being? What the fuck does that mean?
okay, sorry. I think it's wrong to get in the way of something that is like growing inside of you and you're about to it's gonna turn into a baby. Like
It's
I
gonna
don't
turn
get why
into
we
a
can't
baby?
like do you think it's sad?
No.
You don't
Wait,
think
so it
it's
has to be
sad?
growing?
No.
You don't think it's sad at all?
I'm not sad for the feet. I would be sad
That
for
a set of
anything.
DNA that was gonna turn
I
in
would be sad for anything the pregnant person has to go through.
Yeah.
Okay,
in terms
so
of the abortion.
you wouldn't be sad for the set of DNA that could have turned
I don't
into a
give a
great
shit about a
person.
fucking. I don't give a shit about an embryo.
I think that's wild. I had one more question.
Cope. You want some? You want here? Tears. Right here. Tears.
Okay. I had one more question for you. Since, like, do you
I'm getting
think?
off. I'm getting off, everyone.
Well, Parker, thank you for having me up. I really appreciate it. Bye,
Of course,
chat.
man. Good seeing you. Good seeing you as always, man.
Yep. Bye, chat. Have a great night.
Alrighty, everyone. I'm gonna get off for tonight. I appreciate everyone coming through. I'd recommend to go over to my YouTube channel and subscribe to me there because seriously, TikTok's been banning me like crazy. Tomorrow I'll be back on my third account, Parker Get a Real Job. If you want any updates of when I'm gonna be live, because I always am updating it, make sure to check out my Instagram live stream updates channel I just made. I really recommend. There's like 3,000 people there. I'd really recommend going there. Plus, make sure to like the stream on YouTube as well. For the people who are on YouTube, we have 1,700 likes. Let's try to get to 2,000 before I end it here. I would really appreciate everyone. Have a fantastic night. If you always want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, so the description in the bio. Evelyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Make sure to go over to my YouTube and check out all the videos and stuff like that. I would really appreciate that. My shorts, YouTube shorts overnight, just like started getting a lot of views. So that was really cool. I'd recommend everyone to go check out Santana's stream. Santana is live right now. Go look up Santana 24 Speaks. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Love from Parker. Parker Raid on Santana 24 speaks. Love everyone so much. Have a great night, everyone. Najee, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Have a great night, everyone.